Chapter 13. What to do. Train by myself. He wondered as he wandered. This is a waste. All I really have on my agenda is to master the great breakthrough without hand seals or wasting breath announcing it for focus, and learn how to do a compact form of the air bullet. I'm going to have to hold off on that. Maybe I'll cough out a lung out of my mouth the way Sakura coughed out her stomach contents for her water bullet variation. At least I have the Daytapa down pat. He scowled at this, but soon he wondered if he could create a new weapon to fight with. So far, everything had been short range. What if he had to go against a ranged opponent? I never considered that before. He trailed off. But the mugshots are purely close range, and I like fighting at that range because it leaves less room for variations and wild cards. If they're close to me, I can take the fight to them instead of being on the defensive from their attacks. I won't always have that luxury. He sat on the roof of his apartment building with his feet hanging off, gazing at the populace milling about below. He was trying to get his answer, but he didn't necessarily feel any inclination of a rush. He had 12 hours extra. Not to mention that he currently had 2 weeks before the start of the Chunin exams. Chunin? He beat and killed Zabuza, for Cammy's sakes. He wasn't feeling overconfident, but he had to take some pride in that. Although he got the feeling that his name was rising up in the world. I have to be careful. He fumed. I must have every detail accounted for. Every hole filled. Every stone turned. All T's crossed and I's dotted. I can't leave anything to chance, or one day I'll bite the dust. All because I got too close to someone who can kill dispatch people easily and effortlessly at a short range. It was a far-fetched presumption, but Naruto knew that he was far from strong. It had been shown time and time again, first with the Mizuki incident, then his startling with Haku's intervention, and then the killing of her. He knew he relied on his forexperience. Too heavily, in fact. To know what was going to be done before it came to pass was vital and powerful information. Winning fights by only making the right choices and moves. The forexperience was the most potent and formidable force to grace this planet, and a 10-year-old boy got it and had it till now. Naruto himself. He had always said to himself that he wished he knew then what he knew now that was a constant for everyone. Instead, he got that. Wish granted. To be fair, he didn't know what it really was, if it was a product of his wants of needs or inane wishes, a curse from the Shinigami or a blessing from Cammy. It could really have been a Kekkei Genkai, but if it was a parent with an ability like that should be invincible. Knowing what to do, how to do it, why to do it, and most importantly, when to do it. It was all about the timing. He knew that better than everyone. All knew the adage, wrong place, wrong time. He knew both. How? When everything was said and done, he was already made to do the right thing. In fundamental nature, the forexperience, as he liked to call it, was a convoluted thing, a very convoluted and intricate happening. It, by all means, moved his own body to act, like a ghost of his future self. It was as if it was guiding his movements on what was happening of its next instance. The forexperience, in essence, knew what would happen and controlled his body for what would occur with all the right choices. All he needed to do was follow that intended plan the second time. It was a fantastic dominance. He could err no longer. He was perfect. By knowing how he won, he knew how to win. However, the perfect actions that guaranteed his victory would and could endanger others. As in the happening of Wave, Sasuke's death. He diverted from the plan by creating a shadow clone that could save Sakura instead of Kakashi, and Sasuke kept his focus and kept fighting. What happened between him and Meizu was his first experiment. It had been the product of intentions, as well as what would happen. He had tried to experience what would happen if he created a clone later, and the result was a half-broken piece of shit, one that barely saved Sakura's life, and kept his intact because the experience was always trying to preserve his own life, all else that happened could be spontaneous at times, and he had to resolute himself to never do it again since that time. If he were less concerned for the welfare of others, this wouldn't be a problem, but it was a horrible dread. He knew what would happen. Nothing to look forward to, nothing to hope for. He knew whether or not what would happen. By happy things would lose luster. By sad things experienced double would make him twice as morose. Hence why ever since he got the usual assaults on his birthday, but when he was experiencing what his 10th birthday had to offer, he decided to follow through with the plan presented. He had gotten the 4 experience before his birthday when the gift/curse was apparently meant for his birthday. He had saved himself from a beating that would cripple him from the waist down, and the need to know what happens, he had been a slave to it, and he had trusted it ever since. Hence his nature from the past 3, soon to be 4 years. Knowing what will be done made life monotonous. The academy? Cammy forbid. He was slowly dying, didn't anyone see? Fighting, as bad as it could be, was an exciting change. It did get the blood pumping, that much was sure. Perhaps the knowledge was changing him, grooming him to who he was now, shaping him into who he will be. He had made deviations in Wave, and it had revealed to him that below his skin, he yearned for companionship, for happiness unexpected and pleasant. Instead, all he had gotten was startling, panic, horror experience twice each. But most of all, he had gone through a teaser of happiness, and because of his absolute one error. That one divergence. He had happiness taken away from him before it was even his. It was a curse. Oh yes. Of course, he should be grateful he wasn't a cripple. He should be thankful he can beat others with the best of them, but he wanted to be normal. Instead, he, every day, knew what would happen and experienced it twice. This was why I.M. insisted that he should be her big brother. If he had been experiencing nearly 4 years twice, he was a bit older than her by age, and since he could do no wrong, he should be the one to guide her like an elder sibling should. Despite his best efforts to claim by argument that he was still younger than her, she refuted it by way of technicalities. She was right, although he got used to it twice as fast than he would have. The 4 experience had its limits, and there was only one. It's not a concern at present, but I can't fight everyone at close range, Naruto decided. I could make a new weapon, another one that shoots. It needs to be ranged and accurate. Straight. So, instead of the short and stocky mug, I need a long and slender pole. He spoke to himself with conviction, and he knew that he was right. But it can't be that simple. I need to take into account the ammo size, potency of the explosion, and the tenacity of the pole. 1. He forced himself off of the roof with his hands, and as he landed in the streets below, he fell into a picture-perfect safety tap. A roll would have let him cover his back in dog shit, but he had known that already. He was inside the 4 experience currently, and knew all that he would and could do was preordained. If he gained control of himself, it meant that it was inconsequential and would affect little, if anything. Like flattering someone on their good looks, or, a Rio. He stopped and picked up the stray coin, but knew it would not matter. His body left his own possession again and soon found himself standing in front of the Higurashi store. He bought up all of the deranked explosives from the man, and in a small bid for conversation. So, is Tenten okay? Yeah. The burly man said gruffly. How do you know her? I was the one who came with Asuma a couple months ago and bought this. He took out his blade baton and presented it to the man. Higurashi merely surveyed for half a minute before giving it back to him. I remembered she came to me asking about it. The man's eyes glazed bit in remembrance. Anyway, how are the mugs you had me work over been treating you? Keep your hands safe when drinking your coffee? The man chortled at his own joke. I've been using them to kill and maim people. Naruto answered bluntly, destroying the man's mirth. Anyway, I need 2 4-foot-long pipes, with openings on one end and slightly blown-out alternative ends. What I have in mind is basically a metal variant to common household water PVC pipes, but dash. That sounds like an order. Mr. Higurashi interjected. So, Naruto exhaled noisily. Of course I was going to pay. But this is simple, it should be done in 3 days or less. Payment. Now, you're speaking my most fluent language. But what's the metal you're going to want it crafted of? Just dig up your strongest alloys you have laying around. I can pay for it. He was done with making his order, and with 3/4 of the money already presented instead of the usual half would guarantee his Pole's project the most precedence in the man's forge. He also purchased a dozen C-grade explosive seals and a half-dozen B-grade storage seals. And it was only 1 p.m. He was bored in mind, and his body began leading him in a set direction. At the end of it, he soon discovered himself in front of a wholesale store. It was completely empty, and it just so happened to step inside just as the last of the hustle and bustle had dissipated from the previous customers. It was like a walk-in shop, but not in the manner of one doing their own shopping. It was more like the Higurashi's weapon and clothing store where you called for what you wanted, and it was fetched to you. A small henge over his whisker marks and hair hid his inimitable and most distinctive looks. As it was now, no whiskers and brown hair with bangs that nearly came to his eyes. I'd like some service, please. What'll it be? A rather cheery middle-aged woman asked. I need 3 packaged pounds of salt, 3 packaged pounds of black pepper, 3 pounds of your most potent and spiciest bird peppers, a liter bottle of vinegar, 5-liter bottles of vegetable oil. The woman had been going around in the background, picking up his goods and returning it to her side of the counter. Anything else? 1 large roll of napkins. A lot of cooking supplies, this seems like. I know. I'm gonna cook all right. He quickly paid for his purchases and sealed them away in the seals he had just bought, right in front of her. It didn't faze her much. She must have already had the pleasure of seeing storage seals in action in the past. The senile old man didn't remember him, even with his features unhinged. I think I sold you some rubber balls in the past, but I'm not too sure. It was me. I'm going to need your whole stock of them. Young man, I believe I have 30 of those blue rubber balls. If you take all 30, what will other children buy? Naruto sighed deeply. Give me 25, please. Also, I need a 50-pack of party balloons. This man was going to take a while. He could barely get around, and Naruto wondered why the man's children or grandchildren didn't help him, if he had any. You throw in some kind of party? The aged man asked as he shuffled around for the items. I'll be throwing something, all right. The Uzumaki said grimly. Teeth. All right. Everything checks out. Welcome to Konohagakure. There is still the premise of no antagonism or embitterment with any others if it's not required by way of the Chunin exams. The gate guards told the trio. Don't overstay your welcome or breach the rules given, or you will all be penalized to the fullest extent of our laws and regulations. The trio agreed to the conditions and had their respective passports stamped. They had their representative forms returned to them stamped with approval before they then cleared the massive village gates. Without any preamble, they all walked on in their own respective directions in their own search for the hotel. Maybe their targets if they were fortunate. That differed with perspective. Flashback. So, that's that, huh? We each have our own instructions. Seems so, Zaku. Dosu answered as they left through the base's exit. But one thing bothers me. We all got to see Kabuto-sama's ninfo cards. As they broke the surface of the underground base, Kin had to cover her eyes as the sunlight glared into their faces. They all took a minute to let their eyes adjust, and in that time, All the Kunoichi saw was the countryside of the land of rice. She had been rotated among the bases frequently with each new training regimen, so her newly found father Shiarda was somewhere she had lost track. Through and through, she intended to find him. She was entertaining thoughts of making a run for it, maybe even faking her own death. Who would really miss her? As far as she knew or cared, she and her squad mates were expendable. She, to some extent, knew that Dosu also had fairly decent beginnings and always exuded the vibe that he wished for escape, but like her, were too terrified to leave. They were also afraid of continuing down their current path. It didn't help matters when they were aware that death lied at the end of each decision. There was a reason why people like Orochimaru and Kabuto were to be feared, especially Kabuto, as surprising as it was. While the Snake Sannin was admittedly the more formidable and notorious of the two, it was Kabuto who was vengeful and hated loose ends. To be blunt, Orochimaru would be more willing to let them get away, seeing that he always had bigger fish to fry. Kabuto, on the other hand, was likely to pursue them until they were nothing but corpses for his collection of bodies for his impersonation techniques. He was passionate about keeping everything neat and under control, and if so much as an ant was out of its anthill, it was getting stomped, no matter what apt or frivolous excuse may be given. A control freak, or, to be linguistic, a perfectionist. Maybe she could run, maybe she could find Shiarda, maybe she could live. No. Too many variant maybes. Besides, the third of the series had a lesser chance of becoming true than finding someone who could kill her two so-called bosses on the same day. And then the minute expired. "What's your point?" Zaku asked. "You heard Kabuto-sama. We're going to get our instructions from Orochimaru through him one step at a time. When we're done with each one, he'll give us the next one." "I don't like this," Kin voiced. "It's as if they don't want us to know the final endgame. All we know from word of mouth is that Konoha is going to be raised during the exams. Maybe they just want us to help it along. What's our task, huh?" "The Uchiha. We're supposed to watch him." Zaku then got cuffed upside the head by Dosu as he glared at him with his visible eye. "You idiot. Didn't you pay attention to the cards?" They started to take to the trees to begin tree jumping to Konoha. It wasn't too far from their current base location. In fact, they should arrive by 3 p.m. if they kept up their current pace. "We're watching the Uchiha, so I looked at his card." "What's your problem?" "2 reasons. We'll encounter his team in the exams. That means not just him. If we only know about him, what if one of his teammates pulls some strange ability from their ass and beat us?" Zaku snorted. "As if. With the new wind channel pipes in my arm, I can beat anyone. One of the few things that Kabuto actually did right by me. If only he had gotten it right the first time." Kin was silent. She had seen all of the 3 cards, but Dosu had said there were 2 reasons. He soon stated the other. "It wouldn't look right if all 3 of us were caught tailing and spying on him. If it's just one of us, the person could be better at espionage, instead of us bumbling over hiding spots and shit like that. So," Dosu motioned them to stop, and he showed them that he had 3 slender-looking somethings sticking out of his fist he had pulled from somewhere on his person. "We're drawing straws to see who's observing who. Each of the straws got the person's hair color. The Kunoichis, one of the rare pink fuchsia-haired people, the other guy's a blonde, and the Uchihas got dash." Yeah. Zaku interrupted rudely. "I still don't like this, but you make sense." He pulled one of the straws from his teammate's hand, and the previously concealed bottom end was revealed to be pink. "Pink. Oh, fuck." Kin shrugged and picked out another. It came back yellow, and she suddenly evoked to mind what the Ninfo card had said about the blonde. It didn't say what jutsu he had besides an advanced cloning technique, but in the miscellaneous noting, it told her that he had single-handedly killed Zabuza Momochi, the demon of the hidden mist, an infamous swordsman to boot. The man was around elite Jounin level, and his sword was as notorious as he was. Apparently, this Genin guy killed him at close-ranged combat, cashed in on the bounty, and kept the sword. No switching. Dosa glared at them momentarily, before going off again with his comrades just behind him in terms of distance. Without a doubt, he knew he had gotten the best choice, as the original objective was to observe the Uchiha. He was sure that he could fight against the Uchiha if needs be, but if it was someone like this, Naruto, or whatever the hell his name wanted to be, then that was a no-go. Zaka got a boar, and Kin had to tail a very, very dangerous Genin. He was fine. Kin, on the other hand, looked like she was eager to switch with Zaku. But Zaku was already hell-bent on trying to swap with Dosa himself. Flashback Yendi. Her direction wasn't completely random. Perhaps it was famished from her exertions to get here why her sense of smell was heightened to lead her to food. Perhaps it was because she had lived so long on a farm why she went to the nearest grocer's. Perhaps it was because of some massive coincidence why she saw her, assigned target, walk out of some kind of play store on the other side of the street. She neglected buying any sort of food after all, and began walking on her side of the street, tailing him in a most covert way. The streets were fairly crowded here, as it was mostly a practical street of stores, emporiums, shops, mercantiles, and the general like. He seemed to momentarily pause, and she halted as well. During this time, she noted how he stared at his watch. He must have had a slight obsession over time, but during this time, she wondered why people strafed around him, as if he had some kind of contagious illness and they didn't wish it on themselves. Weird. Why am I even following him? This guy's dangerous. She yelled in thoughts so loud she could swear that everyone around her must have heard it. For a brief moment, she wondered if she was caught in the act of following him and busied herself by gazing at the wares of an open-air stall. Why it had to be a fruit stall, she had no idea. Even worse, just as she eyed the apples, it made her stomach growl in yearning for it. Regrettably, she saw him move off again, this time in a turn-off. She would lose sight of him around the bend, and, damn it, this is an easy choice. Then why the hell would I pick the wrong one? In her frustration, she tore herself from the suddenly very appealing stall and walked after him, wondering if she would get to see him train. Teeth. It's 4 p.m., he gazed at the watch before continuing to gaze ahead of him. He felt more paranoid than he normally would, and already knew why. The kunoichi behind him to his 7 o'clock in direction. Why he wasn't doing something serious about it rather than just wandering around, the answer didn't come to him yet. That wasn't unusual. Sometimes, the experience took a while with some knowledge, but he felt this to be important. Well, it'd better hurry up, he mused in the privacy of his head. I've got to be in bed at 6. He turned at the next sharp right and knew that this street led to Commercial. It was almost amusing to him, walking through some woeful areas while she seemingly followed him with a nervous air. He might as well enjoy the situation. He was bored, and perhaps he was just whiling away the time at this point. And sooner, rather than later, found himself in front of a Chiraku's. Apparently, he had taken the long way. And to top it off, just as he was about to walk in, he turned to her and beckoned to her with a gesture of the head and a small wave. He himself could practically feel the doubt rolling off of the kunoichi when he himself still hadn't even seen her properly, yet only a few glimpses from his peripherals. Hey, I am Nei. He hailed from his place on his stool. She wasn't in sight, hence why the necessity for his shout. He turned his attention to the approaching Ayam with tears on her face. You okay? Instantly, he now felt like he had regained control. Perhaps now was the time to do some micromanaging, seeing that this wasn't too significant. No. Naruto and Hey, My favorite horse just broke a leg in the 4 o'clock race. And I'm out 1,000 Rio. I was saving that up for 2 months. He grunted before he leaned over to her and her over to him to whisper, I'll tell you tomorrow in the morning. Currently, this is practice, if you know what I mean. Cammy, this feels messed up. I am complained. I feel real. That loss feels real. Now you know how I felt about Haku. Naruto griped. Anyway, which horse won? Shinigami's Judgment, number 136. Cammy, I hate that stallion. But, when you're telling me the right info, can you lend me 4,000 Rio? Now you're being hypocritical. The answer's no. I hate seeing you gamble. You're just fortunate I hate seeing you lose. Damn, if I tell you what to bet on, it could mess up my whole day. There's this girl following me, and she's a ninja. I need to know what to do in case there's conflict. You know the drill. Act normal. In the morrows, I'll just send a clone out to tell you not to gamble. That sounds fair and clean to me. He now leaned back onto his stool. Glad I have such an understanding big brother. She wiped her face and resumed her cheery illustration. What'll it be? As she said this, he felt his own body leave his control, and he settled fully onto his seat. It must be in some sort of preparation. Kin finally stepped inside after a number of hesitations. It was mostly her stomach that had made up her mind, as the smells that had emanated from the homely stand had gotten her stomach working to digest its own lining. As she sat down, she only slightly felt the waitress's gaze as she waited. Hi, Kin asked, feeling irritated. Don't you want to order? The boy next to her asked. Anyway, I would like the chicken ramen for a change. And I suppose that Ms. Stalker I led to get a meal here would like what she wants as well. Don't patronize me. I'd like, She glanced at the price sheet on the wall next to her and noted that the ramen was cheap. Cheap food was never good news, in terms of health and quality. Hoping that it wouldn't backfire on her, she ordered the chicken one as well. As soon as Ayam left, both teens were left in the fair quietness of the stand, and they sat with only one stool between them. And Naruto felt himself speak. He had no control, as usual in the 4 experience, as it forcefully dictated the plan to him. So, do you have a name? Hyuso. Why did I say that? Is it trying to make me sound aloof and cool or something? Sure I do. You don't have to know it, she retorted haughtily. I would like to know the name of my stalker. More knowledge came. You're a foreign ninja, no doubt here for the exams. Almost certainly after your arrival, you decided to follow me. She started to sweat a bit, wondering how she even got into this situation. Furthermore, she was wondering how the hell he knew that when she was the first to see him. Wasn't she? That's true. I did follow you. It was purely on a whim. She felt sickened as she did this, sucking up to him in an effort to receive clemency and leniency. It had already been established in her mind that he was dangerous and felt it necessary. Although she hated when things weren't in her control. She was a bit of an egotistical controller herself, and once she had control, enjoyed letting other people know that she did. It was probably a nature she had developed from her less than entirely kind past when things weren't in her power. Currently, she was on her own, practically next to someone who could kill her because she could be some kind of threat to him and no backup in case things went awry. She was not in control. I suppose I'll forgive it this time. He said it all evenly, so it was a bit difficult to figure out if it actually were a threat. What's your name? Why do you want to know? In case something like this happens again, you wouldn't want to end up in an unmarked grave. He was dismayed at the things coming out of his own mouth and wished for a moment to be given to him. Out of his peripherals, he could see her eyes widen and finally, he regained control. To his surprise, his watch started to beep. I've got 10 minutes, or I'll risk not knowing what to do when this happens for real. I'll take the chance for 2 minutes more to find out more of her character, although it won't really affect things. Then I'll have to get the hell out of here. He turned off the alarm and turned to her. In a brief second, he took in her appearance very appreciatively, without being perverse. Besides a Hittite 8 that held a sound symbol, she wore a June plum green damage negation vest, armbands that spanned almost from her wrist to her elbow, and a pair of gray, snake-like camouflage pants that had a double overlay in the form of a mini skirt. Further down, she wore shin-high shinobi sandals, and from where she stood, he saw something unusual.
Is that her hair tied at the end with a purple ribbon? Indeed it was. That had to be the longest head of hair he had ever seen, and the only thing he could say that could easily rival that was her well-favored face, had it not been for her bonny inky orbs emanating fright. Fright? Oh yeah, he did just come off as a very grim and austere person. She must know about me already, for a foreign ninja curious to find out about someone who could kill Zabuza. She's scared. Definitely. Maybe the experience decided that I have to make her scared of me to keep her from wanting to excite conflict. I'll do it tomorrow, but nothing's stopping me from apologizing now, and later when it happens for real. Hey, that was just a joke. He tried to play it off with a good-natured grin, but she wasn't entirely convinced. But seriously, did you expect me to just welcome the fact that you were stalking me? She seemed to accept this fact to some extent, and calmed a bit. Yeah. Gomen. I should go. She was about to get up and leave, but he grabbed her by the arm. Don't. You look famished, and I was about to leave anyway. She slipped back onto her stool after allowing herself to be handled and watched him get up, hand on her shoulder still before coming closer to stand next to her. He was practically looking down over her shoulder now as she kept staring ahead, trying to keep composed. Really? Sorry about the whole dash. It's fine. Didn't you say that you have to be somewhere? Her tone came off as half-harsh, and yet still a bit hinting of trepidation. He grunted at this, before he yelled to Ayam at the back that she needn't bother anymore, telling her that it was almost 6. All of a sudden, all the noise in the back ceased, as if the young woman had stopped cooking. This made Kin confused, as she could tell the difference, being well-versed in the ways of sound. He leaned down a bit, almost speaking directly in her ear while she stiffened in fright. I'll see you later for real, whoever you are. And then he was out of the stand like a free-running bullet, sprinting on his journey back home. At the last, he made it home, and without hesitation, slipped underneath the covers, right as 6 o'clock struck. In the morning, next moment. His alarm rung and woke him up. He yawned once, let himself off of the bed and stretched. As he groaned, he recalled all he had experienced during his slumber, and prepared for the day. Well, today's going to be interesting. At least the last part of it, anyway. Oh. I better send a clone over to Ayamne to warn her. I want everything to be guaranteed, but at the very least, maybe now that I'm in full control, I can find out that girl's name. Chapter 14. Naruto blinked disinterestedly. I hate seeing you gamble. You're just fortunate I hate seeing you lose. Damn, deja vu struck again. I wish you'd have told me that Shinigami's judgment would have won. You told me that you hated that stallion. I did? Oh, you mean last night? Ayam said conspirationally. Damn, that gift is weird. I wish I had it. I'd make a killing by gambling. Yeah, but you wouldn't work in the stand anymore. Call me selfish, but I'd rather you stay to keep making me ramen, Naruto replied gruffly with a grin. He checked his watch and counted the seconds, although he had virtually perfect recall and didn't need to. 3, 2, 1. The kunoichi stepped inside after a brief bout of hesitations. Without a moment of faltering, Naruto followed through with the plan flawlessly. Truthfully, the only thing he did in deviation was to sneak glances at her, but that didn't change a thing. The alarm on his watch rung, and he turned it off deftly. He was now in unfamiliar waters after 6 p.m., and all that transpired here he would not have hither from the before knowledge of it, nor would he know how to negate it or to initiate it. But he was fine. She felt thoroughly intimidated by him, and that was good, right? She was a foreign kunoichi and she was his competition. Fear was the key in this case, and that was aiding him. At the very least, it was keeping her from getting any ideas about jumping him, but would she really? It was against the rules of the village, and furthermore, it would cost herself her own eligibility for the exams. Perhaps he had done enough. So you won't tell me? What's it matter? She snarled. My name is only for me. Seeing as how you decided to follow me, you probably know my name, my entire identity, even. Since you know mine, so it's obviously fair if I know yours. He answered calmly. I apologize for coming off as an austere person. Now that should ease any tension. She got up at this and was about to attempt to leave, but instead, Naruto made a bluff. If you take another step, I'll break your legs, he stated sternly. She reseated herself. I'm doing this mostly for your own benefit. I eat here very regularly, so I of all people should know if the food is good or not. You'll like it, trust me. Currently, the girl had the recurring thought that she needed to run away screaming if she wanted to live. Her companion had fluctuating polar vibes and yet completely mixed. She couldn't tell if he was trying to make her acquaintance or if he was toying with her. Well, if it were the first one, she didn't particularly care she made a friend or not. It wasn't as if she wanted any. If it were the latter scenario, then she was in more danger than she had originally feared, not to mention that she was all on her lonesome. Even the cook was around the back portion, out of sight. If he wanted to, he could slit her throat and walk out whistling. She glanced sideways to see him smiling at her and was completely taken aback. You won't be disappointed. To be perfectly frank, I'm sure you were traveling a lengthy distance, so you must be hungry. That should make the food even more appetizing. She declined to say anything. What could she have said even if she had wanted to? Well, the food's done. I beamed as she re-entered with the 2 bowls and placed them down before her customers. Diggin' you too. It's about time. Thanks a lot, Naruto thanked her as he leaned forward and began eating. Kin merely mumbled an arigato before she commenced eating as well. She was barely 3 mouthfuls in before her eyes widened slightly. Wow! This is really good. Naruto could tell that she enjoyed it. It was evident in her hastened eating, sheer concentration to avoid spilling a single drop, and the fact that she was done before him. Although it was fair to say that he was making an effort to remain composed in his eating outlook. That was accomplished by eating at a slower pace. Want another bowl? The Uzumaki asked her without even turning his head to look at her. I'll pay. Why does he insist on trying, whatever he's trying? She questioned mentally in exasperation. He's threatening me 1 minute, and then he wants to pay for my meal? I wish he'd just make up his damn mind. Maybe I could use this to get closer to him and I could better spy on him. I won't have to blunder my way in my espionage when he obviously has good detection skills. Maybe it was a mistake on my part. But with that said, what's to say he won't catch on to my ploy and kill me anyway? Overall, a bad day to be her, she supposed. I can pay for myself, she answered. In doing so, she realized that she herself was undecided in what she wanted to do. Whether she wanted to stay or to leave, she was merely stalling until she could figure out what she wanted/needed to do. I can't disappoint Orochimaru, as much as I detest him. If only. Naruto merely gazed at her with interest as theories blazed through his mind. He couldn't understand why the experience would seem to want him to make her acquaintance. He basically led her to one of his frequented haunts to eat and then make him verbalize several threats to keep her docile. What was its aim? He must be missing some crucial part. If only he had slept late or something. Then he'd know what to do right now. Right now. He licked his lips as he glanced at his watch. It was now 6:30 p.m. I'm not doing anything tomorrow anyway, and it's been a long time since I was out at night. I have to go. Kin got up, and this time, he didn't withhold her departure. He was too deep in thought. As if on autopilot, he mechanically paid Iam the money, called out to Tucci in the back of the restaurant, and made his leave to his home to get some shut-eye. =X=X=. So, where did you go? It's 7 o'clock. Where've you been for 4 hours? Dosu asked. I met the guy I'm supposed to spy on. She stated bluntly and carelessly. She didn't really give a damn at the moment, as she decided that she needed to hit the sack, especially after the day she's had. What was he like? He asked curiously. He rather liked being in the know and being kept up to date on the abilities of others. But not to the point of virtual suicide. Who knows what the blonde was like? In fact, Zaku should have been counting his lucky stars. Instead, his other teammate was busy griping about how boring and bland it was spying on her. Boring was good, Dosu figured. It was safe. In fact, if he knew Kin the way he thought he did, then she was begrudging Zaku for his pick as well. Naruto, wasn't it? She frustrated. The guy was confusing the hell out of me. 1 minute, he threatens me, then the next, acts as if he's a good guy or something, and then it's back to the death threats. How did you two even meet? By the time we made it to here, I decided to just find myself some food at the market dash. Why a market? Dosu queried. As he spoke, he started to clean his sound gauntlet. I wanted some food. This was a half-lie. While she wasn't really after just food in particular, it could be blamed on the fact that the smell of fruit that beckoned to her at the time reeked of familiarity. Anyway, once I made it there, I see him coming out of what I think was some kind of child's play store. A play store? Dosu belayed his cleaning and looked up with an unbelieving stare. You've gotta be fucking with me dash. I'm serious. I decided to follow him in the same moment but what? If I didn't know any better, I'd say that he noticed me from the get-go and led me to a place to get a bite to eat. That's without me knowing anything. Well, you're either that terrible dash. He's just that good, Kin insisted. Just trade Sasuke for him, huh? Now hold on. You were basically stalking after him and he let you go? Well, yeah. She admitted hesitantly. Then you're the best person to continue following him. Are you crazy? She hissed. He threatened to kill me if he ever caught me doing it again. Then don't do it. Dosu advised with a knowing air. Huh? X=X=X=. Good evening, Hokage-sama. When we're in my home study, it's either Hiruzen or Sarutobi, the elder man claimed. You don't see me wearing my hat, do you? No. Kakashi conceded the point. That's true, Sarutobi-sama. I suppose it can't be helped. What do you want? It's 9 at night. I won't be long. I wanted to talk to you about Naruto. How secure is this room? My own study? Not even Kami knows what happens in here. Good, Kakashi mumbled. Anyway, it's about Naruto. What about him? Hiruzen asked. Is he in trouble? Is he causing it? No. It's about how he knows future events. With the Chunin exams right around the corner, you're either here to make a bet, tell me that you have a feeling that something terrible is going to happen and want to ask him what, or if he's deserving of a Chunin title if he has such a remarkable talent. Personally, I'd rather just promote him now and be done with it. I'm sure that rumors are flying about him defeating Zabuza. If he's promoted to Chunin, it might save the dead man some face. The latter too. I also have a premonition of a less than pleasant exam. When has it ever been pleasant? Hiruzen answered wisely. That's true. On the wave mission, he related to me how I got Sasuke killed. I told you before, I believe. But it didn't happen. The future is set in stone. At the very least, it is unless Naruto sets into motion certain events that can make it crumble, the wizened old man responded sagistically. But he's going through a difficult time, trying to cope with Haku's death if your report is to be believed. That's true. Although I want what's best for him, I think we should make some further use of his ability. Kakashi explained. I refuse to. The Hokage replied in a stalwart tone. So long as it's not to the detriment of Konoha, it's his own gift to use as he wishes. I understand, Sarutobi-sama. Kakashi monotoned with a nod. As for any sort of premonitions we may have, they are fruitless. I'm sure that if Naruto has a reason to raise an alarm, then I'm sure that he will come through with the solution. He never fails from that viewpoint. Anyway, are you training them properly? I have. I have completed my training of them, but now they will develop their own skills. I wish for them to improve on their own skills because they won't always have a teacher, specifically me. This is your belief that at least one of them will become Chunin and the team will be broken up. You also want them to surprise you in the exams. Hi, Kakashi? The village leader asked pointedly. Yes? Iwa's coming to the exams here in the Leaf. I suppose that in itself justifies my sense of foreboding. No doubt the more rowdier and paranoid of them will believe that Naruto is the son of Sensei. In fact, the more I look at Naruto, the more I'm reminded of him. They're so alike, it's unsettling. Sarutobi's eyes widened in realization. Of course. Kakashi. It's Minato. Kakashi dressed back a step or two. What about him? Think. It's Minato. His prowess on the battlefield, imagine. Do you recall his practical destruction of IWA battalions? Hi. Even using Shunshin's can have a disconcerting effects when one's area of location and perspective changes. The Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God technique, which is superior, would have a parallel increase in the effects of the symptoms. What are you implying, Hoka-? The elder man cleared his throat loudly. Sarutobi-sama? The Hatake corrected. Minato was no Uchiha and most certainly had no Sharingan. Kakashi closed his visible eye in deep thought, starting to connect the dots. I'm beginning to see where you're going with this. X=X=. Well, that's that. What's her angle this time, huh? Naruto asked himself. Sure enough, he had experienced this day as well, and while he knew of her loophole, it was a very good one, he decided. He still had no idea why she was so focused on him. Although to be just, he also had no idea why he was so focused on her. Well, she's pretty. That's about it. He reasoned. I can't think of any other reasons. Besides, she's a stranger. If I really was after camaraderie, even if it were subconsciously, I would have just stayed with Hinata. It's gotta be something else. He opened his eyes and looked up to see her sitting in the park bench across the way, gazing at him. As soon as he looked up, however, she herself got up, walked over to him and sat beside him. "Didn't I tell you to stop following me?" he asked while propping himself with a stink eye. He already knew the answer, but he had many reasons why he had to proceed with the plan. "I'm not," she answered succinctly with a smug undertone. "I'm merely a companion. I'm not stalking, nor am I following you. I'm beside you." Although it was arguably a ridiculously stupid move on her part, one couldn't deny that it must have been a fantastic idea on paper. It was in fact a great idea. She was confident in her abilities and she didn't have to train in the next 2 weeks. Whether or not she passed the exam was of no consequence, even though it would be a perk. All that was necessary was to watch him train to see what he was capable of, or her presence would keep him from training. Surely, the card said that he was always training. He was either insecure about his strength to keep training, or she would get to observe it. A pipe dream, but it was better than a horrific nightmare. In this case, however, the difference between the two was virtually transparent. He started chortling. "Well then. In any case, will you tell me your name?" She had been drilled to answer questions that didn't affect their mission truthfully, like that of her name. He'd find out during the exam anyway, so she might as well tell him while in the volatile present. It might make him easygoing in her presence. "My name is Kin." "Kin, huh?" He glanced at her Hittite and once more took note of the sound note. "So the sound note symbol on your forehead dash. It's a coincidence." She interrupted abruptly. She was well aware of her name's ties with sound and thought it to be a bizarre happening, nothing else. Apart from that, she still needed to be wary of the blonde she had plopped herself beside. She wouldn't have even followed through with this suicide plan if Kabuto hadn't stopped by and approved of it when Dosu mentioned what they were up to. It wasn't unlike him, but Kabuto liked staying on top of things versed by espionage. If Kabuto was interested in the boy as well, then that meant that her spying interest had qualities to him, namely those that defined a ninja. And then he told her to be careful. If Kabuto of all people told her to be careful, even if he feigned it as a mild joke, then this boy really was no mere genin. "A Rio for your thoughts?" Naruto asked, breaking her out of her mental line. "No." "Well, aren't we amicable?" Naruto muttered under his breath. X equals X equals. It had been 7 days, and the exact same remained before the exams commenced. It was now Monday morning and Kin had finally come to her senses. He wasn't about to do anything with her close by. She was back to square one. That is, following him but doing her best to avoid being detected. While no stranger to the art of remaining silent, a lack of a positive outlook wasn't doing her any good. If she so much as made one mistake. "Henge," she whispered as she formed the ram seal. In a small poof of smoke, she had cast the illusionary technique around herself to give her the appearance of a civilian. Her hair now brown and in a bun and only came a bit over one shoulder, finishing the look with a blouse and a knee-length skirt. After observing that the henge was flawless, she let herself fall out of the tree and stood just behind it to observe her quarry. "What's he doing?" He, Naruto, unsealed what looked like 2 pipes around 4 feet long. He then seated himself under a tree not too far from where she was and her pulse quickened as she realized that she was in an optimum place to watch him while he'd be unable to see or notice her presence. He was doing something new, that was for sure. He removed a file from his pocket and started rasping it against one end and after about 5 minutes, had succeeded in producing a point. A few minutes later, the second pipe had a point as well. Maybe he's making a weapon. I can finally learn something useful. Continuing to carefully take note of his actions, he retrieved a paper of some sort, probably a paper bomb, she thought, balled it up and took a small stick to push it down to the bowels of the rod's slightly bloated end. A pellet-like something was then dropped inside after it, making a clink sound to signify the end of its descent. And then a shadow clone of Naruto decided that she had seen enough. Tapping on her shoulder from behind to get her attention, it slapped a liquid-filled balloon into her face as soon as she turned around. Judging from her scream that rose up in a piercing din, Naruto actually winced. Well, it's not meant to get in the eyes after all, not to mention it's a mild acid. After an evening of furiously flushing her eyes with water and another 3 hours in the shower to get rid of the smell of vinegar off of her, Zaku actually tried to follow Naruto the next day since that Kin was getting more action than him. He returned that evening moaning and bawling about salt and pepper. Easily recalling the vinegar, she could understand what he was crying about and sympathize with him, since salt and pepper was far more potent than vinegar. She couldn't help but ponder that he might have gone a lot harder on Abumi, but after a brief stint of thinking, she started to think that he had gone easier on her. This thinking was done when Zaku remained inside, skittish of light for a whole 2 days. The salt and pepper mix was definitely a lot harsher, the grains were stubborn on his eyeballs. Thursday was current and she observed nothing but what was presumably him getting pelted with a melee of weapons, stones, and other miscellaneous items by a dozen of his creations that looked like him. While she already knew of his usage of such a cloning technique, she couldn't help but covet the jutsu, wishing that she herself had it. She constantly had an eye on her own surroundings while she watched him and soon asked herself, why the hell is he stoning himself? Well, why the hell do you sound ninjas keep stalking me? She looked up and saw him standing in the tree above her and dropped down beside her on the ground. She didn't bother trying to run. If anything, she'd talk him down. Well? He continued. Are you going to answer me or do I have to assume that you don't have anything else better to do? She was about to answer him but he interrupted by slightly chuckling in manic-esque manner. He himself had no idea how it came off like that, but it did happen. You know what? Fuck the experience. I have no fucking idea why it's interested in you. It makes me meet you, makes me let you off with warnings, I'm tired of it. He glowered at her and she felt like the atmosphere had become more foreboding and particularly dangerous. She recognized it as killing intent but what she witnessed over the course of her life made it tolerable enough to withstand, if only barely. Kin, I swear to Cammy, if I ever see you following me, stalking, observing or any other shit you can pull out of your ass ever happens again, I'll kill you. That goes double for your other bastard teammates. With a minute nod to signal that she understood his intentions, she left to return back to the hotel where she was staying. The Uzumaki merely stared after her but stayed as he were, letting himself collapse onto the ground, lying flat on his back. Why? He stared up into the green of the forest roof, wondering if his actions right now, or rather a lack of one, was actually the best option. I'm supposed to follow her to the hotel and listen in at the window. Their primary focus is Sasuke, but they hold interest in me because I'm strong. He spoke the last to himself in scorn. He didn't fancy himself as strong. Rather, he just decided that he wasn't as weak as some people. However, in the experience from last night, he had basically turned the tables on her and spied on the Odo team itself. He certainly didn't have to the second time, seeing as he already knew what he was supposed to do/learn. But this Kabuto fellow, he was wearing a leaf insignia on his Hitai 8. Why would he appear to give the 3 Odo genin orders? They want to kill all the members of Team 7? Why? A grudge, maybe? Something definitely wasn't sitting right. But Naruto did what he had been doing all his life. He ignored it. X equals X equals. Kabuto-sama, I still don't understand why you approve of us to follow him. We all know that he's no ordinary genin. Isn't that reason enough to dash? No, Kin. The medic Nin interrupted. It's merely for your own benefit. Huh? Zaku asked stupidly. How's it benefiting us? I got pepper and salt in my eyes dash. I'm well aware. I'm sure that you know that if I were to inform Orochimaru-sama of your incompetence to even observe a single genin, he'd deem you as no longer useful. Kin paled. She had never seen what had happened to people who were useless. Instead, she had always heard them. All of them were identified by agonized screaming and screeching and usually in a state that would compel even a pacifistic saint to kill them, with a blunt instrument. You mentioned that it was for our benefit. Dosu asked. Why? Isn't our target the Uchiha? No. Here's an update. Burn after reading. Kabuto tossed a small rolled-up pepper to Dosu, who read it aloud. It says to kill the whole team during the second phase of the exams. It also says that Sasuke is to be killed last in order. The fuck knows why. Maybe it's a psychological ploy or something but I don't understand. Why the secrecy if they just want us to kill the guy in the exams? Something's not settling right, Zaku agreed. Kin decided to just ignore it. Another day, another meager attempt to appease her bosses in order to keep her pathetic existence in check. What was there that she could do? They were the strongest she knew, chances that anyone could relieve her of their rule were remote. But why would he insist on us watching Naruto? Kin wondered. Our target is the Uchiha. Kabuto keeps telling me to watch Naruto. I don't know anymore, it's like I picked the worst hand in life. More like the wrong straw, Zaku couldn't help but guffaw. I might as well tail the pink-headed one. She looks like she's training in Suetun. His mirth ended at Dosu's next line. And when we kill the Uchiha, what could the next mission be? What would be our purpose? Kin had no idea what. She had long regretted blundering into the service of the White Snake, but those feelings had long since substituted for one of casual acceptance of her fate. Besides, she had a feeling that she wasn't going to be around much longer. She was bound to fail watching Naruto, and if he actually didn't kill her, it was far less merciful to die slowly in the service of Odo. X equals, Saturday. Finally, Naruto had his answers. It had taken him 2 days, 4 days, or rather the 4 experience gave him the answers he sought. Well, he didn't doubt the information, but he couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt when he recalled how he had threatened her. There was an even bigger piece of the picture to be seen, but at least the pieces were coming together to form a decent bit from which to make theories and assumptions. It also helped knowing that today he was making things right. But everything had to be done exactly and to the even minutest detail. Today's future was tailor-made to be perfect, and it had never let him down before. Pawns, huh? Naruto whispered softly. But is it telling me to help her or to avoid Kabuto? What else is there to know? He walked along the crowded roadway before he recalled what happened. All right. So I need to make a switch without him knowing. Me losing my temper must have been a part of the plan, so now Kabuto thinks that the threat must be encouraging her to improve on her spying on me. In truth, I'm only ignoring her now, but Kabuto, he's using her as a distraction because he's watching me too. Of course I would have never seen him before, especially when Kin's practically bumbling around compared to him. If it were just him, I would have been overly paranoid and be alerted. But with Kin watching me as well, he believed I would have never noticed him. Naruto snarled at this. I know what I have to do. I have to pick the lesser of two evils, but one of them is going to see. Today just happened to be horrible timing. Chapter 15. Kin ducked into the alleyway and stuck her head out only slightly as she observed her quarry. Said person of interest decided to enter a clothing store, and from the looks of things, he was none the wiser to her presence. At least, she hoped so. She really did. The Uzumaki, she felt that his need for clothes was rather iffish. While he needed clothes, he didn't really need it. His want for a better and larger wardrobe was certainly there, but the timing was weird. The Chunin exams were set on Monday, a measly 2 days from now currently. As it were, it was now Saturday and everyone was out in the streets, whether they were social all week long or if they were voluntary recluses who despised rubbing shoulders. The call of the end of the week summoned all to mill in the streets to shop, leisure in social activities and so on. She felt it would have been difficult to remain undetected on the normal days of the week, but now, the hustle and bustle was sure to hide her. All she needed was a transformation technique performed and she'd blend in. She had already done so, and the ever-present fear of getting caught was nulled a bit. I'd better get closer, Tsuchi reasoned. She frowned in distaste at the thought. Surely, it wasn't necessary. After all, it was just a clothing store. A clothing store, 2 days before the Chunin exams. Well, she was ordered by Kabuto to keep him in her sights, and unless she wanted to become an experiment wishing for death, she'd better follow. The only problem was that it was obvious that the crowds of the village were certainly not occupying a single clothing store, and the thinner numbers were sure to expose her. She was full hidden, but to go in the establishment where the boy himself was, it could be said that Naruto always knew of her presence, but he had yet to catch her, or confront her if he already knew of her proximity since his threat. The one that would condemn her to death. How he'd carry it out, or when, she didn't know. What she did know, however, was that she wasn't about to test the waters. She deliberated for all of 3 minutes before she stepped out of the alley, and suppressing the growing nervousness that swelled inside her like a physical block in her throat, trying to rob her of the functionality of her breathing channel. Steeling herself after 3 minutes, Kin stepped out after a brief battle with her sense of practicality and trepidation and entered the store. It's not all of the village, but it's crowded too. I guess I can make this work after all. That she could. The store was packed with men, teens and mothers with young children, shopping for clothing, footwear, and all of it done at a bargain. Evidently, a sale was going on. So he's lacking financially? I'm sure that he can buy clothes anytime he wants. The Ninfo card said that he had cashed in on Zabuza's bounty. He's got the coin, so maybe he's thrifty. I'd better find him, before he finds me. She strolled to a clothing bin close to the front entrance of the store in case she needed to flee in a hurry, and busied herself there. Like everyone else at the bargain bin, she removed an article of clothing, held it against her person where it would be applied, hem and haw about it, and put it back as if she disagreed with it. All the while, scanning all she could see with glances and unnoticeable stares, trying to find the blonde. The thing was, not even one blonde could be seen. Oh no, she worried at this. Where is he? Is he using a henge too? Excuse me. Kin felt a startling tap on her shoulder and nearly jumped out of her skin, panicking that it was him. Her bearings quickly returned, and she angled her head to turn left to see the person behind her was an apparent store clerk. The clerk was a teenage girl, presumably 16 or 17, with a pleasant face, but was slightly hinting that they wished that they were elsewhere. I couldn't help but notice that it looks as if you can't decide that you need. Do you want some help? Suggestions, maybe? Help? Definitely. Although it's probably not the way she's thinking. No thanks, I'm fine. Really? Sure didn't look that way to me, the teenager pressed. I'm fine, Kin insisted, hoping that the clerk would just go away and leave her alone. Her presence close to her was sure to attract attention. But since you asked, the Oto Kunoichi hesitated as a new thought came to be in the recesses of her mind, providing a new way to spy, although from a questionable perspective. It egged her on to say it, to tackle the latest idea it provided. I'm, trying to. She motioned the teenager closer to her for privacy and whispered in her ear. I'm looking for something, Lacey. She hissed the last gently and thankfully, no one else heard and so there were no awkward reactions, save for the clerk who grinned. The teen then pointed to the rear end of the shop and Kin took the direction and excuse to change her location without appearing suspicious. She had a perfectly legitimate reason to, as there was nothing she wanted at where she was before. But that wasn't the only reason. That particular area was sure to be far less patronized at present and this was proven true when she saw 3 people there. In fact, counting herself, there were only 3 people in what was a whole damn lingerie aisle but Kin had wished there would have been none other than herself there. To be content to search from a location that the blonde was sure to not occupy and scope out the whole store. Still, a few people was better than having it full, she supposed. She removed an item off of shelf rack that basically hid the lingerie aisle from the rest of the store and created an opening she could peer through. After looking through the space between the remaining items on the shelf and yet failed to spot Naruto, she placed the good back where it belonged and moved further down the aisle to try again where the goods still on the shelves had impeded her vision. She repeated the process and still, no Naruto to be found. Either the henge he had was perfect, or he had virtually disappeared. Where is he? She muttered worriedly. I've failed. I'm as good as dead. Now, why is that? A new voice spoke from behind her. She didn't bother trying to run, try to defend herself, try to fight. She merely turned around slowly to see the 3 ordinary people from before in the aisle standing a mere 2 feet away from her. The one in the middle had released his henge to reappear as Naruto, the one to the left did as well, but the third did another henge to appear as Kin in her current transformation. The last one was a bit disconcerting, but Naruto continued speaking. Why is that? He repeated. Is it because I told you specifically to leave me alone? Or is it some other ultimatum given you that has your life pre-offered as forfeit should you fail to gather information on me? His tone was plain but carried illusions of condescension and yet surprisingly, a tiny amount of sympathy. Or regret, whichever one. It was hard to tell. She wasn't raised to be knowledgeable, but she knew enough to understand what he was saying. Both. With resolution strong, she prepared for death. It was rather soft, even by her standards, but she slightly angled her head to the side to bare her neck to him while closing her eyes. Kin's posture was noticeably tensed and it was even more so when she felt his hand rested on her shoulder, closest to where her carotid veins were easily exposed. Her breathing and her pulse quickened and hoped for it to be quick and painless, however, she received no such thing. In fact, she started to believe that he was drawing it out on purpose, just to further her. Kin. Open your eyes. Hesitantly, she peeked an eye open and then the other, hoping that she wasn't to witness some horror, or her demise. No such thing happened, and she couldn't read anything from his bored-looking expression. I'm not going to kill you. Calm down. It took several seconds for that to sink in, and then a minute or 2 to comprehend that he was serious. Huh? The clones to his sides that looked like him stepped away. The one that looked like him promptly left the store but the one that was hinged to look like her left around 30 seconds later, stealing after the first one but not too obviously. The significance of this was lost on her but there was no room to dwell on the happening as Naruto clasped her hand and began to lead her away. It was only because of her attempts at keeping a docile nature why she permitted this, an aspect that would benefit her. Sort of. Naruto led her by the hand and while he did so, she noticed that the general area was washing out around them, washing out as in everyone and everything was gradually bleaching of all color. In fact, she was about to yell in alarm, had not Naruto warned her to be quiet. Shush. Don't make any outbursts. He hissed. Wah! What the he dash? Shh. This one hinted something of a threat and she obliged, falling silent. Instead, she could only gawk in befuddlement as the volume faded out of existence as well. The world could be described as a colorless comic she had once seen when she was on the farm with Shiarda. It was one of his she believed, and frankly, even this was getting to be far too eerie. It's not them, you know. Naruto spoke softly as he led them to the back of the store, doing his best to tread quietly. It's us. Us? She parroted dumbly. What the hell you mean, us? Kabuto can still hear you here, if you talk loud enough. We need to go out through the back. Naruto cautioned as they approached the store's back exit that was for employees. During her observation of everything else, she hadn't even realized that he had basically led them around everyone out of sight and it was especially easier, with lackadaisical employees at the back of the store and the fact that they were practically at the back to begin with. The lingerie aisle was their starting point. That particular point needed some looking into, as to his presence of being in that aisle before even her to begin with. Just then, she rediscovered herself and started to struggle. Us? No. I'm Dash. He started to run towards the back door and at the arrival, ran right through it. Everything around them continued to fade into black, and Kin started to feel like she was trapped in a nightmare. Before she could yell and beat his hand off of her wrist, his grip on her hand tightened and she was pulled through as well after him. It wasn't a feeling, but more of a sensation of going through a waterfall. It had been growing in her without even her own notice, becoming a jarring experience she couldn't help but have. It was over as soon as it began, but all that lay beyond them now and behind them was black. Completely, well and truly, black. Fuck, not black. It was nothing. Here, she did scream, but it came out as dead silence. It was all so quiet that she thought that she would lose her mind. Well, she did, in a way, but she regained it when she looked back down at herself. When she realized that she was losing color as the boy ahead of her still holding her hand, Naruto was once again pulling along a raving lunatic of a kunoichi and ignored her attempts to struggle out of her gasp, as well as buffet him to get him to let go of her. Not too long now, he mouthed the words and finally plopped himself down on, well, whatever they were walking on. They had been walking on black, and sat on black, beneath black, everywhere, everything black in this hellish realm of non-existence, Naruto said aloud, and as soon as he did, it was as if the sound, in general, was unmuted. As soon as his volume had re-emerged, so had the sounds of her screaming. Time passed in a queer way. Naruto had judged it to be 5 hours, but in reality, it had been years. She had long ago regained her sanity and her memory, but she sat a far distance away from him. There was nothing between them, and yet? It was too confusing to think about. You can sit beside me, you know. I don't bite. He lay off for a bit, wondering how messed up his experience was before he woke up to foresee this day. It was muddled in this day, sure, but it hadn't even been an hour in the experience before she was doing it now. Kin walked over to Naruto and sat beside him very hesitantly, apprehension rolling off of her in waves. They both were in a lotus-style position, and to break the ice, Naruto very slowly removed an apple from his bag and gave it to her. She registered the act and Naruto nearly flinched when the apple was gone from his hand. What was left there though, nearly felt like pain from how sudden the fruit was swiped. A few crunches later. How'd you know? Kin asked sternly. Know what? He asked back, feigning ignorance. That apples were my favorite. You told me. That's how I know. I never told you, the flabbergasted Oto Kunoichi argued. You don't know anything about me. Besides Dash. You're the one spying on me and not the other way around? The Uzumaki finished her sentence from his point of view with a smirk, knowing he had taken the words right from her mouth. It was good to know that the experience wasn't incorrect. How'd you know Dash? What you were going to say? Would you just let me Dash finish a goddamn sentence? She looked as if she would have enjoyed hitting him over the head but thought better of it, deciding to just stay silent and put. There was so much that she needed to grasp, nevertheless, it remained out of her grasp. To make a short recap, she was ordered to follow him, gather intelligence on him and such. However, all of that turned into a clusterfuck of sorts when she tried to find him in a clothing store, but instead it was he who found her. Then everyone turned into pale spirits, then they turned into the same thing and went through a tangible object to the outside where nothing existed. In fact, she pondered whether or not she was really sitting presently. It felt as if she was on somewhere solid, but for all she knew she could have been floating in midair. Maybe it was just a nightmare. She hoped it was just a nightmare. She had been insane for Kami knew how long before she grew bored of that and decided that she might as well take a seat beside the guy who had threatened to end her on multiple occasions and likely responsible for their current state. She felt like throttling him for answers, but she knew she was badly outclassed by him, most likely. If anything, and she was unexpectedly successful and killed him, all she would be stuck with was a corpse who wore clothing that almost blended in with the black they were in. How do you know Dash? What you're going to say? He finished. She raised her eyebrow, trying to think of a way around the complications. Kin Dash, she began. Tsuchi, he finished her name for her, although she had never told him. Feeling badly perturbed, she decided to press on. She was starting to entertain all sorts of crazy ideas in her head, and strangely, they all felt apt and likely. 1. She was in a high-level genjutsu. 2. He could read minds. 3. He knew the future, in some bizarre way. She continued to stare at him, trying to figure out the blonde. What's this guy's business with me? If anything, he looks kinda eager for a chat. Maybe I could actually get him to tell me info about Dash. Don't ask me what my team or I am capable of, he said suddenly, startling her out of her thought line. Don't you think you have other things to be concerned about? He waved around in a horizontal manner, gesturing to the space around them. Look around. Whatever the current situation is, finding out what I can or cannot do shouldn't be first on your list. She actually felt like weeping in frustration, but it came out as a groan. Are you reading my Dash mind? No, I cannot read minds. That was easier than she thought. Well, he could be lying, but he didn't seem the type. Kin had no idea how she had that notion, but it felt right. Genjutsu? No. We're in a place of no space. The only thing that actually exists here is time, but it's horribly warped. Her silence continued for a while as she tried to gather herself. I'm in a place that does not exist. Hi, he answered simply. What the dash? Language. He stated with a warning undertone, cutting her off. Gra. She slapped her hands against her temples and very nearly tore her hair in frustration. Why me? I never asked for this. The Uzumaki looked sorrowful as he gazed at the Kunoichi, who began to rant and that she did, all over the place for the next hour. I'm sorry. Sorry? Her head swiveled to him crazily. Did you cause this? Kinda, he admitted. Pondering what he said earlier, she recalled that all that existed here was time. Time. How he expected her. How he knew what to do. How he knew what she was going to say. You can dash, she began with a gasp. Yes, Kin, he answered with something of a smile. Now that that's out of the way, take a seat. Tsuchi threw up her hands in her dilemma, trying to suppress a scoff. Do you think that we're supposed to just get amicable after you told me that you're responsible for this whole mess? She waved her hands in explosive arcs to indicate the area they were in. Furthermore, we have no ties together. You've probably been spying on me, as you know that I have on you. We're far from friends, hell, we're enemies from different villages. Why me? Naruto sighed as he stood up and stretched. Upon doing this, he walked briskly over to her and bowed his head at the shoulders. I'm sorry. He raised his head and stared her in her bonny orbs. You didn't have to be here. Rather, you were actually the lesser of two evils I was forced to pick. My selfishness had a part to play, but dash. What do you mean, lesser of two evils? She interjected. I'm not going to beat around the bush. It was either you to be here, or Kabuto. To be honest, I'd much prefer having you here than that scumbag. Either way, I had to do this with somebody, or I'd die. Kabuto? She suppressed a shudder as she recalled the medic. How's he relevant? I was the one following you like a big, good-for-nothing dash. Hey, Naruto spoke in a consolatory voice. You're being too hard on yourself. But to be blunt, Kabuto was in your shadow, kinda. He knew that I'd catch on to him if it were just him. Instead, with you bumbling around, he believed that whenever I felt a spike in paranoia or detected shifts in motion, I'd think that it's just you. That's actually not hard to believe, she said finally. It made a lot of sense, to begin with, not to mention the fact that it would explain why Kabuto had insisted on her sticking to him. How much do you know? What is there to know? Naruto asked. Kabuto and you three Oto Genin have an unhealthy interest in me and my team. Good. He doesn't seem to know about the invasion. But, he admitted to having knowledge of the future. He's bound to know about it before it happens. You alright? You look like you just had dash. Get us out of here, she interrupted. Now. It doesn't work like that. Kin stroked her forehead, trying to alleviate her growing stress levels. You gaffed Kabuto by using your two clones to act like us and leave, while we entered this hellhole for reasons known only to you, just so you could dash. You make excellent company. Naruto unsealed a book and tossed it to her. So welcome to the longest day of your life. How long? Doesn't matter, he responded gruffly. But if you need specifics, it's been 3 weeks or so by the original standards. We have another one to go. A month? She boggled. We missed the Chunin exams. No, we didn't. He returned to whatever he was doing in his large notepad with his pencil, making sure to keep it hidden from her. No time's really passing here. Just don't try to figure it out. Tsuchi felt the ache that had been welling up in her head recede as he instructed her not to think about it. Ugh. What kind of book is this? She thumbed through the book and a scowl marred her features. This is some heavy shit. As she leafed through it, she could feel her podunk countryside education getting outspanned by their limits. While she could read to some extent, this book was like a dictionary. It'll keep you occupied. If you don't want to read, sleep, talk, find something to do. Why don't you get us the fuck out of here sooner rather than later? Kin, you and I both know that you are not in control of the situation, besides, you don't even like swearing. She held off when she realized that she had no argument to something like that. Fine. How come your hair's so long? 'Cause I never cut it, she answered bluntly. She really didn't feel like talking about this subject and without delay, tried to switch topics. Hey future boy, what's the meaning of dash? I don't know, right? I'm not omniscient. He continued scribbling away at slash in what he was doing without even looking up to acknowledge her. The raven-haired Kunoichi furrowed her eyebrows at this and tried to ignore it with a mild shake of the head. Going over the book one last time, she gave up before throwing the thing aside and decided to see whatever the hell he was doing. She approached Naruto casually, but as soon as she came within a foot of him, he moved away as well, hugging his work to his chest to hide it. What are you doing? Something, obviously. Something, what? She was bored out of her mind and was eager for any sort of distraction. She could see where he was coming from when he spoke about wanting company, but why the hell did she have to have the bad luck to be the one he chose? Of all the days to be me. Kami, give me strength. If we've been here for nearly a month, how come dash? We don't need to eat, sleep, or answer the calls to nature. Just don't try to figure it out. Everything's just slowed down to nearly zero. Naruto flexed the fingers on his right hand, faint white lights glowing around his hand. Instead, he remained focused on his work before him. Now for your next question, I think milquetoast means an unassertive person. No, I can't just tell you the future willy-nilly. I'd shiver to think what you'd do with that information. Kin sighed. How much longer? Lost track a few days ago. He mumbled apologetically. By now, his entire body glowed white and he had refrained from answering any questions from his companion about it. He knew what was happening. He knew. He had had a Kekii Genkai after all. This was proven that his abilities had heightened. Not his knowledge of the future, but he could feel the grasping of what he knew about the abilities themselves feed directly into his mind. He knew what they were of, and he was actually learning how to use them. Although the latter was actually a very slow progress. But in spite of that, the Kekii Genkai Accelerator was a resounding success. Well, he was going to die 30 years younger, but who really gave a damn? Not him. Why me? Kin asked demurely. Somehow along this wretched and horribly dark experience, she had been humbled somewhat, or she had just lost a lot of bite against her companion. While it was most likely the latter, Kin wondered what would happen after this was done. Would he kill her? She now knew his secret, although he had told her. He knew, or was bound to know who her bosses were and what their intentions were of, and she'd be landfill. So although she was hating the situation, she hated thinking about her fate once it was zeroed. It was like a man imprisoned, but he knew that murderous people who had a bone to pick with him were waiting for the day he got out. Why you? Naruto asked dumbly. Yeah. Why me? I'm not a friend of yours. Why didn't you just ask a friend of yours to stick this out with you instead of me? I'm no comrade of yours. I'm not even of your village. I'm an enemy. You're no friend, sure, the glowing boy agreed. But you're not an enemy. You're basically in a neutral zone. Besides, you kinda reminded me of someone. Naruto eyed her, thinking of Haku as he mulled over the similarities again before his eyes dropped. I'm given a specific set of instructions, you could say. But what's given me is a choice between Kabuto Dash. Or me, she interrupted for once. But you fought and beat Zabuza. I'm sure that you could fight Kabuto if you wanted, instead of dragging me into this. I don't ask questions anymore. Naruto stated firmly. I don't second-guess instructions. I paid far too much last time, and I refuse to dash. He suddenly caught to what he was saying when he saw her confused look. Never mind. Look, I know I said I was sorry and all, but I didn't apologize for, well, threatening to kill you. It's really a waste, you know? I really wasn't going to. Although I am blooded. He affirmed the last, letting her know that he was not above killing. Keep your mouth shut about this, and you keep your life. Meh, whatever. I kinda figured, she replied nonchalantly. What going to happen when this thing is over and done with? You get to do whatever you want to do. You haven't lost anything. All you're doing right now is experiencing something extra. It'll be like no time had passed in the real world. If you say so. She tossed the book to him. I'm done. What else have you got? That's it, he uttered with mild regret. But if you want to pass the time, you could always keep talking. It makes me feel good not to know that I'm all alone here. Kin absent-mindedly rolled her eyes. Glad I'm useful for something. He no longer glowed. He was fully radiant, and Kin could no longer look at him without half-shielding her eyes. It got on her nerves, but somehow, she got the feeling that she had stumbled on some sort of metamorphosis of his, and suffice to say, she was awed. In a world of utter pitch black, he was like a pure white beacon, save for the black and gray flashes around him every now and then. Seriously, after running out of extremely limited small talk topics, how could she not want to talk about wherever they were in, or whatever he might be becoming? But he wouldn't say another word about that. Besides this, she got a feeling that someday, she might end up looking like him. Finally something new began to happen. The darker flashes and glows that had increasing in frequency and vividness had finally taken over his body. The right side of his body was completely white, but the left side was completely black, so much so that it blended in with the darkness of the area they were in. That in particular was as black as new moon at midnight in the bottom of a coal mine shaft. However, between those adverse regions, his head and the middle alignment of his chest and gut right down to his groin was a perfect gray. Qin decided to just try and ignore it. He wasn't going to talk about it, that was still understandable. After all, she was to be spying on him and she already knew enough to put her future in jeopardy, and she had run out of things to do to occupy her attention. But as she slept, however, an alternating pair of white and black eyes watched her, the mind behind them thinking of what the future held for both himself and the Oto Kunoichi. After a few moments longer, he went back to his notepad. =x == x=. Inky orbs opened and were nearly blinded as a bright light glared into them. Groggily raising a hand to her face to shield them by peering through the cracks, she instantly felt his fatigue ebb away as she sat up from lying on her side, taking in her surroundings. Naruto? Where are we? No answer. Naruto? Qin looked around, taking in the immediate settings. She was no longer in the pitch-black realm of just time, as Naruto had put it. She'd never understand that, but what she was calling to mind was that she could hear the hustle and bustle of the village. Judging from the yells here and there, in the distance, she could reason that it was the very day that she had departed from. The back exit of the store was behind her, and she was, apparently lying on some clothes like a makeshift blanket. The area where she was in was deserted. Everything was normal. He's gone. She stood up now and began to smooth out her clothing. As she did so, she took note of a piece of paper in her other hand for the first time, a folded one. Looking at it, she saw that it was addressed to her, Qin Tsuchi. With barely any preparation in case this went south, she unfolded it all at once and straightened the pressed lines. After a full minute of staring, she finally recognized it for what it really was. Her scrutiny soon became one of admiration of the sketch of herself. There were 3 different sketches of her, in fact, all of her in different poses during the ordeal. Standing with her weight centered on one leg, another of her reclining while propping her head up one arm, and the last which was of her sleeping just now. Even if it were of herself, she never would have thought of herself as pretty. Not narcissistic, mind you, but her first glance of the sketch bore the thought, wow, she's pretty. And then she realized that it was actually her. If Naruto wasn't talented at any one thing, then he was certainly gifted at sketching. The only thing that wasn't perfectly accurate was a graced smile on her lips in all 3 poses. She didn't mind. At the very bottom of the sketch, written in the right corner. Thanks for your time, Naruto. Qin carefully folded the sketch, placed it in a secure place within which to carry it on her person and ambled off with a small smile on her face. Chapter 16. The day had finally arrived. Naruto didn't know about the others, but he had spent months years on Saturday, waiting for this moment. Naturally, he didn't have the time to slow walk dramatically with his team as they approached the institution that would house them for the first phase of the Chunin exams. Well, he knew, but his team had yet to know. Naruto could feel it. Time was an idea, an abstract thing, to everyone else. It wasn't as if he could hold it as if it was a tangible thing, but rather, he could actually feel it. Time was like some sort of person behind a camera, telling everyone to get in line and look their best for a photo opportunity. The end photo showed all who were in the picture, excepting the person controlling everything. Naruto couldn't see time. He couldn't hear it, or feel it. However, he could sense its influence on everything around him with a better perception. It was creepy at first, but he had gotten used to it. After all, he had to deal with it for the rest of his life, might as well hurry up and get that out of the way, huh? He mentally checked his seals. All of them were on his person, all in the areas where he believed he would need them, not to mention in places that could maximize his quick draw. He then took inventory by recalling their contents and grinned to himself. The exams will be interesting. He zoned out the quiet conversation between Sakura and Sasuke as he called to mind the people that had made his life interesting, of late, around 1 week before exams to be precise. Running around, pranking, virtually kidnapping and threatening Oto ninjas. His mind fixed upon one in particular. He was pleased to have made her acquaintance. She reminds me of Haku, he mumbled. Foreign Kunoichi I could have fought, but instead, became friends with. Did you say something, Naruto? Sakura looked to the blonde and asked, mid-conversation with Sasuke. She'd come far from what was previously an out-of-proportion crush. Just talking to myself. Oh, and Naruto looked around. Make sure that at all times, that you're at 100%. I'm not missing anything, she answered. What do you mean? You two should check yourselves every now and again. Not to make sure that you're not missing anything, but to make sure you're not carrying anything extra. Sasuke grunted. I see. Other people in the exam might want to slip things onto us. Exactly. He looked straight ahead, gazing intently at the road before him. Sakura, Sasuke? This came from Sakura, but the Uchiha merely glanced at his fellow male squad mate. How do you see me? What kind of light do you see me in? He asked, as if unsure of the answer. In fact, he really didn't know the answer. He had had free rein during his traversal to the area where the exams took place. Nothing happened on this trip, but he had to know. He wanted to know. I don't understand. Describe me using 5 words. Naruto replied shortly. Be honest. Where did this come from? The Uchiha queried. What brought this on? That's it? I'm indescribable? The Uzumaki's tone indicated that he was nearly upset. After so long, you can't describe me using 5 words? Am I just a placeholder for this team to make sure that the squad is full? Calm down, Naruto. I'll try. If you can oblige the same to me, that is, Sakura piped up with a smirk. Truthful, brutal, honest, eccentric and idealistic. Really? Naruto was pleasantly surprised to hear the last. Idealistic? Yeah. Back in Wave. You were like, go team go in your own twisted way the whole time. Always hoping for better. He was pleased to hear such an analysis, but he wanted to hear Sasuke's description of him. On that, of course, Sasuke took a while. But after that, all he came up with was emotional, strong, original, mature, uncanny. Question mark. The Uzumaki had to check his hearing. Huh? I hear compliments in that. Maybe I'm going mental. Or rather, it's you who's gone mental. Now for me. Personally, Sasuke, I think you're collected, ambition issues, he said this carefully, lest he offend. A damned good ninja for one who spent the least time in the academy, issues pertaining to the opposite sex, he uttered, hinting to his teammates fangirls. And needs to take it easy on the whole emo crap. Me? The onyx-eyed youth couldn't believe the portrayal. Emo? You're getting over it, Naruto mumbled. Mostly because we treat you like a regular human being, despite others of the village who think you're the best thing since sliced bread. HN. And he's back, Naruto sighed. And now for Sakura. Oh boy, I'm at a loss for words. He saw that Sakura was about to speak up but he shushed her. Not necessarily a good thing. You said that I was brutal and honest. Now, I'm going to be brutally honest. He reached into his pocket and took out a now worn-looking picture of Team 7 the day after they were christened a squad. The next one he retrieved was a recent one of them leaning against each other after a long day of training. That one was taken by Kakashi at a reasonable time and distance. It was a brilliant photo op, one of them all leaning against each other as they sat on the ground. Do you see the difference? Naruto asked Sakura. The pinkette looked and could see the differences, sure, but not the ones that Naruto wanted to hear. Not like, clean and dirty, or presentable and filthy. Alright, I'll tell you. In the first one, you were bratty, loud, skinny, biased, in short, a fangirl. She did not answer. Instead, she let him continue. In the second one, you've matured, settled, have some meat on your bones, fair, in short, a kunoichi. And that face she made, that face that he saw her make, he was sure. He was sure he couldn't be any prouder of her. You've come a long way. You don't fawn over him anymore. You treat him more like a good friend, and he you. You're not quick to judge people, comparing them to him. You don't complain over training, bash the very idea of eating, or being afraid to get your hands dirty. You've advanced yourself. I mean, look at us. We're a team. He gestured to the both of them as well as himself. I know we all have our skeletons in our closets, but who doesn't? Let's go to the exams and rip shit up. Naruto? Yes, Sakura? You seem to always be in the know about what's going on, she hazarded. Any tips on Dash? What to do? He finished. After seeing her nod, he continued with a sigh. For these kinds of exams, I'm sure that they'll try to separate us. They'll test our strengths, tenacity under pressure, mental agility, or just straight up make us fight one another. All I can say is that all we have to do is don't let anyone psyche us out, and grin and bear it. Alright. Fine. Naruto scrutinized them once before he took hold of the knob and turned it, opening the door and allowing them to enter before himself. Almost immediately, the door slammed shut behind them, and there was no knob on their end. There was only a single door at the end of a long hallway. Well, let's go then, Sasuke muttered. Following his lead, they all advanced to the door in a long walk. Upon reaching it, all the door said was, "Do not enter." Naruto scoffed, "Oh really?" sarcastically before opening the door. "Let's go inside." "Are you sure?" Sakura asked. "It's a rule, right? Are you unsure?" Naruto asked back saggistically. She was the first to enter after all. X=X=X=. I heard that they're changing a lot of things this year, besides the fights at the end. Kurenai gossiped to Asuma. It's going to be really trying. Me too. I hope they'll be alright. We did send in rookies, after all. You sent rookies? Guy yelled in a smug-sounding tone. My genin are well seasoned. Well, what about you, Kakashi? Kurenai asked the silent Hatake from where he sat reading a newspaper. Apparently, it looked like the area that announced sweepstake winners. Me? Are you asking about my genin? Yes. I don't have any genin, the man answered matter-of-factly. I have a team. And that's going to trump all of your genin. And when the time comes, I'm sorry for any one of your genin meeting any of my students when fighting. Care for a wager? Asuma asked with a smirk. Wager? Kakashi was next to the man in an instant. But of course. Had they known about the history of the members of Team 7 in Wave, Kakashi doubted that any of them would have anteed up to bet. But they didn't, and it didn't matter if he had to bribe Naruto to find out the future of winning for him. This outcome was as good as set in granite anyway. Not only will I bet on my team, I want another bet on which student will win the whole exams. Shikamaru, Asuma said instantly. Niji. Shino. Kurenai said hesitantly. This isn't easy to answer, though. We have to take foreign ninja into account. Alright, for who goes the farthest and/or wins? Let me guess. You're picking Sasuke? The Sarutobi asked. Nope. Kakashi answered with an eye smile. Naruto. I guess you're losing this bet, the Genjutsu mistress chortled. We'll see. Now then, money. I want to see it out in the open. X=X=X=. Hey guys. Sakura greeted. Good to see you all? Looks like we're all here, Kiba responded with a feral-looking smile. All of us rookies, that is. One could only wonder what our senseis were thinking, Shikamaru said with a yawn. Chunin exams for rookies? TCH, how troublesome. Sakura finally turned to acknowledge her yet-to-speak blonde friend. Ino? It's been too long. How've you been? The Yamanaka could only silently stare at the pinkette. The clan heiress knew how Sakura looked, thought she knew how she looked. The hair was there, certain facial features were there, but the clothes, the confidence, the maturation, this was not the Sakura she knew, all dressed in reds and blacks, having gained some pounds in the right places and showing marked muscle definition. But she was calling out to her. How was she to answer? Hey, Sakura, Ino replied lamely. I'm fine, she added a shrug for good measure, trying to salvage what self-esteem she had left. That's good to hear. Hey, Nii-san, Hinata greeted as she walked up with the members of Team 8. I haven't forgotten, you know. Her statement shocked all those who knew her, and her crush, or rather previous crush on the Uzumaki, and all eyes flitted from her to Naruto. I'm still unharmed. Naruto said testily. Except for the time you repainted my favorite bench brown. The truth was, he knew that she was pranking him, but he sat on the wet paint bench anyway. If she had failed to keep trying to prank him, she might have lost confidence. But not enough for bragging rights, though, as it was nearly nightfall and not many people could get a glimpse of him then anyway. Still worked, the Hyuga boasted. The score is 4-1. You don't have much to brag about. Whoa, what the hell is going on? Kiba half yelled, now infuriated. Since, what is this? He's not aware, Imuto, Naruto said in a hinting tone. Didn't you tell him? He didn't ask. So I said nothing. There was a bit of bout there and then between Hinata and Kiba, and while that took place, Naruto looked in the area where he had aforeknown where to look. And there she was, standing next to her teammates. But what was with the pose? He supposed it was an anime sort of thing, he did see it on television once. Heh, cool. Did I just think that? He glanced away before she became paranoid enough to notice his stare. Must be a blue moon this week or something. I probably shouldn't try to get her attention. I still gotta follow the rules of the 4 experience, even if it means that I have to put up with Kabuto. He thought the name as in the manner that he'd spit on the person, and to think of the devil, the self-same person showed up. Hey, you 9. You might want to take it down a notch. A newcomer in a mystery shade of purple/magenta came on scene, marked as one of their village with a leaf Hitai 8. He had silver hair, and wore spectacles. You're attracting unwanted attention to yourselves. Doesn't that take off the attention off of yourself? Naruto asked back pointedly, hinting to the undercover nin that he was aware of his practices, if he caught the hint in the first place. And who are you to tell us what to do, anyway? He ignored the glares from other contestants for Chunin's status, although certain others of the 9 were. I'm Kabuto, the newcomer answered. I'm a bit of a veteran genin. Took the exam 7 times. Are the exams that hard? Or is it that you just suck? Naruto taunted. Elsewhere, the Uzumaki could have sworn he might have heard Kin giggle just once, and shushed herself. He mentally patted himself on the back from eliciting mirth from her, even if it was just for an instant. They're that hard, besides, 7 is supposed to be lucky. Perhaps this'll be the time I finally catch a break, Kabuto said sheepishly, but a rather harsh-looking lens glare developed in his glasses. Damn you, Uzumaki. You just enjoy making my job difficult, don't you? Especially after actually tricking me with doppelgangers of you and Kin. Even Kin, who told a story of how she got knocked out. Although I don't believe her. She could be compromised, she needs culling, if that's the case. So, thank you for trying to warn us. You may return to, wherever you came from, buddy. The Uzumaki continued to antagonize. This part was fun before, and still is. I'm a fellow Leaf Nin. I can help you guys out a little. With some information about the exams, of course. I've been around for a long time. After some details here and there about the concept of his ninfo cards, Sasuke glanced around the room. I can't think of anyone to ask for. Uzumaki Naruto, then. 1. Why'd you ask about your own teammate? Hinata asked. Don't you know him well enough already? That's the thing, Sasuke muttered. I know so much, and yet so little about him. Besides, he smirked a bit. If you tell me what I know already, the info is basically repetitive. If you can't tell me anything, then your info is useless. Kabuto still heard the unspoken third rule. It wasn't said, but there was a third one. If I can tell him more than what he knows, then I'll be a dangerous factor and liability. Suspicion will fall on me, knowing a guy better than his own teammates. But, how much does Sasuke know? I can't say for certain. Alright. He channeled a bit of his chakra into the card he knew to be Naruto's. I'll just go for stats, and the things his team must be aware of. Still better to be safe than sorry. Alright, Uzumaki Naruto. Says here that his teammates are you, and Haruno Sakura. Jounin-sensei is Hatake Kakashi. For mission statistics, he's done 30D rank missions, 0C ranks dash. Kiba chuckled at this, while Hinata and the others looked a bit thrown off. All you guys have been doing are chores? And 1A rank, Kabuto finished. And that marked the shutting up of Kiba. And to let me finish, whoa. He pretended to look shocked. What is it? Shikamaru asked, curious now. Says he single-handedly killed Zabuza Momochi, the demon of the hidden mist, and his apprentice. He also assisted in the killing of Gato the shipping magnate, a user of the swift release. Although assist also goes to Kakashi and Sasuke who did the actual kill. Well, damn. Nothing new, the Uchiha muttered. I guess it was just a repeat. A reminder at best, and I hate reminders. Are you kidding? Ino cried. What the hell have you guys been eating? Well, this has only served to break what little motivation I may have had to do these exams, Shikamaru said. Any other genin here have been killing elite Jounin? I mean, single-handedly killing him? How is that possible? I just did everything right, that's all, Naruto defended. Elsewhere, Kin smiled to herself. It's just like him to act that way. If only. Really now, Hinata mumbled. And you still sat on brown paint? She asked pointedly. I have my off days, Naruto defended. I did that on purpose. If only I could actually tell her that without wrecking the relationship we have. He now turned to address the crowd of genins gathered, still petering out killing intent. Anyway, to all of you eavesdropping, pissbot cunts, I'd call you all assholes, but those serve a purpose, like giving birth to likes of you. Cross me, and I'll rip your ugly goddamned heads off and shit down your throats. Those who get offended, are those it applies to. I hate when the experience tells me do things I don't like doing. Needless to say, everyone did feel like it was being applied to them. They were all about to collectively rip the Uzumaki a new one when there was a fairly large explosion of smoke, from whence came 6 higher-up ninja emerged. 5 of them retreated to somewhere unseen, while the last, female, remained at the front to address all who were present. Welcome to the exams. The pineapple-headed woman yelled. Or as I like to call it, your epitaph. What happens to you in the exams is going on your tombstone right below your name. Don't worry. It's least we could do. Wouldn't want you in an unmarked grave now, would we? The woman said smugly. Obviously a kunoichi, she wore a fitted mesh bodysuit and a tan trench coat, along with an orange miniskirt. She also wore shin guards, But her snakefang-looking pendant went fairly unnoticed to the majority, who were merely studying her assets, if they could get a glimpse, that is. There was a brief moment of silence before there was a loud cough in which an insulting response was hidden. The problem was, it was easily interpreted to everyone as someone trying to cough, corn alert. The rookies recognized the perpetrator to be Naruto. The woman decided to ignore it. "My name's Anko. I'll be your proctor for this stage of the exams." Naruto glanced about. They were in a very large, unfurnished room with no windows but had decent electrical lighting, capable of housing 300 easily, allowing each person to have decent room. That was good, for there were around 90 teams here, including his. That detail passed into his mind easily, though. He expected that, and he would soon need to taunt the woman again as she droned in the background. He knew the rules already, but decided to rerun them in his mind as she spoke. "This is an espionage and theft test. For this one, there are 20 keys around this room. Some are on people without them knowing, some are hidden with Genjutsu, some are under rugs, although most of those are booby-trapped. The last 25 keys are being slowly made by Kijins, 5 each. The 5 Kijins are the 5 machines or 5 different points in the room. 1 to each wall and 1 in the ceiling. Once one key is used, it can be cast aside, but the door at the far end won't register the key anymore. Each key can only be used once, and Chunin are making sure that only one team passes through the exit behind her. At the most, only 45 teams will make it to the second stage. Some people will get killed of course, but only whole teams can leave. Also, some of you have keys planted on you without your knowledge. All of the keys have chakra running on them and they'll light up and reveal you to be a carrier." The woman yelled at the genins gathered. "Now then, I want to see some blood. Start killing each other. Did you take your med pills this morning, lady?" Naruto yelled uncharacteristically. "After taking the ones that are supposed to cure you of whatever kinds of crazy you are, take the ones that make you chill." As he said it, he could hear gasps, and he mentally prepared himself for. A kunai flicked past his cheek and embedded itself in the ground behind him. Almost as soon as the event occurred, the woman appeared behind him via body flicker and holding a kunai to his throat. "Do you want to repeat that, young blood?" she whispered to him sensually. "It's the brats like you who die quickly, you know." Naruto's eyes looked to the side to acknowledge his teammates before whispering only so the woman postured behind him and over his shoulder so only she could hear. "Oh really? Who's stronger? Is it you? Or is it I? Me? I'll have you know that the pain you're feeling in your ass is as a result of me kicking it several times before you had that knife at my throat," Naruto whispered with a smirk. Anko did feel it, and yes, it did feel like an ass kicking. But when did she decided to ignore that in favor of licking his cut cheek in an intimidating/unsettling manner. After all, the ass-kicking issue could wait till later. But when she did, she only had one thing to say. "Ketchup?" she hissed to the lad, confused. She was sure that she had cut him. "Why yes. Also, I'd like to thank you for being a wonderful test subject. Please return to invigilating us." Naruto answered smugly. She was tempted just to slit his throat right then and there for even saying the words, test subject, around her, but she let it go. Instead, she shunshined back to where she was before. "All right, everyone. Begin." 2. Naruto grabbed his teammates by the shoulders. "Get ready guys. And, don't worry at all. Trust me." They turned to him with a questioning look but he only grinned. "Have I ever steered you wrong before?" Anko herself grinned, before heading to her own secret place to watch. "Lights out, maggots." And as so she stated, so it was done. Every light switched off instantly, leaving the door in total darkness. Almost everyone was caught off guard, and after 5 seconds in the dark, one could see all the keys glowing all over the place, including the key-gen machines that the woman had described. That also meant people who were unknown carriers of keys, and that only served to remind everyone what they were supposed to be doing. The room fell into chaos. "Heh, look at that. Ino has one." Kiba chortled. "Come on guys. Let's get her key." Whoa, we're friends, guys." Ino cried. She turned to where she figured Shikamaru to be. "Shikamaru," she hissed. "We've got to get to the exit. Ino, we're in pitch darkness. I can't use my Kageme no Jutsu, and you and Chuji can't even move around your own houses to sneak around at night. Just throw them the key. Besides, have you been seeing what's been happening to the key carriers? You can't. You can hear them getting murdered. They haven't noticed you yet because we're at the back. Get rid of the key, we'll get another in the middle. Better yet, throw it in the center of the room. But, hey! Stop violating. Who's that?" Ino shouted. "It's Hinata," the voice said before removing the key from Ino's person. The key could be seen glowing in midair and it lit up a smiling Hinata with her Byakugan activated. "Ha, this is weird." "You said it," Naruto's voice said. She sharply turned to face its direction, but a blood-curdling scream was heard, and Hinata shivered, seen by all of the rookie Nin. "What was that?" Sakura asked. "One of the key holders just got mobbed by a lot of kunais and Senbon," Hinata announced. The lights came on now for a full second, half-blinding all. "Sorry," Anko's voice announced from her hidden corner. "I just wanted to see who got fucking axed. Don't forget that keys are all over the place. Let the carnage continue." And the lights switched off again. Hinata was one of the few who could see the people looking toward her and flung the key away at a trio of rain ninja. Almost immediately, one could hear their cries of pain and the sound of liquid dripping before the keys switched holders again. "Let's head to a key gen. We'll remove all the keys except for the last and toss M to these contestants," Naruto ordered to his team. "Sasuke? You're our eyes. Sakura, hold my wrist and don't let go. No matter what." "Hi. Good. Sasuke, I'll follow you when you talk. Just keep saying 7 and I'll follow." "HN, sounds like a halfway decent plan." "I know, Sasuke, I know." Elsewhere, Kin and her compatriots were fighting to get to one of the Kijins in the corner closest to them. Suddenly, she had to shield her eyes as she was flashed by something bright. "Whoa! Did you guys see that?" "See what?" Zaku asked, confused. "I still can't see a thing, besides the keys lighting up and revealed carriers." "Same goes for me," Dosu agreed. "Are you developing some sort of eye problem?" "No." She chose to ignore it, since it was only on her end it was situated from. It flashed on again, but his time, it stayed on. Looking to the source, she half gasped. "Are you guys sure you're not seeing anything?" "No. Just, keep trying to get to the objective." Naruto felt paranoid in the dark for some reason. Someone was staring right at him in the perfect darkness, but he knew not how or why. But instead, he ignored the feeling for getting his team to the objective. Feeling the rush of power once more, he focused with all of his being to fuel the zone, one of his latest abilities at the right time, initiating it at the right time. He could still only keep it up for 5 seconds, but Sakura too was getting affected, but not as much since he was holding her hand. A moment from his future rang in his mind, and he initiated his ability again with a hissed whisper to himself, before swinging Sakura forwards to make her kick a genin hopeful in the jaw solidly with her heel. She was prepared to hit the target, sure, but if she only knew how much she was being augmented. Get to that key gen. They were all glowing, but they were heading to one that was almost completely ignored. It was the one farthest from the exit, and Sasuke was first to reach it. His Sharingan enabled him to see the chakra of the keys and somewhat vague outlines of combatants since the room was ever so slightly lit by the glowing keys. But only to the point that the Sharingan was useful, but no one else could see unless they were a Hyuga. If you were one, it didn't matter. As a matter of fact, Sasuke was sure that Hinata and her team were gone already, right after another team that had a Hyuga on it. Once they got there, Sasuke and Sakura immediately tried to get the key gen to work to produce the key while Naruto stood guard, doing whatever the hell he was doing by the Uchiha standards. He was just standing there, but for some reason, he was commanding an impressive and powerful presence. If only he knew. How do you get this to work? Sakura felt the machine blindly. This part feels like it has the word enter engraved into it. I'm pressing it. It was revealed to be a button, and a glowing key slid out from it on a tray. I've got it, guys. The first 4 keys they removed and tossed to the lot of genin contestants in the center, the teams there fighting each other like dogs for scraps until finally, the 5th key the key gen could produce emerged from it. Great. Now who's carrying the key? Sakura is. I trust her to carry it, Naruto answered the Uchiha in an assuring tone. Really? The Haruno asked sarcastically. Hi, Naruto answered. Now trust me and Sasuke. Sasuke, hold her hand. I said hold your teammate's hand. Are you afraid of a woman's touch or something? HN, came from the darkness before Sakura slightly squealed in a reserved measure of delight. Naruto sighed before he instructed Sasuke to hold his, Naruto, hand as well. This came even more hesitantly before the 3 started heading for the exit. It was a triangular formation, Sasuke in the middle in the lead, and Naruto and Sakura to the sides. Vista Radial Zone. Naruto yelled. What the hell just happened? Kin thought furiously as the previous phenomenon lit up again. Why is he lighting up like that? Is it that only I can see him? How are they moving like that? She could see that Team 7 were moving quickly, but Naruto was getting breathless for next to no reason. He's doing something really exerting, and he's somehow causing them to move more quickly. I mean, look at how quickly they got to the exit. Speaking of exits, I'd better get my team over there, since we got our key too. Thanks Naruto. I guess whatever you just pulled from your ass just showed me where to get out of this death trap. To her right, she informed Zaku to where to aim his decapitating airwaves. After making short work of those in their way, they were soon at the exit and passing through it. Chapter 17. As soon as she saw that everyone who could stand, limp or crawl make it through the door with their keys, Anko instructed her, unfortunate, Chunin detail to clean up the mess of a hall that the Genins had made a mess of. Not that the Genins weren't already a mess. Of course they were. In the pitch black of the room, everyone was practically at each other's throats, except for a number of Genins who knew that they should stick together to at least partially nullify the possibilities of friendly attacks. Genin in the middle of the room with keys weren't so lucky though, as they were the first to get their necks on the chopping block. As soon as the lights were out, they glowed in the dark like a firefly. Before they could figure out where the keys were on their person, they were slaughtered. Such a word was apt for some of the carcasses found. Just because these were Genins to Chunins didn't mean that bunch of weapons from a lot of them at the same time didn't riddle bodies. This test was to teach them to have extreme reaction times to bleak situations, the secrecy of espionage in dark places and such. Theft was, well, the test wasn't actually meant to be so lethal, but the crazy woman had implied it when she claimed that she wanted to see some blood. If Hibiki had been there, he would have removed all of their sharp weaponry. But he was out on mission, leaving Anko alone to oversee both the first and second portion of the Chunin exams. This might go over badly, as she had forgotten to hand out the waivers. Oh well, such was life. Said Mitarashi absently rubbed her ass, thoroughly feeling that she had indeed gotten kicked there. But as much as she tried to ignore it, it wouldn't go away. Not the pain, that is, but the very idea that she had gotten her ass literally kicked. By a Genin, no less. Ah, fuck. What kind of kid is this? She muttered to herself. First my ass gets kicked, then he calls me a fucking test subject. Why, the nerve. A few minutes later, she had somewhat forgiven the issue of him calling her as such, for he was ignorant of her history of actually being the very same to a traitorous Sannin. But the question still remained and begged to be answered. How on earth did he do that? How can a Genin do that? He acted like a cheeky brat, then I threw a kunai to intimidate his ass and it cuts him, or at least I think it cut him. Then I shunshin behind him and put a kunai at his throat. I need to figure this out. You see, Kurenai? Anko heard a voice catcall. Your team was the first to leave, but mine's still the best. My team was the first to make it to a key gen, not have to fight anyone, actually spending time to remove keys and throwing them to other contestants so that their attention would rest on the middle, rather than they themselves escaping without even a scratch. Not abilities, but smarts. We'll see, a woman's voice answered. But of course, Hinata could see in the dark. She had an advantage. But we all saw Sasuke activate his Sharingan. Anko could hear all of this behind a closed door next to her and she couldn't help but wonder how come these people could see that. I was in the room itself, and it was just me. I didn't even see Uchiha activate his Sharingan. She knocked the door and entered. Hey! The occupants of the room were recognized to be Jounin teachers watching CCTV, closed-circuit television, but it was on tape as they kept replaying a bit over and over. She saw that they were only the teachers of teams 7, 8, 9 and 10 and that raised a bit of an issue. They all greeted her in their own way, but her eyes remained fixed on the TV in general. You guys have been watching that portion of the test on tape? Oh yeah? Kakashi answered with an eye smile. We even saw you chakra clinging on a wall, close to the ceiling. Night vision was enabled, you know. We saw everything. Even your little episode with my student before the test started. He said the last in a suggestive tone, even to the point where he wagged his visible eyebrow. You be careful now with the young blood. Anko threw the scarecrow such a look that was so deterring that it shut him up instantly. Everyone except Kakashi, leave this second, or you're gonna get caught in my line of fire. That had Kurenai, Asuma, and even Guy suddenly finding something better to do elsewhere, leaving Kakashi sweating nervously. Sellouts, he muttered. In fact, he was prepared for a beat down but found his ass seated in chair and Anko in another next to him in front of the TV. You know what, Kakashi? I think I'll let that one slide. You'll get to live. Huh? Was his most sensible answer. Oh yeah, she waved it off. But not necessarily in a state one might call healthy. You might get to stay that way if you can answer a few questions of mine. An inquisitive glance coupled with a cold stare got the job done, but only to a certain degree. The sound of the steel of a kunai leaving a leather case was apparent, and how many degrees did that get? All of them, apparently. What kind of questions? Questions about Naruto, she said the last with a sigh. I'm racking up a massive headache just thinking about it. I take it that you saw what happened, but did you notice anything unusual? Other than you rubbing up on my student provocatively and the fact that you licked his cheek that you cut with a thrown kunai? The Hatake deadpanned. No, nothing at all. She rewound the video of the scene and played it out normally. She did this a number of times trying to see if there was some phenomenon happening that could clue her in, but all she did was get on Kakashi's nerves. What are you looking for? Kakashi, to be frank, that student of yours mouthed off to me and I was trying to scare him. But right now, I think he's got me scared of him. He looked at her questioningly and she continued. After he dissed me. You had it coming. It was funny, though. Whatever. I threw the kunai and I'm positive that it cut him. Then I shunshin behind him with another kunai and held it to his throat. Then I licked his cheek, but it was actually ketchup. That's new, the man answered at last. That's not all. The guy claimed that he kicked my ass. And my ass feels like it literally got kicked several times. If he actually did something like that, then it happened sometime when I threw the kunai, and when I was holding the knife to his throat. While Anko was explaining, Kakashi couldn't help but think that perhaps Naruto was manifesting new powers, and if so, then this exam was as good as done in their favor. But what had he done? Ketchup? Ass-kicking? Maybe you really should be taking your meds dash. For the love of Kami, don't make me beg. Just help me figure this out. Please. She sounded unnaturally sincere, but Kakashi knew how to keep a secret. But then again, this was Anko, for crying out loud. If anyone deserved a break, it was her. And she was having some tough times recently. Tough as in what one might call a localized recession for one person. The village had her off almost as bad as Naruto, a cesspool of a background and history despite what she had done to redeem herself as a splendid kunoichi, pulling double duty for the exams that she didn't even want to do in the first place. Yep, she was one of those unfortunate people who had far too much shit on their plates to sort through. She was completely baffled. He might as well help her. This way he could figure out what was up with Naruto, with her information. She could keep a secret and besides, even if he asked Naruto what was his latest biz, it would be like trying to squeeze blood from a stone. Naruto was particularly stubborn about info about his mysterious abilities to know the future. Sure. I'll help you. This is kinda new to me too, but Naruto's unique. He's done a lot of firsts, if you ask me. What kind of firsts? The Mitarashi asked curiously. He's the first ninja to fight utilizing household items to fight with. Like vegetable oil and salt and pepper and such. Does that really work? Anko asked, perplexed. It works for him, the man said carefully. Makes his own weapons. I can't really explain those. Secret or you don't understand? A bit of both, actually, the man admitted easily. But the one thing is, he gestured to her to come closer so he could whisper. He doesn't make any mistakes, unless they're intentional. He told half of the truth, but not how he could make such an achievement. Anko pushed him away almost angrily. That's a load of bull. If you don't make mistakes, that means you're perfect. There's no such thing. He's killed Zabuza Momochi single-handedly and cashed his bounty. He also killed the guy's apprentice, a skilled kunoichi who had the Hayaton. Separate fights, single-handedly won without a scratch, but did both of them in with a mess. As he spoke, her eyes grew to the size of saucers. Holy shit. So is it still a load of bull? I'm a believer. But that doesn't explain what he did to me. That guy, if only I couldn't make mistakes. The Scarecrow could tell that she was bemoaning again and he couldn't blame her. The first issue. You claimed that you felt that your ass was kicked. Yeah. It wasn't genjutsu or anything. It was all physical. But that's the strange part. I didn't feel anything for all until I had the knife at his throat. This video has a frame-by-frame feature. Let's take a look and see. X equals X equals. Let's count the teams dash. 30, Naruto said while blinking disinterestedly. Although 10 of those teams have members who were hurt, both badly and mildly. Also, every one of us Rookie 9 made it. At this point, Sakura didn't question or doubt him anymore. She didn't even bother to try and double-check that, or try to investigate his source of information. She just accepted it as it is. Okay. Sakura kept glancing at the clock. They say that the next test is tomorrow morning. Should we go home, or do we stay a while to scope out the teams? See what they're capable of? I'm willing to leave, Naruto remarked. You two can stay if you want to. All right. Tomorrow, then, Sasuke muttered. Naruto acknowledged it as a social mannerism for departure, but it was more like some sort of reckoning, Sasuke consoling or high-talking to himself. Aha. X equals X equals. How was he glowing like that? Kin thought furiously to herself. And was it just me who could see it? He was practically lighting up the whole room, without actually giving off a light to the surroundings, as crazy as it sounded. My teammates didn't see him. I'll just accept that I'm the only one who could see what he did. Although the kind of vibe that he gave off was different at times. Like light. Although one felt white and the other black. What was he doing? Was it something time-related? Like how I asked him if he knew the future. But if I can actually see what he's doing, does that mean that I'm special or something? They finished their trek through the hallways until they met the exit at the end of the passageway. Once they were there, they had to present their identification and their key at a checkpoint set up for the purpose. They were then instructed that their next test was at 7 the next morning. They were done for the day. So what? It's like noon right now. Why don't we just start the next phase now? Zaku asked as a complaint. Don't be a baka, Dosu chastised. Some people need to pull themselves together and recuperate. Not everyone had our kind of mettle. Heh, Zaku grinned widely. I just blew them away. They didn't even have a chance. Man, ever since I got these implants, I feel like I could take on anybody and win. Keep your voice down, idiot. Kin muttered. You want to let the whole world know what your arms can do? No one saw in the exams, and you should keep it that way. Faye. The sole kunoichi of the team felt a need to be alone. I'll just see you two later at the hotel, okay? I'm gonna go get some food. Whatever. She found herself wandering through the village. The excuse to leave because of a need for hunger was half-merited, but now as she walked, she felt like she was becoming ravenous. Problem was, she could smell two different things. I can't believe I have to make a choice. One way, I can smell apples, and the other way, that Ichiraku ramen thing. I can't even decide. She didn't know how long she was standing there, up until a flash erupted in her vision for a fraction of a second. Well, it was like a flash, all of her surroundings became gray for an instant frame. After it was gone, she found herself holding things in both of her separate hands. In fact, she nearly dropped if she hadn't done a useful double take. In her left hand, an apple. In her right hand, a small piece of paper that held the words Ichiraku on it. It didn't take a genius to figure out who was responsible for this, nor did it take one to guess her next move. I guess I don't have to go buy an apple anymore. Only one place left to go. Well, hey, you, I am stumbled, trying to remember a name. I don't get your name the first time. My name's Kin. Oh. Well, Kin, I am said the last in a bit of a purposeful slur. What would you like today? Let me get a chicken ramen, please. One large bowl minus contents later, Kin handed it back to the waitress and was about to just pay and leave when her eye caught the placemat on the table. The looks were off, and when she examined it, she realized that there was a sheet of paper invisible taped to the white mat. In fact, it was a note. She picked it up. What was in fact a white sheet of paper taped over a note underneath. The first sheet of paper was to hide the second underneath, seeing as how the one with the message couldn't have been properly disguised with ink writing on it. Kin. Yeah, it's me. No time, or space, for pleasantries. Your future looks bleak and, to be frank, suspicious. But let me tell you this, you have two options. 1, tell me what's going on. Or 2, you'll get killed sooner rather than later, and I'll do nothing to stop it. Kin gulped air at this, trying to breathe as easily as before but found that she could not. She knew that the blonde had some sort of strange ability to predict the future, but a note like this felt far-fetched. And likely. That was what was scary. She continued reading. The future is set in stone, but think of me as the person who's carving it. I can allow things to happen. I can disallow things to happen. You're going to the hotel. Kabuto will be there, and he wants to know what I'm capable of. He's suspicious of you, and frankly, I have a right to be as well of the whole lot of you. Answer wisely. I'm not threatening you. It's your choice on what to say. Believe me, I want to exercise blind faith in you. Don't let me lose it. Please. Naruto. Her breathing rate had calmed considerably, almost as if she was in full acceptance of what the message was conveying to her. But it didn't take her long to make up her mind, though. To continue to think about what she had to do would be suicide. Instead, she decided to take her time to think of what to say that would be enough to appease both sides. Her necessity to please Kabuto would be to please Orochimaru, which in turn wouldn't feel the need to discontinue her life. That was understandable. What wasn't understandable was her need to please Naruto. She didn't know why she would. Perhaps it was because she'd gone on so long without a friend, if he actually were a friend. It had been so long since she had had a friend, but it was kinda complicated with the guy. For all of 2 weeks, it had been all kinds of crazy, what with death threats, guidance, vinegar in the eyes, more threats, even more threats, then she found herself in a lingerie aisle, then the whole fiasco in a place that didn't exist. And now her head hurt, really bad. She started to think about her experience in that place or whatever it was. To be honest, it wasn't as bad as one might think. Not the fact that she was stuck with someone who had threatened her or intimidated her quite a bit, mainly because he had apologized. It showed him to be sympathetic. The next part about going mental for an indefinite amount of time was tolerable as well. What was key was that she was untouchable for the entire period. Orochimaru couldn't get his fangs into her, Kabuto couldn't get his scalpel into her, she didn't think about her past even once, and she got to speak with a pretty interesting guy. One she had fairly decent conversations with. One that had her done up in a wonderful sketch, one that she admired the person it was of before she realized it was her. A guy, apparently, who could see the future. Wow. She snickered to herself, despite her situation. If only I had a gift like that. Man, I'd be invincible. After thinking this, she paused. I guess that's how he's so strong. But he doesn't yet know what's going to happen to the village. There must be some kind of limit. Either way, he's not a guy to mess with. I bet that what he went through on Saturday was like some sort of evolution or something, 'cause he did something new today. He lit up in some kind of gray that was mostly black. I dunno. He lit up, he flashed, he was shining for Cammy's sake. But am I the only person who saw? Am I different too? Coincidence? Maybe that zone or place or whatever it was affected me too, and I could see when he's doing something that's probably time-related. She looked up and saw the sky overcast. Maybe he could have told me that it would rain, she thought bitterly. She continued moving along now, seeing the hotel where she was staying come up in her view. Oh boy. I hope I don't make any mistakes. I really don't want to let a guy like Naruto down. He wants to exercise blind faith in me, I wonder why. Is he just that stupid or idealistic? Is there even a difference in a world like this? Why can't life be simple? I want it to be simple. I just want to be free to live my own life. Is that so hard to ask for? Not having to suck up to someone just to keep my life. I'm not threatening you, she could hear Naruto's voice say in her head. It's your choice on what to say. Believe me, I want to exercise blind faith in you. Don't let me lose it. Please. She felt horrible, but wary at the same time. Is he saying it because he's afraid I'll tell his secrets, or is he genuinely pleading with me? Maybe some kind of history happened already with this sort of thing, and he doesn't want to repeat, 'cause I'm sure that if he was afraid I'll tell, he'd have killed me already. He told me that he's not above killing. Although it's a waste of young life, he says. It's almost as if he's desperate to make a friend outside of the village. The guy's got problems. She made it to the hotel and let herself in and went up the stairs to her floor. Not to mention, if he does know the future, then he knows what I'll do, oh Cammy. She suddenly realized a bleak fact. He knows the future. He knew, or knows what's going to happen today. He said that he can change things, just because he knows what will happen. I'm going to sell him out, and he's pleading with me not to actually go through with it. But if I actually do, he won't hold it against me. She actually had to choke back a harrowing sigh. The guy was completely idealistic. Even when he knew that she was about to do wrong, he had already known that she would, and in his own way, was forgiving her. That didn't mean that she wanted to just tell on him, however. With that thought in mind, she arrived to the door of the room which she shared with her teammates and turned the knob, prepared for trouble. Hello, Kin, Kabuto welcomed the Oto Kunoichi in a honey-glazed voice. So nice of you to join us. She cringed inwardly, knowing of the medic Nin's true character. Whenever he spoke like that to anyone back in the underground labs of Oto, things never went well. More than likely, the person's voice would sound the exact opposite in a matter of minutes, screaming gutturally, of course. Konnichiwa, Kabuto-sama, she bowed at the waist, thoroughly prepared to figuratively kiss his ass to stay alive. I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Not at all. Dosu and Zaku here have already briefed me on what their quarry was capable of. I'm sure that yours won't lack in info. I didn't learn much in the way of his combat capabilities, she spoke slowly. I'm sure that you're already aware of his strange tendencies and habits. I am. And that intrigues me the most, Yakushi said in a tone not unlike Orochimaru's. No doubt, the rogue Sannin was influencing the medic Nin in his undesirable fashions. He started to walk around Kin slowly and monologued as he did. The more and more he did, the more she tried to retract into herself in a sort of cowardice, expecting something awry. He goes to bed at 6 p.m. every day, wakes at 6 a.m. every day, is condescending and sarcastic excessively, knows things that he shouldn't have any business knowing. He stopped just behind her. Feel free to jump in anytime. She said nothing. So, he continued, circling her as if he was a carrion bird and she was nothing but a carcass. Knowing him, he might even already see her as such. He was being followed by you, trailed by you, espionage done by you, and yet, is always aware of when you're watching. Oh yeah, well he's always known when you were watching him too, you sick bastard, she thought back in her mind. However, she had the smarts to keep this thought to herself. And he spares you, despite you telling me that he was going to kill you. How strange. Knowing his history, he hasn't had any qualms killing. Do you think you're special to him, Kin? He intoned the word almost as a purr. And no, she lied. She did think so, if she could see Naruto doing something unique only to him. At the very least, Kabuto accepted the lie, whether he believed it to be one or not. Kabuto looked as if he knew a secret. Well, I know about Monday. You got vinegar in your eyes. Zaku here. Kabuto looked to the boy who suddenly started fidgeting, got pepper and salt in his eyes, which I know is harsher. So tell me, Kin. Do you think he went harder on Zaku, or that he went easier on you? Kin knew the answer already, but she needed to beat around the bush a bit. I don't think there's a difference. For all we know, he could have just used the pepper and salt as a next tier as a means to tell us that he despises being spied on. You're not answering the question. Do you think that he went harder on him, or easier on you? Shit. He must have seen right through her. It'd be best not to lie, currently. Just in case, he wasn't gaining worthwhile info at this particular juncture. He went easier on me, she answered in all abandon. As I thought. This guy just loves being right, doesn't he? Kin believed. If he knows a lot, if I tell him the truth and he was wrong, I'm in danger. If I'm wrong and he's right, I'm in trouble. I have to say exactly what he thinks or I'm really going to die. She really didn't used to mind whether she lived or not, that is, before Saturday, but now with a sincere and possible threat to her life, she was scared of dying. Does anyone actually care whether I die or not? Her mouth went dry in nervousness as Yakushi continued. And now, about Saturday. This was everything was about to erupt into a shitstorm. This so-called weekend day was a turning point in her wretched life, and it was about to be her undoing. A flash of lightning lit up everywhere all at once. Not too long after, thunder crashed and it felt like a death knell to her. You entered the clothing store after he did. A few minutes later, you both left. She was praying to all the gods she could think of that he was talking about the clones that went out the front door. We did. She hurriedly rushed to amend her statement. I was still trying to fulfill my duty of spying on him. Kin, I'm not talking about his clones. Kin's face fell in horror. Oh no. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no 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 no. Kabuto started snickering in his own, self-assured way. Strike one, Kin. So tell me, where did the two of you really go? Kin eyed her teammates. She was sure that she knew what was going through their heads. They were probably sympathizing with her in a small extent, but to a major one, a failure of one made everyone else look better in comparison, namely, her failure made them look more useful. The more useful you were, the longer you lived. Simple logic. Stuttering. Probably taking the time to make something up. That's a second black mark, Kin. Don't waste my leniency. She frantically searched for an excuse, a lie, a reason not to say the truth. She wanted to tell him the truth, but she couldn't help but think about that letter, that awful, pleading bleeding letter. And then she saw Kabuto shrug to himself before reaching into his holster and retrieving one of his hooked kunai. I see. No. Her eyes widened in fright. He carried me off with him. Kabuto grabbed her right where the neck leveled off into the shoulder with his right hand and easily rested his kunai on her throat, squarely right over her larynx. I'm tempted to just perform an impromptu laryngectomy. Wouldn't you love to have one, Kin? I've heard that once done, you'll be so alleviated, you'll be at a loss for words. She didn't dare struggle with the blade pressing into her throat. He took me to a place that doesn't exist. She whispered. What was that? Speaking nonsense, are we? She could feel the cold of the blade press even more into her throat, drawing blood and cutting off her air to some extent. Do better than that, dear Kin. He can see the future. She cried out in a hissing whisper in a desperate bid to save her own life, shocking all those present, including herself. He can see the future. Kabuto was so taken aback that he released all hold on her. His mind, for the first time, went into a temporary shutdown as he tried to process what he just heard. He can do what? Kin didn't repeat what she said. Instead, she just let herself sag into the nearest chair as her legs betrayed her the right to stand, as much as she had Naruto. How befitting. Kabuto looked thoughtful for a second, then a minute, and then his face lit up in a broad smile, one that regaled tales of discovery, curiosity and seeking opportunity. All right then. That is all. And he left in a body flicker, leaving the team alone. In the aftermath, the male members of Team Odo scrambled to Kin and helped her up. "You alright, Kin?" She shook her head and felt her neck tentatively with 2 fingers where the blade had been pressed. It came away red, but she ignored it. It only bled, but she felt no real pain, unlike an emotional one. "I feel like I betrayed him." "Were you ever on his side in the first place?" Zaku asked warily. "You can't betray what you didn't side with. Anyway, I can't fucking believe it. Can this guy really see the future?" "That wasn't the issue, and Kin told him so. He wanted me to be friends with him." "Was that such a bad thing?" Faye, Abumi nearly spat out the word. "What a fucking sap. He hasn't even known you for a month. A friend? We're ninjas, for Kami's sake. Quit acting like you've gone soft. You wanna let Orochimaru-sama get wind of this?" She was tempted to say that it was for far longer than that, as what had occurred on Saturday was a timeline phenomenon. No matter how long it had been in there, the passage of time felt to be at least 2 weeks. That made a 33 days total, more than a month. But that didn't matter. All she could think about was how she had told his secret, something that only a select few knew. She had destroyed his confidence in her, and now, all the wrong people knew. Kabuto knew, and Orochimaru was soon to know too. For a simple thing as to be someone's friend, she practically sold him out. What a lousy person she was. Heh, if he can see the future, do you think he saw this coming? Why did he tell you then? He shouldn't have. If that's the case, Dosu spoke up, being a bit empathetic to her situation. Wait. She realized something. How would he know that I'd tell? She rushed to the window to the balcony and threw it open. And there he was. It appeared that he was in the act of leaving by means of leaping away. Naruto. Wait. Her words didn't deter, nor did they delay his actions. His powerful leap from the edge took him away from her, but she felt a hardwired need/want to urgently tell him what ran through her head next. "I'm sorry. Did you hear?" She yelled with all her might after the fleeting blonde as rain began pour in icy sheets. "I'm sorry." He didn't answer, or even stop to make an attempt at one. All she knew was that another flash of lightning lent its light to the landscapes once more for its split-second tenure, and he was nowhere to be seen once it was gone. Chapter 18. Oh, damn. We've been looking for it in the wrong place. Anko's eyes were wide, as was Kakashi's visible one. They stared at the television screen, hardly able to perceive what they were saying. Or rather, a lack of it, and a gain elsewhere. He's gone from his spot. Kakashi finally got a hold of himself and closed his visible eye in contemplation. Anko continued staring for another minute before turning to her companion. "Scarecrow, what the hell happened there?" "You're asking the wrong person," he mumbled. "I don't understand that either. Do you know how hard it was to find what was wrong? And just look, if I hadn't seen Dash." Egghem, the pineapple-headed woman cleared her throat loudly. "Fine. If we hadn't seen what was different, we would never have realized. That kid is, come to think of it, I don't know what the hell he is. I gotta know, though, I gotta know. Is this need-to-know issue stemming from your work in torture and interrogations?" Kakashi joked. However, he nearly flinched when the woman turned on him and grasped his collar, her eyes wide. "Don't fuck with me, Hataki. I can tell that you know something. Explain that." She shoved his face closer to the screen so that he couldn't deny what he was seeing. A frame of a video shows every half second. A frame from second 1 would show 1.5, 2, 2.5, 3, all in that order. But it was possible to show frames between those numbers if the frame was selected at a different point, like a frame from second 1.25 would show 1.75, 2.25, 2.75, 3.25, all in that order. Kakashi and Anko had been at it for hours. It was as if Kami had pity on them to make them start the frame-by-frame feature on a specific time frame, that is, second 1.37, to finally show something a minute down the video. "Naruto's not there in the frame in his spot," Kakashi answered calmly. "I can see that perfectly." "Where is he, Kakashi?" Anko exclaimed loudly, almost as if threatening him. "He's behind you, with his foot kicking your ass, with the point of his shoe." Anko swore like a sailor, determining that she was going to kill Naruto the next time she got her hands on him. It was here that the Hataki spoke up. "I wouldn't go against him. Have you forgotten what I said? If for less than a quarter of a second he claims that he kicked your ass several times, then what do you think he could do to you? He won't see me coming. I'm not gonna let some punk genin make a fool of me. I don't care what he can do, how he does it or why dash. The door was opened here, and none should walk in but the Uzumaki. Well, that's my cue to enter," he stated matter-of-factly. "Kakashi-sensei, Anko-san, we need to talk." He just walked in on 2 jounin, one conspiring to kill him, but he was completely lax on the issue, as if it wasn't important. So it came as no surprise that the Mitarashi leapt at her chance, that is, at the blonde. All Kakashi did was stare. He just stared at the two of them. Naruto had his blade baton out in his right in the same space of time it took Anko to draw her knife in her left. It was a frighteningly short confrontation, one that began with the kunoichi lunge forward with her kunai, but he swiped down and turned with the baton portion of his weapon, diverting her ninja knife and her momentum to her left. Not quite satisfied, he thrust-kicked her open left knee to knock her in a complete about-turn so she had her back to him. He then hugged her across her front with only his right hand to pin her right hand, as well as grip her left hand in his palm. Without any preamble, he then leapt backwards onto his knees and she followed involuntarily onto her butt. They were now on the ground, one on knees and the other on her ass in a sort of spooning with Anko seated within his own legs and her arms pinned, and Naruto simply pressed the edged portion of his weapon on her neck. Although amazed that he overpowered her so quickly, she snarled as her body began flying by instinct. She was about to reach for another kunai and ready herself for a kawarimi when Kakashi quit eyeballing the two. "Alright, that's enough. I'm talking about you, Naruto." He had expected the accusation from the man, but he had to let things play out this time. It was going to get touchy. "Me? Yeah, you. Why did you come in here and start assaulting and nearly killing a fellow Leaf Nin?" Naruto started chuckling. "Oh really? That's what you saw? I may be wrong, given that I only have one eye to see everything with." Kakashi smiled as well before it fell into a glare while he released killing intent. "Let her go. Or what? You're going to kill me faster than the blink of an eye? A day, 15 seconds, black and white essence," Naruto rhymed in sing-song, throwing off the two jounin. "For this to be one, all I need is only one." "What the fuck?" Anko muttered, starting to think a psycho had her life in his hands, but not for long as she intended to get free. "Ah, fuck my life." She succeeded in her kawarimi with a chair and was released, now behind him. Something strange happened then, and Kakashi saw the blonde close his eyes and whispered, "Vista Radial Zone." Naruto blurred out of sight, almost fading like an afterimage. He then bleached back into existence, but when all was said and done, Kakashi found himself hugging Anko, and Naruto hugging them both at the sides. There, you two. I'm sorry." "What the fuck?" Anko whispered as she looked into her fellow companion's eyes. "How did we end up like this?" The man had no response. He was still trying to figure it out himself. Naruto let go, but the two jounin were still standing together, in a haphazard embrace. "You see. That's how I knew. Kaka-sensei has a soft spot for ya, you crazy lady." The two adults immediately let go and dressed back away from each other, both slightly blushing. "Of course not. Damn Gaki, just you wait until I get a hold of you. I'm gonna neuter you, then I'm gonna shove it so far up your ass, people are gonna ask how you managed to fuck yourself so deep dash. Right, geez." Naruto rolled his eyes. "I wasn't really planning to do what I just did. I just went with the flow. I'm sorry, okay? Damn. Huh? Did he just say he was sorry?" Anko could hardly believe her ears. The word sounded so foreign to her. Amount of times she was apologized to? Counting this one, she might just have the beginning to start making her way up to 5 apologies. "Faye, apology accepted," she muttered while waving it off. "But only this once, Gaki. As I was saying, I guess Sensei's got a soft spot for you. I mean, you were threatening to kill me, started the confrontation and Sensei is all like I started the whole thing. Shouldn't he have more credibility? You were prepared to lie for her? We jounin have to stick together?" He trailed off. Anko got a hint about what was happening, but decided to ruminate on that later as Naruto continued. "Whoa!" He looked at the screen as he sat in a chair in front of it. "I see you got a frame of that. I have no idea how you got that. It must have been a fluke. Time's frozen at that point in TH zone. Maybe it's because it's a machine, it was a one-time unexpected occurrence. If time stopped, I wonder how much they know. Or know now. Doesn't really matter. I'm not going to question my experience. Gaki." She came and sat in the chair next to him. "Mind explaining that? Well, before we do that, we're going to all agree that we won't tell the Hokage dash. Done." She held out his hand to shake, but Kakashi held fast on that. No. We're not agreeing to that." "Loyal as ever, that he is," Naruto muttered. "Well, I guess I can't tell any of you." Deal, she exclaimed. But Naruto wouldn't agree, and she turned on the Hatake. "Agree with him. Come on." "No," he said simply. Please. Anko pouted as cutely as she could, trying to use guile on the elite jounin. "Please?" The silver-haired man tried to resist, but found himself failing as her eyes enlarged beyond reason to impossible sizes. The tried and true puppy dog eyes. And so, Kakashi relented. The notorious expression used to acquire permission had gone undefeated, all the times before, and always will be. I can control time, Naruto said easily, enough to take the two adults aback. Well, I think that's obvious, Kakashi deadpanned. Does rain fall from the sky, too? What I want to know is, why would you tell us that so easily? Anko only stared incredulously at the two males. Are you shitting me? You believe him? You don't? Kakashi challenged back. You've seen him. Him is still here, Naruto reminded. And why I told her, I dunno. I was just supposed to. That's all. Wah! Don't question it. The Hatake plopped himself into the chair and looked back at the screen of everyone doing what they were supposed to, doing what they usually did, Anko standing normally, with a foot kicking her ass. It was hilarious. Looking at this, I just can't help but feel sorry for you, Anko. Naruto shook his head and skipped to the next frame, practically obliterating the evidence. Believe me, that frame landed on the specific 100th of a second. That's me. I'm not fast, but I'm a guy of many talents. You two are batshit crazy. Anko bit out. I can't believe I'm entertaining this bullshit. Naruto sighed. When someone's the very definition of crazy accuses me of being batshit crazy, it's a really cutting remark, and hypocritical. But I'm all dry for the day. No more essence. He shook his head. Anyway. He trailed off as his tone got serious. Experience told me to come to you too. I've told you one of my greatest secrets. Now tell me about someone named Orochimaru. 1 = x = x =. Kabuto had just come back from giving his report to Orochimaru. He had decided to volunteer all the information he had on Team 7, excluding what could be the juiciest knowledge about a certain blonde Uzumaki. Imagine, what I could do with just a gift if it's true. Orochimaru would be the one subservient to me. If Naruto is what Kin says he is, then all I need to do is pick up the pieces after Orochimaru takes after them tomorrow. He'll have some trouble with Naruto, to be sure, but he won't kill him. To do so, he'd risk the ire of the Akatsuki, who are already after him. To kill Naruto would only serve to make them pursue him all the more. Taking comfort in that knowledge, he'll thoroughly rip the team apart, sparing the two boys. He'll give Sasuke the curse mark, while I'll pursue my own prize. The Yakushi smirked to himself, but it soon fell. But what of Kin? Will he kill Kin? Pursue her to kill her with a vengeance? Try to kill me? If he can kill Zabuza without a scratch, secure in the means of knowing the future, then I'm sure he can do the same to me, unless I stock up on soldier pills, and take comfort in medical ninjutsu to put him down, and bolster my own strength. He's dangerous, but I'll be coiled like the snake, I'll strike when he least expects it. X = x =. It was 5 minutes before 6 when he asked, and he knew that this needed to be wrapped up as quickly as possible. So? Anyone gonna answer? Anko looked like she would have liked to grab the blonde by his ankles and shake him upside down until the blood rushed to his head, before stringing him up to skin him. Where did you get his name? Someone mentioned it. Who? Kakashi was all ears, as was Anko, but the Uzumaki refused to comment. It doesn't matter. I was meant to come here and ask, and I want answers. Naruto was adamant. So either you tell me, or I just start asking other people who might not be able to keep their mouths shut, that a person like me has been asking a question like that. Kakashi shared a look with Anko, but got the vibe that she didn't want to talk about it. Deciding to spare her the angst, he walked her out, but not before creating a clone to stay with Naruto. Alright, the Hatake doppelganger said. I'll tell you. But she's tied in way too deep emotionally. I couldn't allow her to stay. Fine. Naruto looked down. I know someone like that too. I just hope. He looked away, becoming despondent, that she's doing okay. She was caught up, and she made the only choice that would grant her life. Maybe, just maybe, something will come of this. He looked back to the clone. Walk with me back home, please. Then tell me there. Worried? I think I have a right to be. I have a feeling that shit's going to hit the fan soon. X = x =. Kin woke up, but didn't feel at all rested. All of her sleep last night had consisted of an endless tossing and turning, not to mention the cut on her neck had worried her. While it wasn't deep, it could reopen, but all it really needed was for someone to heal it with a mystical palm technique. A pity that it was the team medic who had done it. She pushed herself up off of her mattress on the ground to begin readying herself for the day. But halfway through, she just gave up. She was sure to meet Naruto doing the exams, and she didn't know how she'd face him. If he really was forgiving as he had seemed, or if she was going to be killed, she didn't know. She was nothing more than an apple farmer's daughter, playing kunoichi for what she believed was the wrong side. She had dared, she had hoped, she had believed. She had been friends for months inside a single day with a boy who could supposedly foresee the future, and she had revealed his secret. She had had no choice, or so she believed. If he knew what would happen, shouldn't he have told me what to do to stop it? Or try to intervene? She muttered. Hopefully by the end of the day, she'd get to know what her future was. As he claimed, he only knew the future, but as he was, he could change the outcome. She wanted to live. She wanted to be free. She wanted to live free of the chains of her sociopathic bosses. If that wasn't going to be possible, let her leaving be quick, let it be sudden and take her unawares. Please. X=X=X=. Listen up, maggots. This time, to pass as a team is no longer necessary. All eyes flitted to each other among teams, some people even went as far as to distance themselves from their own teammates, as if there was already some bad blood among them. But it's not quite a free-for-all just yet. It depends on you. Anko yelled. There are 30 teams of you. Each team will get a gate to enter. Each teammate gets a bomb seal to transport. What the hell? Ino gawked. Is she for real? Pipe down, troublesome woman, Shikamaru chastised. Do you want her to single you out like she did Naruto yesterday? That shut her up immediately, as the Mitarashi continued to speak. It has a time limit of exactly 5 days. It's got a kick-ass explosion, so you do not want to be caught with it while your pants are down. All each person needs to do is have 3 to be eligible to pass for the next round. 90 people will get slashed to 30. Unless some people die, and I'm hoping they will, even better. The next round will be the last, so you'd better try your damnedest to pass. So listen up for the final time. I'm gonna clarify. This is the Forest of Death. Each person will be given an A-ranked explosive seal. The trigger for their countdown are the gates through which you have to pass through to get into the kill zone. Each person needs to acquire 3 seals, then enter the tower at the center of the forest. Of course, entry of the tower neutralizes the seals, but of course this means that you have 5 days to get there with 3 to qualify. You can get through this as teams, alliances, solo, I don't give a fuck even if you want to take your sweet time and commit suicide. Bell test all over again, Sakura muttered. And her teammates had to agree. But Naruto in particular was thinking about his gifts once more, and knew that he had a significant advantage. The Vista Radial Zone will come in extremely useful in this test. And he'll need it. So it doesn't matter if you take this on as a team. Each person must have 3. That's a lot of fighting, don't you agree? Oh, and I should mention, the bombs are, well, they're fucking bombs, so of course they'll be volatile in certain situations. So if you love using Katon carelessly, you're going to find yourself becoming a pyromaniac sooner rather than later. Capiche? Naruto turned to his raven-haired teammate. Sasuke? What say you? The Uchiha looked down momentarily. He considered the thoughts of going solo, and he was so close to just saying it. All he needed to say was, no. We're going as a team, he said the last in a sort of humbled tone. But, his tone grew cocky. Don't slow me down. I wouldn't want to have to hold a memorial service minus a body instead of a funeral, Uchiha, Naruto replied in the same braggart tone. You heard her. 5 days. We don't even need that much. HN. Sakura, could you be so kind as to tell Ino no when she asks you? And be polite. Huh? The pinkette became confused quickly. What do you mean? Hey Sakura. Ino called as she approached. I've been thinking, how about an alliance? It should work out, huh? Sakura's confusion was immediately lifted. Oh, sorry Ino. But I can't. We might hold you back. Besides, more people together might make us bigger targets. Oh. The Yamanaka was a bit disappointed. Alright. I'll go ask Team 8. She walked away, and the team's 7 members looked at each other. What? Naruto asked. Naruto, you're scaring me, no lie about that, Sakura admitted. How can you do and know the things you do? That's classified information, he said in a cheesy tone. However, I suggest giving all bombs to Sasuke. Since he's the one blowing fire, he shouldn't set it off on us for friendly fire. He looked causally behind him, and noticed Iwa Genin and Team Odo staring at him. When he held their gaze with his own, Kin was first to turn away, most likely away. Naruto mirrored the action and turned back to his team members. Today promises to be exciting. The gates flew open, and every team dashed inside, each person with intent on getting their requirements. The sooner, the better. Even if it had to be from their own teammates' corpses. Everyone was paranoid of everyone, save for the Konoha 12. They stuck together like welded and melded iron, knowing that teamwork would and should suffice to make them pass. Naruto had taken point for the team, knowing that if they took a particular direction, it should lead them straight to. There he is. Kill him. Naruto was forced to dive to take cover behind a log as a multitude of kunai and shuriken slew through the space he was previously occupying. He then created 6 shadow clones behind the log as he did, before each dashed out into the open one by one, beginning to befuddle the IWA team. Is that a genjutsu? The girl of the opposing team wondered. They all tried Genjutsu Kai, but as they tried to no success, they had to dodge 2 kunai from each clone, one that each drove them back a step. However, the males in particular were more hard-headed, and pressed forward. Kill the son of the yellow flash. Son of who? Naruto looked up to his forehead as if in thought. Oh, the Yondaime. You really think I'm his son? Damn, it'd be so cool if I were, Databao. I mean, it's not too much of a stretch, is it? The IWA team felt like they were being made a fool of, but conveniently, the second team of their comrades arrived and the smile fell from Naruto's face. Oh damn, the cavalry. Plug him. Doton, Tsuchi no Tosu. Earth release, earth and toss, the new arrivals yelled as they each went through 5 hand seals ending on horse. Not too soon after they did, a pillar rose up extremely quickly beneath each clone that threw them off their feet and a heavy fall to the ground dispersed them all. Damn, not quite yet, Naruto whispered. I have to wait to get this exactly perfect. Alright, 3, 2, 1, now. He shouted the last at the top of his lungs. Suetun, Juziai. Water release, gunshot, the call came, before compact water globules flew out of shrubbery on one side adjacent all the IWA nin, while kunai and shuriken flew from traps set up on a ninja wire tripline. Added to the mix, large balls of wrapped napkins fell the roof of the forest, and a second after they hit ground, a firecracker went off in their bowels, releasing a torrent of salt and grounded peppers flew everywhere within and without the IWA nin foolish enough to blunder into an ambush. Water gunshots pelted and buffeted with extreme force, bladed weapons pierced, and seasoning bombs took them all by surprise. They were promptly the victims of broken bones, cut flesh and bereft of eyesight. But that was before Sasuke fell from the tree tops, Sakura leapt from the bushes and Naruto vaulted over the log to capitalize on a golden opportunity, blade baton at the ready. Sasuke drop-kicked one of the IWA genin with his heel with all the might his leg and gravity had to offer, right in the young man's head. He was knocked out instantly, and cushioned the Uchiha's landing with his back as he fell. As soon as he landed, his next act was to sweep-kick another at the neck and slam him into the ground, where unfortunately a shuriken was sticking out of the ground. The genin fell onto the shuriken gut first. He would have the pleasure of bleeding out slowly, while the juices and enzymes of his punctured digestive tract poisoned his insides. Naruto had the baton portion at the ready to drop swing it into a collarbone of one of the IWA genin, making him scream horribly and writhe in pain on the ground. Almost immediately following through, he swung it next into the gut of a kunoichi who had been sensing for him from the start. As she doubled over in pain, he stabbed the baton into the ground halfway and grabbed her head from behind and slammed it down with almighty force onto the baton handle with her forehead, brutally knocking her out. Without hesitation, Naruto unsealed one of his mugshots and primed it in his left hand, getting ready for the end. The first thing Sakura did was to use her running momentum to power a fist pummel it into the back of a kunoichi's head and then pile-drived her into the dirt. Cha! However, she was ignorant of a principally large IWA genin who rose back up behind her and saw the pinkette through teary and blurry vision. Graph! He yelled his anger and charged at Haruno, intent on knocking her head off her body with a rushing attack. He was a taijutsu heavy hitter, after all. Sakura! Naruto yelled as he tossed the shrapnel gun. Catch! Caught flat-footed, she caught the damned weapon she feared and held it at the south end, intentionally perfect, for Naruto's purposes, most likely. It was then she heard the thundering footsteps of the boy behind her and the mugshot went off, right as the boy caught up with her. A booming was heard as the two went down, the boy on top of the kunoichi. Not 2 seconds later, the boy was pushed off by the Haruno, even revealing wounds that showed that the buckshots of the gun had blown right through the boy's heart to the other side. Sakura felt herself all over for wounds and panted. I'm alive. Of course you're alive, Naruto chided. If you had held the business end, it would have been a different story. The two of them stared at the Uzumaki, hardly able that he had pulled such a gamble like that, risking Sakura's life. I will not allow harm to come to any of you, Naruto stated in a demure, yet confident tone. I'll make sure of that. I'd sooner amputate a limb with a butter knife than allow any of you two to get hurt. I knew that you'd hold it right. I know exactly what to do and when. I'm not asking any of you to believe in me, or become subservient to me. I only want you to trust that I'll make decisions that will benefit us as a whole. Both of them looked down, and while they did, Naruto began looting the down ninjas for their bomb seals. We have what we need. Each of us will have all the seals that we must have to pass. Now let's tie these guys up. He then eyed the one Sakura just killed. Except the dead one. We need some time to get as far as we can to the tower before making camp. It's almost night, and creatures larger than us and just as deadly haunt this forest. X equals X equals. Naruto? Yeah, Sakura? Thanks. It's not something you should thank for. I'm doing what I was supposed to. Nice punch, by the way. I feel sorry for the girl you made eat dirt. Naruto? This came from Sasuke. Yeah, man? How did you know that there was the best place to set up an ambush for the two IWA teams? Not to mention, knowing that they'd chase after you from the start and sent clones with us to help plan the ambush elsewhere? Don't you mean how we pulled it off without a single mistake? Naruto asked. That too, Sakura asked curiously. How do you know about things like this? How are you so strong? Today, you live like me. To make no mistake, Naruto replied easily with a grin. That's how and why I'm strong. To fight with little to no effort. To make no mistakes, that would mean that you're perfect. That's impossible. Sasuke admonished sternly. It's a blessing, Sasuke. You get the Sharingan, I've got what I've got. Then what do I have? Sakura mumbled in a depressed tone. The two of you have it all figured out, and things that make the two of you strong. I'm just a commoner. She kicked out the fire and sat to one side. I'll take the first watch. Sasuke and Naruto didn't know what to say. They merely ducked inside the cave at the back and went to sleep, leaving Sakura alone to figure out what she needed to do to acquire her niche, to figure out what part she needed to play to be useful to her team. Chapter 19. Kin kicked dirt over the small fire to put it out and stretched with a yawn. Her waking hours had been spent in deep thought. That was all she had nowadays, she thought. The privacy of her own mind. What with deadly bosses on one front and the betrayal of boys on another one, there was little more she could call her own. Not even her life. Too many people either had ownership of it or had a bid for it. For Kami's sakes, what the hell had she ever done to do this? She was just a normal girl, sans for having her village massacred, being sold as a slave, bought by a multi-farmer out of pity, then adopted by the man as his daughter, and then screwed up by entering the employment of Orochimaru. Well, not bad for what was supposed to be the best years of your life, right? She hit 15 not too long ago, although she spent it as a quiet affair, she kept it to herself. Life was short. And then, she made her first friend in a long time. A boy who was supposed to be her quarry. It was funny how the predator had become the prattler. Had anyone ever seen a predator that was afraid of its own prey? It was hilarious, no doubt, but surely not from her perspective. Her feelings were subsiding. She felt calmer as she re-evaluated her situation. She could not be on both sides. To sit between both meant that she would only get caught in the crossfire. On Naruto's side, she could finally seize a chance to move on, or even make a friend and have some measure of life before it was snatched from her. On Orochimaru's side, she would merely get to keep her life. Be his pawn in ending Naruto's life all around him, his own village. She didn't know how or why she was still alive as she was currently a risky liability, what with her association with Naruto, but she wasn't going to look a gift horse in the mouth. Gathering herself, she realized that she was stroking her hair which was draped mostly over one shoulder. It was a nervous habit of hers that had started recently, but made no attempt to curb it. It made for good stress relief, sometimes. She had to pick a side. Naruto was strange, to say the least. He acted aloof at times, seemed to give off a slightly cocky vibe and could be threatening. But of late, she started to believe that he had been bluffing to kill her. Well, he might not feel that way about her teammates, but surely not her. Besides, he did drag her off into his experience. That showed trust in her, right? Well, except for the fact that she sold him out. She was threatened, after all. He couldn't hold it against her. Not to mention, she had reason to believe that he wasn't going to care. He must have known, and she hadn't been killed in her sleep since. That was a good sign, she thought with a tiny grin. Looking to her teammates, she pondered that it was a good chance as any to make a break for it to run. But then she had to take into account how other teams were in this forest and everyone was out for explosive seals. She had two of her own, as did her teammates. They had taken down another team for their seals, and the plan was to go after Team 7 for theirs. Kill two birds with one stone. Kill them literally, too. But would she take part in that? She heaved a sigh as she went about rousing her teammates from their slumber. Hopefully when the time came, she would have made her choice. There was no good or bad choice. There were only two bad ones, she'd have to pick the one that saved either her life, or the one that would save her better consciences. She recalled a day when they had one of their better conversations in the experience. It was one of those that started off idle, and she didn't cuss him out for her predicament. It had a bit of a background check feel to it, and she allowed herself to be a bit more vulnerable than how she wanted the world to see. You still haven't told me how you knew that apples were my dash. She gazed at the non-existent floor on where she lay, wondering what they were actually on. It was as if they were floating in midair. She had broken off the end of the sentence in anticipation that he would finish it, but to her surprise, he didn't. Favorite? She averted her eyes. That sounded more like a guess, because a questioning tone was added to it. He didn't sound so sure, and decided to ask him about it. Yeah, favorite. You knew that, and you sounded like you just guessed the answer. Well, let's just say that I'm not using my talent to find out what you're going to say. To experience this crap twice would be hell. He waved it off. Besides, I thought you didn't want me to finish your sentences. I thought you didn't want me to finish your sentences, she mocked in a half-assed version of his voice. Naruto rolled his eyes as he began going through a book which she had taken a break from, the one she had claimed that it was heavy shit. Cute. Give me my weapons and you wouldn't be saying that, she retorted. Even if I were a quadriplegic, I'd still beat you. A series of some well-placed headbutts and biting and you'd be in worse shape. Dead, too. I can't tell if you're full of yourself or just full of shit. Naruto neglected to answer and began reading. After a while, she breached his focus again. You didn't answer my first question. He seemed reluctant, but still spoke regardless. It's like this. Imagine that I'm walking on a path. She raised an eyebrow at symbolism that he was using. All right. Go on. I'm walking on a trail, and suddenly, there are a bunch of trails. I take the one I need, and I encounter a roadblock of ninjas with fire release. It's the only trail to get to where I'm supposed to go. Before they see me, I turn back, and head home. He gave a look as if to ask her if she understood so far. She gave a nod in affirmation. The next day, I set out again back to get where I need to go, and this time, I've got a friend or two who are talented at water release. They take out the roadblock, and I get to where I need to go. This is basically you telling me that you foresaw something bad and planned ahead to take it on. But how does it? Kin got silent. Can't you be more specific? You just want me to tell you how it works. I'd rather not. Please? No. Please? No. I won't tell anyone. She mustered in a promising tone. Oh really? I don't think so. Why won't you? I'm good company. She used his words against him. Come on, tell me. Maybe you could even help win a sweepstakes or some shit like that. My gifts, Naruto began. It happens in my head. I see what happens. When it happens, I'm prepared. But you said that I told you. We never spoke about that, so how did you prepare for it? Naruto grinned. By foreseeing it, it's as good as experiencing it. I already know, so why would we talk about it? That's actually a cool ability. If I had that? She stared off into space. Nah, never mind. I'd only be seeing how I'd get killed. It's complicated. Kin became thoughtful as she tried to decipher his earlier answers. He said multiple paths. I wonder. So does this mean that when you do something different, you don't know what can happen? It's complicated. He changed the subject right after. But hey, if you must know, I love ramen with a passion. She wouldn't let him change the topic so easily. They could meander from it, sure, but not derail from it completely. So is this gift of yours genetic? Like a bloodline that's passed down from your parents? Yeah. I think so. I think my father must have been the one to have it. He was a real battlefield terror. But I can't help but wonder. He became crestfallen, something she took notice of. If he could foresee the future, how did he manage to die? Maybe your mom is the one with the ability, since your dad is the one who kicked the bucket? She passed on. The air became glum with angst, and Kin couldn't help but feel ashamed. She knew how it felt to be an orphan, and even worse, witnessed how she became one. There was a need to fill the silence made by her host, so she stepped up. My condolences. I didn't know you were Dash. Of course you knew I was an orphan, he butted in. It'd have been more believable if you said that you didn't know it was such a sore topic. He was right. She knew. Besides, the Ninfo card she got on him told her that he was an orphan, but she had overlooked it, instead to scrutinize what it said about his powers and skills. You're right. But sorry anyhow. Sorry enough that you won't tell your parents about a blonde boy kidnapping you? His eyes gleamed with mirth. I won't tell them, she said easily. Her parents were dead anyhow. But if there's an afterlife, I'll let them know. She muttered dryly. Ouch. I guess I'm guilty too. Let's just forget about that. Before this turns into some big ol' pity party. She answered resolutely. Sure, he agreed quickly. Anyway, why'd you grow out your hair? Doesn't it get in the way of living? Yeah. But it's not a burden, or anything like that, she replied as she thought about her mother's words. I'll only trim it if it gets so long that I have to drag it on the ground. I've been told that I'm blessed. She heaved a sigh that she used to blow up to a bang that fell over her forehead protector. The hair, I mean. A blessing, huh? Well, it is nice hair. He flustered, as if unsure of himself. She noticed, having been a kunoichi long enough to observe and manipulate emotions in people. Heh. I think I like this side of you. The one that doesn't act like a know-it-all, arrogant bastard. When you don't use that so-called gift of yours, you act more like a modest guy. Who gave you the right to judge? Ugh. Just do something entertaining, already. I'm bored to shit. She exclaimed with resign. His eyebrow began to tick. Geez, couldn't you just take the damn compliment? I'm just saying what I think. Well, a fat lot of good that compliment does for me now, huh? She retorted with a biting tone. The Oto Kunoichi turned back to him, but he looked as if he was going to take a nap. His waking state only lasted another minute before he dropped off. Waiting a bit more to make sure that he was unconscious, she made the answer that she had wished to say. Thanks, Naruto. Then she went off to sleep herself. X equals X equals. Naruto sweated, and tossed and turned in his restless slumber. Surely whatever he was experiencing was giving him nothing less than nightmares, and they'd be right. However, for Naruto's special situation, to experience something horrible was something that should be multiplied. The twice-experienced lad finally woke up, but it was from no one's intervention. Well, to be fair, it was. An explosion rocked the area the cave he was in, and the boy had to roll sideways out of his bedroll to avoid rocks that tumbled from out of the ceiling, right into the place he had previously occupied. After a bit of a tizzy, he came to grips that they were already under attack. By Orochimaru himself. His experiences were horrible. Once again, he had been brought into a situation where he had been forced to choose. It was an incredibly hard choice. But the experience was trying to make it easy for him. Self-preservation. Hard choices, simple factions, one chance, each with their own repercussions. Choice 1, run away. His conscience would be shot at abandoning his team. They would surely be injured or worse. Although this was a free-for-all with allowances for team-ups, he couldn't believe it in himself to leave. Besides, wasn't he the one who promised to look out for them? This was what the experience had prepared him for. To leave his comrades in the lurch and flee. Choice 2, stay and fight. He would be risking his own safety, his own life to stay with his team. All could and would probably meet their demises at the hands of the Snake Sannin, the very same he hadn't a clue to fight. He'd be living up to his promise, although any sane man would tell him to cut his losses. This was what he was all about. All his life since his 10th birthday. His reliance on his ability had crippled him. He had grown comfortable in his knowledge, hesitant and afraid to take risks. What kind of a life was that? The experience had painted him into a corner, and judging from the sounds of the fighting his teammates were putting up and the yells of his name, he'd better make his choice soon. He had 3 more gifts. He'd have to use them. X equals X equals. Naruto sure is a sound sleeper, Sakura grunted as she threw 2 kunai at the Kusa ninja, who caught them in 2 hands and threw them back at her. She had the agility necessary to dodge them, while silently thanking the blonde in her head for all the rocks thrown at her. She, and Sasuke, had far too many welts sported on their bodies caused by rocks thrown in training, only to be taken down by a few kunai. They were more resilient, agile and tenacious, even keeping their cool when facing someone who was of a higher caliber. But that didn't excuse the fact. Where the bloody hell was the Uzumaki? A few more kunai were thrown between Sasuke and the enemy Nin, and thanks to his Sharingan, the Uchiha used one more of his to parry the thrown ones aside, and they were promptly retrieved by Sakura, who patiently waited for Naruto to arrive. Sasuke was close to losing it. Just seconds before he blew his stack, a smoke bomb erupted at Team 7's position. As soon as it did, 7 identical copies of each of the members rushed out in all directions. Orochimaru could see that the gaff was an obvious clone technique, but he could not depict which one of the sets was the real thing. The Sannin would have grinned to himself, had he not been in a hurry. If he couldn't see what the real thing was, it meant that they weren't disguising themselves in the group. They had fled. His eyebrows furrowed as he decided to deal with the distractions at once. For his plan to succeed, he'd need to beat down his future container and make it look like he wasn't even trying. He could do that, with several limbs tied. He'd put on a terrific show about how Sasuke was weak, and that he should go to him, Orochimaru, to get stronger. If he just inflicted the curse mark on his host like any day of the week, it would be like a common assault with no real purpose. He went through the hand seals at what he believed to be an average Jounin speed. Just enough for the boy's Sharingan to see the gist of and realize that he was taking his time at doing it. After priming up his technique, he called up a wall of wind that blew apart at erratically that raced for all the copies while announcing the jutsu in his mind. Futon, Kaze Garasuin. Wind release, wind shards. X equals X equals. Naruto's eyes widened. Huh? Did we just die? He shook his head as he and his team tree-hopped as fast as they could. What? What the hell are you blabbering about? Sasuke bit out harshly. And where the hell were you? Couldn't you hear the sounds of fighting and wake the fuck up? Me and Sakura were going up against that Kusanine for all of 15 minutes. And she was just playing with us. Naruto chuckled embarrassedly, but knew it wasn't the time or place to be telling them what he was capable of. He, however, got the feeling that his clones all got wiped out with a single jutsu, all from multiple first-person perspectives. It was a bit dizzying, but he realized that he must have gotten memories from them. An interesting prospect, one that may have eluded him when he had been training with them. Since he was training with them, he must have thought all the memories were his. But that wasn't the main issue. Naruto? This came from Sakura. Huh? Was his most useful answer. What is it? Want to chew me out too? No. I just want to ask what we're going to do. You always have spot-on guesses and fight incredibly strong people. What do we do? The Uzumaki could tell that his male teammate was also asking this question, and Naruto became scared. Now, he was truly living only once, and winging it. The very idea scared him. Sure, he could manage talking to Hinata without it, but to fight the Rouge Snake Sannin? It was already next to impossible, as the experience first dictated that he should have fled. But to fight him? About a cube of ice's chance in the noonday sun. Or rather a snowball's chance in hell. Naruto even checked a glance up just to make sure that a pig wasn't flying about while making squealing sounds akin to a bird chirping. No. I can't fight him, he answered at last. But I know he's after Sasuke. I've got a few more tricks up my sleeve, but I'm going to need you two to go along with whatever I tell you. And that would be? Sakura trailed off. Leave me behind. Both of you. Sakura was mortified, and Sasuke tried to figure out his crazy teammate. What? Why the dash? Naruto knows best, right? Sakura muttered, cutting him off. I've never seen him go wrong before. He just said that he can't fight him, Sakura. The Onyx Eyes youth insisted. Or didn't you hear him? The Uzumaki felt fearful as he heard the words of his teammates. He had never before felt so weak. Besides his knowledge, what did he really have to call his own? A couple of mugshots, his experimental pipe, a couple dozen bomb seals of varying degrees of potency and pellet cases for reloads and bomb balls. Kagebunshin, and a great breakthrough for ninjutsu. And Orochimaru? Decades of experience, tons of ninjutsu, summoner of massive snakes, and was at the very top of everyone's shit list. You don't get that far along without being insanely strong and sly and sadistic and... I can do it, Naruto chanted, much to his teammates' befuddlement, but he soon turned to them as he continued to flee. Listen up. I can get you guys closer up to the tower, but he'll catch up soon. He'll toy with me a little, long enough for you guys to get sanctuary at the tower. Besides, it's going to get really hectic soon, as another guy will be coming into the fight. This sounds more than what you can handle, Sasuke grunted. And you still haven't told us who that guy is. It's Orochimaru. If I get killed, just go tell Kakashi that he's in the village, and that he's after you for the Sharingan. Now enough of this mopey nonsense. He bellowed, startling his teammates. Let's go, before I chicken out. I'll be there. I promise that nothing is going to happen to you guys, but I need the two of you to go in order for me to live up to that. Even if you die? Sakura asked fearfully, knowing fully well who Orochimaru was. She couldn't believe they had been tangling with the man for so long. For even 10 seconds was actually a miracle. I won't die, he answered resolutely, hoping that they would believe him more than he did himself. Time's on my side, and I'll be stalling him. I'm going to wing it, and someone will soon be here to buy me some time for me to escape. He held up his right hand and gazed at the palm. There, it held the kanji for fast that glowed a faint white. He grasped his teammates by the shoulders and told them to run, and hold onto him while they did. And so they did, although curiously. They had even more questions as they heard him mumble. Vista Radial Zone. X equals X equals. Kin got an odd sense pricking at her, and far off to her right, she could see what looked like a small globe of white pass through the trees at incredible speeds. She could see the far-off light as if through the trees themselves, as if the trees were transparent. She could tell that this was Naruto's doing, and wondered what he was up to. Her teammates were still searching for Team 7, but she neglected to tell them where she suspected they might be. Let them continue searching. She hoped that they wouldn't find them, as she had no idea what she'd do, or have to do should they ever find one another. X=X=X. Far ahead now, Naruto stopped, but he waved them on. They were slower now, and Naruto took stock of what he had left. He had 2 15 seconds of white essence, and 3 15 seconds of black essence. He had knowledge of how to combine them to make another version. It would be his most effective, and he knew he might be able to make it work. He could feel his confidence returning, and he smiled broadly. I'll not only stall him, or beat him. I'll kill him. Not even he can stand up to my abilities. I will not die. I will live. X=X=X. Gaara recalled his sand into his gourd with a demented pleasure as he looked on at the bloodstains on the ground. The 2 crimson deluges that were once his siblings offered him a sick satisfaction while he approached where they had dropped their proffered tags as an act to spare their own lives. He still needed to hand them in, but as soon as he was about to make his departure, a blonde ninja in dark blue clothing landed in the clearing and swiped up the special explosive tags. The Suna Jinchuriki frowned as he noted the boy's description, even his whisker-like marks on his cheeks. He didn't say a word, instead, he darted away in an escape attempt. With nary a second thought, Gaara of the Sand unleashed his sand once more as he gave chase after the ninja, riled and thoroughly dead-set on making him one with his sand. Far ahead, Kabuto smirked to himself in the disguise of a henge of the Uzumaki he had come to covet for his powers. Just wait, till he got an eyeful of an outraged Ichibi Jinchuriki. While he'd be occupied by a formidable target, he'd just knock him out with one of his more potent medical jutsu. Naruto would soon wake up on an operating table, under a scalpel. X=X=X. Naruto continued to double-check his supplies and gave a sharp lookout for any and all combatants. He still had some measure of trepidation, but he could manage it. He was still counting on Kabuto coming after him in tandem with Gaara of the Desert. The weight was getting to him though, to wait in the silence while knowing that 3 powerful people were after him. And he hadn't a clue what to do. Who first? Orochimaru? Kabuto? Gaara? So, Naruto Uzumaki, is it? A tall and seemingly Kusa-nin hailed as she strolled into the clearing where Naruto was standing in the middle of. Where is the rest of your team? Naruto was tempted to spoil the info of what he knew, mainly that he knew the man and his intentions. It was a habit of his of being a know-it-all, but he'd need every bit of advantage over the man's potential ignorance. Thereabout. He lied. Halfway to the tower, he finished in his mind, just so he couldn't betray the fib through his physicality like eye movement. I see. This isn't a fight, Naruto, this is a hit and run, he reminded himself as he pulled out his blade baton in his right hand in a reverse grip and 3 shuriken in his left. With a simple strafe run to his right, he threw the shuriken, and blew the daitapa he had been working on to do seamlessly. He put in the right amount of chakra into the attack, and the shuriken sped up after his adversary. He wasn't surprised to see the man dodge them, but he was nearly overwhelmed at the speed the man threw a single kunai. If Naruto hadn't been training his reflexes, he would have surely suffered from a mortal wound in the chest. He took the man's surprise as a chance to grip his baton in his teeth and form the cross-hand seal to create 50 clones. As they all bomb-rushed the Sannin, he stood apart and silently cursed the fact that he hadn't any ranged techniques, due to fighting at close range with the aid of knowledge of the future. It was then that he remembered his pipe, but he didn't know if the man would dodge it. It was a chance he'd have to make. Get him! He yelled the battle cry. While the man was busying himself with the clones, Naruto leapt up into the tall trees and stood and branch while unsealing a 4-foot-long metal pipe that one could find in a household, with the word carbine engraved into it. It had only one open end, and he pointed it at Orochimaru while he flexed the power vested in his left side. The kanji for slow was briefly visible, and his aura became blackened. All of a sudden, time slowed down to the farthest reaches of his mightiest ability, that of 50 feet. Everything in a 50-foot radius slowed to 1/5th of their original speed, including the area and combatants around him. Time moved normal for he alone, and he channeled his chakra into the base. He followed the man fighting off the clones fluidly with only taijutsu in slow motion, and as 4 seconds passed, a dull roar was emitted from the pipe, along with a spout of flame. A single unit of lead smashed its way into the man's skull, but instead of elation, Naruto saw the man's replacement with a log and saw the movement from it. It was high-speed movement after all, but he was seeing it as if it were normal movement. A third of the 15 seconds were used, and Naruto primed a bomb ball and hurled it to the man's new location on the branch of the tree next to him, around 30 meters to his left. But Orochimaru was just that fast as he actually batted the ball away far from him, before it exploded in a spray of tile shrapnel that did nothing to those out of range. With only 6 seconds left on his internal clock, Naruto fled down to where his clones were and created 36 more, which he hurriedly mingled with in the hopes that he would lose him in the medley. He readied another bomb ball, praying that the man would come after him so he could then replace himself and get out of the confusion while the man would suffer the brunt of the explosion. Orochimaru didn't take the bait, much to his disappointment. He threw the shrapnel explosive at the man at the last second, hoping to get lucky. He didn't. Instead, Orochimaru disappeared from view, and Naruto felt a savage kick in his side that drove him some meters away into a tree, but not without going through some of his clones that puffed away. Blood flew from the reaches of his gut and through his mouth. Orochimaru had pulled a Shunshin to get next to him and with an earth release technique, annihilated the dozens of clones who milled about in the confusion. Naruto didn't feel so much ashamed as in pain at that moment as the disguised Sannin approached him while chuckling. Ku. Ah, Naruto-kun. You're full of surprises. Was that a swift release I saw? It wasn't me being fast, it was you being slow, dumbass, Naruto thought grimly. Something like that. I was just talented with Shunshins, is all. Anye, how do you know my name? Do I know you, lady? Naruto pretended and stalled as he tried to think of his next move. As the disguised ninja was about to answer, Naruto unsealed his mugshot from behind him and laced the tiniest, and hopefully untraceable by censoring, amount of chakra into the base. No. Now where is Sasuke? I thought you were looking for Team 7 in general, Naruto said slowly. At that, he pulled his hand from behind him and tossed up the mug to the man, who caught it deftly. He's in the cup. There was a law. This law mandated that any trick you have never experienced before will catch you hook, line and sinker. Oh, something's on your shirt. You look at your shirt, the trickster would flick your nose. Watch out for the dog crap. You look down, and there's nothing there. Naruto told him to look in the mug, and without thinking, the experienced shinobi upturned the mug that looked empty as if to look in it. It came as no surprise that he blew his face off, until shrapnel buried itself into it at odd, gross angles. Naruto took the opening to roll out of the way with a giggle sounding from his lips. His side still hurt him as he stood up, but he grit his teeth against it while cleaning the blood off of his lips with his shirt sleeve. It was a long time since he had actually felt pain on the battlefield. Only in training had he sustained it, and Orochimaru looked livid enough to make him experience as much pain as possible before killing him. He ripped off his facial mask and glared at the Jinchuriki with his unique golden snake-like eyes. You will die for your insolence, child. Oh geez. He glanced around for his baton and found it nowhere to be seen. On hardwired instinct of fearing to perish, he was about to activate his combination of the essences, but Orochimaru was faster and half-screwed a punch from the waist straight into the boy's face and sent him flying in a measure of meters. With a yell of pain, Naruto couldn't find it in him to try and land properly and fell into a slide along the ground that dug out a trench. Gah! As he turned to look up, he saw Kabuto of all people standing over him, and he paled. He knew that meant Gaara was somewhere near, as in the experience, Kabuto had approached him solo and Gaara had targeted him, Naruto, for no particular reason. Sand then washed over his body, and his fears began coming to light. He could faintly hear something along the lines of, "Kill Gaara," that sounded from Kabuto, and Orochimaru exclaimed something along the lines of, "Let it be." Naruto's eyesight became gritty with the sand, but his perspective was clear. Vista Radial Zone. From his own perception, he could sense the kanji of fast on his right hand appear in white, and slow on his left, black and white respectively. But then they dulled and blurred together and made a perfect gray, and Naruto became omnipotent. Stop. All of time stopped in the 50-foot radial of his domain that had gray aura in his eyes, and Naruto hurriedly shook himself to be rid of the sand that covered him. He had only 15 seconds, and he had already wasted 3 just to get himself free. Standing up again freely, he recognized that all present as his foes needed to die and he hurried while doing so, but he was calm. All he could hear was the rapid beating of his heart as he pulled out his second mugshot and placed it firmly against Kabuto's forehead, knowing from his experience that the man could heal himself from virtually anything, save for an overkill attack on his head. Only that which he interacted with had real time like he did, and the timer of the still had 4 seconds. He waited it out, and blew Kabuto's brains apart, which took a definite pause. With a nod, he pulled out a kunai and sprinted to Gaara and planted it firmly in the boy's eye socket, piercing all the way through. All was still, and by now he had only 2 seconds left. He saw his blade baton laying 2 or 3 feet away from Orochimaru, the man stuck in his steps. Naruto managed a poorly done body flicker to it and picked it up in a firm grasp. Intent on decapitating the man, he swung it but then his time ran out. Orochimaru seemingly came back to life, and that was all Naruto remembered as he fell to the ground unconscious from a dizzying blow to a pressure point strike in his neck. But he wasn't the only one to fall, as the people who died standing toppled as well. Chapter 20. Orochimaru was half thrown off in mental balance as he saw the dead bodies of his most trusted aide and one of the primary keys to his invasion of the Hidden Leaf Village. He glared down at the body of the boy who lay unconscious before him. The very boy who had caused this and had very nearly caused the death of Orochimaru himself. The Ichibi Jinchuriki, dead. Kabuto, dead. In a fit of rage, he reached down and was about to wring the boy's neck when he sensed 3 ninjas approach. He paused when he recognized the sources, being that of his own team of ninjas in the exams, Dosu, Zaku and Kin. They must have been attracted by the noise of battle and came to investigate, no doubt to pick off 1 or even 2 weakened teams at once. He grinned to himself and stood again. Come hither, subordinates. He could sense fear from them, and strong hesitancy. They didn't keep him waiting, though, and they landed in the clearing, kneeling on one knee and averted their gazes to the ground. Yes, Lord Orochimaru? Dosu asked with a strain in his tone. The snake Sannin thought to himself briefly before he nodded in finality. Take Naruto here to the hideout at the inner walls. Here are the directions. As he gave them the guidelines on how to get to one of the old root bases that used to be used by Danzo Shimura, he was privy to his thoughts on how he needed a new catalyst to initiate the ruination of the village hidden in the leaves. With the loss of the Ichibi, perhaps he could find the sealing necessary to break the Kyuubi free of its prison and use him instead. Nothing much to it, really. Just a crack here and there, and soon the Biju should smash its way through on its own by his, Orochimaru's, manipulation. The Nine-Tails should be even more destructive, as it nearly finished off the village all those years ago. And with no one formidable around to seal it again, it should make short work of what was long overdue. And tell the Sound Four who are there to watch him. And the exams, Lord Orochimaru? Do we finish them with our guys? The exams are trivial. You will use the cover of one of the unguarded gates to escape. You need not worry about the exams any longer. You will simply not participate any longer. Do this deed immediately. Hi! All 3 chorused. Orochimaru smiled in self-accomplishment before tagging the boy with a seal that was sure to seal his chakra to ensure that he reached his destination as harmless and docile as a newborn lamb. Later, he'd stop by to interrogate him on what he was capable of, but now, he needed to catch up to Sasuke, before it was too late. With a hastening body flicker, he was off with the leaves, leaving Team Oto alone. Heh heh. Would you look at that? Zaku snickered as they approached the prone form of the lad. Powerful my arse. Orochimaru took him down. He snapped his fingers. Just like that. He kicked the boy hard in his side, and Naruto groaned in his unconsciousness and flinched involuntarily. Hey, quit it! Dosu ordered. Kin exhaled in relief, as she didn't know how she would have told her own teammate not to kick the Uzumaki. If Orochimaru wants him alive, we want him in one piece. Look at how he flinched. Must have been real tender there. The Abumi stated with a snicker. I wouldn't laugh if I were you. Remember how he salt and peppered your eyes? Besides, do you think that you could have killed that Psycho Gaara? I don't think Orochimaru did that. Lucky shot. They both grabbed the Uzumaki under his armpits and heaved him up. Bastard's heavy. Meanwhile, Kin had been poking around, and inspected the second corpse, the one that didn't have piles of sand around it. As she gazed at the clothing and the lower jaw, all that was left of the head, her eyes caught bits and pieces of glass and metal framing. It was Kabuto's glasses. What, hey! You guys! Kin hailed, hardly able to suppress the feeling of elation and relief. It's Kabuto. He's dead. What? Kinyuta asked unbelievingly as he stared at the corpse in purplish clothing. That's Kabuto? Damn. He don't have a head no more. Zaku awed. Guess this little heavy bastard is dangerous after all. Yeah, guess so. Kin replied nonchalantly. She picked up a mug and smelt it. An acrid aroma that usually followed explosive seals was present in it, and she decided to carry it with her to show Dosu back at the hideout. He was smart, he might even figure out a thing or two about it. Attaching it to her waist on a hook, she began tree-hopping with her teammates and thought to herself. He killed Kabuto, I wonder. If things were different, would he have been able to pull off a win against Orochimaru? Something changed, somewhere. Her mind then ran on the boy who was in tow just ahead of her between 2 of her teammates, lugged along like so much dead weight. She prayed for the best, then and there. She didn't say any words, think any words. It was more shapeless, like hoping. But it was a prayer nonetheless. X equals X equals. The final members of Team 7 went tearing into the tower at the doorway entrance and slammed the door behind them. There were several Leaf Nin there, all Chunin and Jounin, as it was like a lobby, of all things. Or a gauntlet, depending on how you looked at it. All they saw was the last loyal Uchiha and a Pinkette who were erratic and couldn't say a word as to how breathless they were. But that didn't say that they stopped. They still went on about help and Naruto and Snake Man and Orochimaru and Kakashi-sensei, that their teacher had to be called in, as a few Chunin like Irika thought they were going into shock and hyperventilation wasn't helping any. The man took them into a side for privacy before knelt down to their level. "Alright, you two. You made it. Now tell me what happened. By the way, where's Naruto? I didn't expect him to go solo." "He's in trouble, sensei," Sakura exclaimed as the panting finally left their system. "This snake guy, Orochimaru dash. Now, hold on." The man's one-eyed gaze steeled. Orochimaru? He remembered Naruto's recent question over the man, and wondered if they were linked. Was the rogue Sannin in the village, in the exams? In the Forest of Death? Yes. He was after Sasuke-kun, but Naruto intervened. He told us to run away and leave him behind while he stalled him. "You left him behind?" The man's gaze grew cold. "You abandoned a comrade? Stow the shit, Kakashi." This came from Sasuke, and all present were appalled by the lad's audacity. "We never wanted to do it. He wouldn't have anything less, and he sacrificed himself just to make sure I got here. We came here to get help, so we could get this guy. We didn't come to get a speech." Naruto's last words was to tell us to tell you that Orochimaru was here, and I'll be damned if he doesn't come out of this scrap alive. We came to get help, but if all you're going to do is ask, then we'll ask someone else. The man looked down, almost as if he was ashamed. He knew he would have done the same thing if he was in Naruto's place, and it was hard to be told off by a genin who previously thought he was better off solo. "I'm going out. You two stay put. But we can come and help dash." "No." He cut the Haruno off from her line. "You've done enough. I'll get a Jounin or two to come with me." He stood sharply, and turned to leave through the door. He turned the knob and stepped out, and as he looked out, he saw Enko leaning on the adjacent wall. "I'm coming," was all she said. Kakashi sighed, but knew that he wouldn't be able to dissuade the woman not to. "Fine." He turned to Kurenai, who stood apart. "Kurenai, tell the Hokage that dash." "I heard," the Yuhi interrupted. "Just go." Not even 10 seconds later, two figures raced from the tower, heading back in a straight line where the two Team 7 members had come from. "I know that you have some history, but are you sure that dash?" "I said I'm coming, and that's that," Enko said firmly with a growl. "I know." Kakashi kept his eyes open. "What's the plan, if we find him?" "When we find him," Enko emphasized, "we're gonna kill him." They soon came to the spot where the most recent battle had taken place, and it was here that they saw a mess of things: bodies, blood, tile shrapnel, some sand, and a mug along with a 4-foot pipe. "No Orochimaru. No Naruto. Where the hell's the Gaki?" Enko muttered as she picked up the mug. Kakashi saw her do the deed and he raced over to her and batted it out of her hand. "What the hell was that for?" "I'm actually scared of that thing," the Hatake answered as he recalled using it on Zabuza. "That thing is dangerous." "What, a mug, Kakashi?" she asked incredulously. "You must be going off the deep end." She approached it, picked it up to show him. "See? Empty." The man sighed. "It must have been fired already. My guess is that he used it on this poor ninja here. No idea on who he was." He gestured to the half-headless body where blood pooled from the cavity. "But that one over there, that's the Ichibi Jinchuriki. I know that the Sabaku was crazy. He'd kill you just for talking about the weather. No friends, no loved him, except for himself." "Kinda sounds like me," Enko mumbled. "No one cares about me, either. Guess I'm crazy like him too. Only difference is that I don't have a kunai planted in my eye socket." "You have people who care about you," Kakashi answered. "Yeah? Like who?" The Hatake wanted so badly to answer her, but in the end, neglected to. She shrugged her shoulders in response to this. "That's what I thought." And that particular remark cut him. It made him feel like a coward. Enko picked up what looked like stray flesh and recognized it as facial skin. "Huh? Looks like he was using one of his demented disguises by using a person's face. Maybe we can ask your brats for a description and what the face was like. But any sign of Naruto? I gotta admit, the brat's growing on me." "He's not here." Kakashi saw an imprint of where a boy laid, but no longer was. "Methinks Orochimaru made off with him." His last clue came to be on a tree trunk high up, and Kakashi had to leap up to closer to it so that he could see it. He slightly paled when he saw it, and motioned for Enko to take a look at it too. The message was engraved with what must have been a kunai, and the Mitarashi frowned. "The exams continue, or I'll destroy the leaf." "Damn. He's blunt." But is he bluffing? I don't know. But let's keep searching. X equals X equals. Orochimaru cursed to himself as he reached the hideout at dusk. It had been too late to get to his quarry, as he was now in the guard of Leaf Ninjas, and no doubt the Hokage himself was present to ask the Haruno and the Uchiha some questions on what they had seen and heard. They might not have gone through enough for anything substantial, but from his perspective, they knew too much. They knew that he was after Sasuke, not to mention that Kabuto was dead and Gaara of the desert, the would-be instigator of the primary leveling of the Hidden Leaf, was dead. For a Biju to respawn in 5 more years in the Suna area and the exams to reach the finals in a month's time, not a chance would that work out. He had to go with a substitute. Although he had secured the Tsuchikige's support to remove the leaf from existence, he still needed a Biju to truly make the ambition a reality. He had no worries about not controlling Kyuubi. That was the Hidden Leaf's problem. He removed the seal that locked the door of the hideout and after several twists and turns, found his way going down a staircase that went deep into the bowels of the village. Once there in the underground, he made his way to the dungeon area to find the Sound 4 and Team Oto standing separately and the Uzumaki in a figurative pile on the ground in one of the cells, propped against the far wall. At a glance, he was bereft of all but clothing. His shoes and weapons and seals were strewn on a table and were being sifted through for anything worth taking, by light of a kerosene lamp. However, all snapped to attention when they saw their master approach. "Good evening, Lord Orochimaru." "At ease. Is he conscious?" "I'm conscious," the pile mumbled to all. "Now can someone let me out? I need to go home. I think I left the stove on." "He hasn't lost his nerve," Orochimaru-sama, the silver-haired one spoke. "I'd be more than glad to cut out his tongue and feed it to him." "That won't be necessary, Sakan. Unlock his cell." The red-headed Kunoichi quickly obliged him and pulled off a seal off of the key lock. She then inserted a key and turned it to unlock it, and the steel bars slid open. Orochimaru stepped inside with a grim look on his face. He went through a massive amount of hand seals before ripping off the boy's shirt. Kin winced noticeably as she heard Naruto's screams of pain, long and loud they were. It was guttural too, and he'd surely be going hoarse. As she glanced to the others, they were all emotionless and soon, Orochimaru stepped out. The Uzumaki continued to moan in his misery of the after effects, and the cell was promptly locked again. "Keep watch over him. He's a special case," he cautioned. "Hi, Lord Orochimaru," they chorused. He then stepped past to make him leave, but not without mentioning that he'd be back every 5 days. Kin gulped as she mused about the implications. Whatever he was doing on Naruto, he was going to do it on a regular basis. And so, day 1 came to an end. Day 2. So no one's seen Naruto? It's safe to say that he's been abducted by Orochimaru team himself. "I'm afraid so, Hokage-sama. What can I say to the rest of the team?" "Tell them to remain strong, Kakashi. Tell them to keep him in their prayers. And you, Hokage-sama? I shall continue to rally what ninjas I can to search. In the meantime, the exams must continue. Who are the winners of the preliminaries?" "They are Haruno Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke, Akimichi Chuji, Nara Shikamaru, Hyuga Neji, Hyuga Hinata, Shinshoku, and Kuratsuchi of IWA. It should have been more. There was a lot of team killing, Sarutobi-sama." Day 3. Naruto heaved himself up and stood shakily. "Hey! How many people does it take to guard a single guy, huh? 7? I'm only 13, for Kami's sakes. Almost 14, but that's not the case. Can I get something to eat?" "Shut the fuck up, you shit-spitter bumblefuck," the red-haired Kunoichi shouted as she approached the cell. "Don't you know that you're too fucking loud? You're one to talk. I just want some food. If Orochimaru wants me alive, shouldn't I get some food into me? You want me to shit in your mouth, a slicker? Yikes. No thanks." He held up his hands and waved her down to emphasize his negative answer. "TCH. So unladylike." Jirobo muttered. "You want a piece of me, you cunt rag fat ass?" Damn, Naruto looked away. "The language around here is so colorful. How do you deal with that?" he asked aloud. "I just wanted to get something to eat before my gut digests itself." "Why do we all have to watch him?" Sakan asked privately to Kidamaru. "All 7 of us, he's in a cell with no chakra and it's sealed. Is he that powerful, or is Orochimaru-sama that cautious? He killed Kabuto. Don't know how, but we found Kabuto with nothing on his neck except for his lower jaw." Dosu replied. "But he's right. I'll get him some food." "No metals or plastics," Sakan warned. "He won't even get the bones, and the damn sandwich is on a sheet of cardboard." He approached the cell and slid the food under the bars. "Here you go. Did you spit in this?" Naruto asked. After eyeing the shinobi, he shook his head. "Sorry. Dumb question. You're all bandaged up. But why? Training burns. Day 5. Orochimaru had come and gone, but severe pain remained in Naruto's being. He could barely move, but a glance at his stomach where the Sannin had applied his glowing fingers with vividness of seals on the fingertips told him that damage was starting to tell. Something felt busted, and somehow, the seal on his gut didn't look entirely right. It looked a bit crooked. Day 6. This shouldn't have happened, Sakura. Inov, Sasuke-kun. But I don't think he's dead. If he's dead, Kakashi-sensei would have told us. He hasn't exactly told us that he's alive either. 3 kunai sailed through the ear and thudded into a target, spot on. He just tells us to pray. We should be acting, not praying. I know. But what can we do? I'm just going to sit in my house and wait for Orochimaru to make his move and come for me. Then dash. Then what? Let him get his hands on your eyes? Do you have a better idea? Allow those Umbu guards that the Hokage assigned to you do their job. Day 7. Naruto pushed out the sandwich as soon as Zaku pushed it in. I'm not hungry. Take it. No. Take it. Hell, no. Naruto said calmly. At this, Abumi grinned and turned to Kadamaru with a triumphant look. See? I thought that Kin was joking, but she was right when she told Kabuto when he threatened the info out of her. He can see the future. No, I didn't, Naruto lied. Anyone with a nose, or even a brain could tell that you put some of your crap between 2 slices of bread. I don't want a shitwich. I want a sandwich. At least Dosu knows how to make one. What are you, retarded? You better not let Tayuya find out about this. She'd sack you. Sakan cautioned the dissed ninja. Besides, we can be a bit more merciful, take out the crap and just give him the bread. Didn't I say that I wasn't hungry? Why the hell would I want the bread that was smeared with shit? Is he trying to excite sympathy? I don't see any mothers here to coddle him, Kadamaru stated in an easy tone. The rest of the jailers laughed, but Naruto didn't. Kin didn't laugh either, she wasn't present. Day 8. You know, I don't think we've been introduced, Naruto exclaimed as best as he could. You, he pointed at Jirobo. You're fat ass, 'cause you're so pleasantly plump and you're always eating. He then pointed at the rest in turn, from Kadamaru, Tayuya and Sakan. You're freak, 'cause you've got 2 extra arms. Makes for even more fun on those lonely nights, huh? You girl, you're bitch, because of your charming personality and your cheerful words always brings a smile to everyone's face. And you. He pointed at Sakan. You're faggot. I mean come on, what the hell's the lipstick for? And the behavior, are you flirting with the other guys here? I want you especially, to stay on the other side of the room at all times if you have to be here. Stay where I can see you. Fat ass, don't eat my food or I'll tell your boss that I'll starve to death before the end of the month. Freak, you're fine, just keep your freaky hand action to yourself and bitch. He smiled broadly. Make my day. And Tayuya began to rant. Day 9. The Kunoichi of the North Gate continued to rant on and off, and always within earshot. It was getting on everyone's nerves, and Zaku who had overheard it all was still laughing to himself. Naruto shouted to all who could hear him, asking for what day it was since he had no way of telling the spanning of time in his cell, as he slept irregularly and ate at any time his jailers felt like feeding him. But no one told him the date. Day 10. Orochimaru strode out of the cell and left, having cracked the boy's seal even more. He only needed a few more, and he'd be primed to release the Kyuubi to raise the village. After a half hour, Tayuya nonchalantly came up to the cell and dashed a cup of urine onto him, and he sputtered. Hey! What the hell? Jirobo said I should act more than just cuss. I think I like the alternative. And with that, she stalked away. Naruto turned to Kadamaru. Hey, buddy. Mind tossing some water on me? Wash me off? The 4-armed ninja responded by holding up all 4 of his hands and flipped Naruto the bird before making his own departure. Damn. That's cold. Day 12. It had been all of a full dozen days since he was taken to this hell hole of a prison. He decided that if it wasn't for Orochimaru's treatments, it wouldn't be all that bad. Today was a bit different. All of the Sound Four were gone, as well as Team Odo. They were all secure in the knowledge that he could not escape, and they were right. The scruffy boy, smelly, rank, emaciated boy who had his chakra sealed could not escape, and for all his knowledge, for all his essence, he could not escape. He had never honed his skills enough, much less for a situation like this, although he was certain that a ninja above his caliber would still be in the same position, alone and helpless. He waited. They were careful. No utensils, no plates. He ate dry foods or sandwiches that were fed to him on cardboard. While there was a working toilet, that stunk to high hell, there was no way for him to wash himself, and Tayuya's piss didn't improve things. He wouldn't have been able to dodge it when she had thrown it anyways, as he had been too in pain at the time to even flinch out of the way, or room to dodge. It was a small cell, about twice the size of a cubicle. There was only the toilet, no bed. He slept on the ground. And the cardboard that they gave to him to use as a plate. Cammy, he wished they would just give him a roll of tissue to use. Enough said. He waited. Every time he touched the bars, he got burnt. Severely. It must have something to do with the seal on it, but he couldn't reach it from the inside. He had more than just a few burns from his attempts that had healed up, but still got infected. That cleared up after a day, but that wasn't the issue. He waited. He had started to doze off when he was suddenly awoken by a deluge of water splashing him against his body. As he sputtered and spat, he cleared the water from his eyes to see one of the kunoichi seated on a small footstool. He, on impulse, began to fear that he had gotten a bucketful of piss this time, but he soon realized that it was Kin and he relaxed. "Hey! You've been avoiding me," he said tersely. She looked away, before finally answering. It wasn't in response to his accusation, as she found no way to neutralize the barb in it. "You look like you've seen better days." "I have," he replied. "But hey, if you want to see me be better, how about you let me out so I can stretch my legs?" "You know that even if I did, Tayuya has the key," she said calmly. "Look, I'm sorry that you ended up here, but it wasn't my fault." "Are you trying to absolve yourself of guilt? I didn't accuse you of anything. Do you know what's going to happen? Other than trying to kill you?" she asked with a hint of mirth on her lips. "Of course," he responded in a likewise manner. "I overheard the sound for talking about cracking a seal. Any idea on what that's about, Mr. Kyubi Jinchuriki?" Naruto's gaze averted from the girl to the ground. "I see. He's going to break the seal. He'll unleash the Kyubi to destroy the village." He sighed, pondering the mess he was in. None of this would have happened if he had fled instead of staying behind to help his teammates, but nothing was promised in life. He knew that the future wasn't set in stone, and that anything could happen. But with each day that passed, it became more and more likely that he would die and the village he grew up in would pay for his blunder. The good of the many outweighed the good of the few, and he told this to Kin. "I should have ran away. But instead, I stayed behind and to help my teammates escape." They were silent for a while, but Kin was the first to break it. "You chose a different path. You chose a path that you don't know anything about." "Yes. Well," she sounded as if she was choking back a small sob, and Naruto looked up to regard her. "Now you know how it feels to live like me. Not knowing which day's your last, your future is uncertain and nothing is granted. I know that I can escape. I just need you to open the cage, and I could take everyone down in the blink of an eye." "Who says I'm on your side?" Kin asked calmly as she began to stand again. "Aren't you?" "I don't know." Day 13. "Well, have you heard? We've got our orders. We're going to go beat up the Uchiha tomorrow night. It should be interesting." "Whatever." The Sound Four retreated to one of the back rooms, and Dosu saw it as his chance to speak to the blonde alone, seeing as Zaku was napping in his own room, and Kin was nowhere about. "So, Naruto. It's just us. Can you see the future? If you tell me, I'll make living here more comfortable for you. You know that I'm the one who's basically feeding you." "Yeah. I know." Naruto nodded. "I got my questions about that, though. You don't know me. I know what's like to starve." Dosu deadpanned. "Geez. That's dark. Fine. I'll tell you. But tell me about Kin first. And then I'll tell you if I really can or not. No beating about the bush." Dosu looked thoughtful, as if he was trying to figure the blonde out. "If you could see the future, you would know what the answer is." "If I could foresee the future, maybe I would have known that you wouldn't tell me," the Uzumaki said simply. To which Dosu nodded while he closed his visible eye. "She's the youngest of all of us by a couple months. From what I know, she's been orphaned." "You told me what I knew already," Naruto said at last. "But at least now I know why she is the way that she is." "What's your answer?" Dosu asked. "Can you or can't you?" "I can see the future. In exactly 2 minutes, Zaku will come in hollering for you to ask you where you left his ninja gear. You responded and told him that you cleaned it and left it in your room by accident. Well, let's count those 2 minutes, shall we?" He was not disappointed. Day 14. Night had fallen, and Naruto was alone in the room, but it wasn't for long, as Kin had found herself in front of him. "Hey. I brought you a roll of toilet paper. I've been overhearing you complain about the cardboard, so I figured dash. You think that they're going to judge you for these small acts of kindness, Kin?" "Yes." She answered straight away. "I don't want to look like a sellout. You sold me out to Kabuto. But I didn't care. I knew that you were in a rough spot, and I tried to look past it." The kunoichi looked uncomfortable, but the blonde pressed on. I'm going to die soon, Kin, and you know it. How's that going to rest on your conscience? Don't try to ride on my emotions, she mumbled bitterly. You're the same one who used to threaten me. I was bluffing. In fact, I did that because I was meant to in my visions. I'm sorry. The apology was sincere, and Kin could sense it. But he continued regardless. I was afraid that if I didn't, you would come to find courage in yourself to fight me, and that I might lose. I only know what to do if I go along with a plan. If I hadn't, then you would have tried to fight me, and I wouldn't have known what to do. I can still hold my own, but too many risks would have come into play. He propped himself up to lean against the wall. He turned to gaze on her, and instead of the strong frenemy she had come to know, she now saw an emaciated boy who wasted away in his cell, close to giving up. I heard that they were going after my teammate, Sasuke, tonight. If they succeed, it'll mean that all I did to sacrifice myself to ensure his safety would have been for naught. He'll be branded with the curse seal. Orochimaru will probably do it tonight after he's beaten by the Sound Four. Kin. Yeah? She answered plainly, awaiting his say. Will you forgive me though? For being a prick, that is? Yeah. That's fine, 'cause I realized that they were bluffs anyway. She allowed a smile to creep onto her face. But you were scary though, I'll give you that. I know. I'm still as strong as you know, maybe even stronger. If I had even one kunai, and everyone was in the same room, I'm telling you, I could kill everyone in the blink of an eye. You wouldn't need to stick around with M anymore. Tempting. But I have to ask. What's the deal with you and those 3 auras I've seen you emit? I've seen you do a white one, a black one and gray one. She asked curiously. I first saw it when you dragged me off into that place where you said, only time exists, and then during the course of the exams. Naruto started up in a shock. You saw it? The boy's mind raced when he thought of this. Was this some kind of ability bestowed on her for being in the zone like he did? To see and know whenever he was manipulating time? That's when I'm controlling time. Can you tell me more about it? She asked eagerly. My tongue might become more loose if you unlock the cage. She wagged a finger and smiled. Nice try, though. Anyway, take care. Orochimaru's coming tomorrow. No honorifics? The boy boggled. I never did like him. But I work for him, I keep my life simple. You're afraid to leave his employ, Naruto realized. And between him and Kabuto and me, you were in a real jam. 1 point for the smart guy, she said sullenly. I have to go. Day 15. Gaha. His deteriorating body was released from the Sanin's grasp onto the cold and damp floor, his bones jarred from the impact. Orochimaru smirked as he realized that the weakened boy would soon give up the Kyuubi from his seal, and the ghost from his body. He left the cell and clanged it shut, sealing the boy again inside. Well, Naruto. Sasuke-kun has been branded. How does it feel to know that all your efforts in the forest of death have gone to waste? The blonde did not answer, but he knew what it felt like. His promise was as broken as his body, and his scruffiness was like the integrity of his words. That is, none to speak of. Even if and when he escaped, how could he face the rest of Team 7 again? And then the man was gone. Naruto sighed as he looked about the room, his eyes searching for anyone who was there. His eyes landed on Dosu and Kin, who tried to make themselves as inconspicuous as possible. Hey, what day is it? He hailed weakly. It's the 10th of October, Dosu said with difficulty, knowing that he wasn't supposed to tell their prisoner nothing of time and date. At hearing this, Naruto broke down and actually sounded like he was crying. The 2 Oto ninjas came forward closer to investigate, and their suspicions were right. He was, indeed, crying. Then he began to hum. To their hearing, they had no idea what it was, and Dosu asked what was wrong. It's my birthday today. Kin whispered to Dosu, telling him that she was going out. That she did, and Naruto stared after her retreating form, wondering if she was cutting ties to him in his addling mind. It was night when Kin arrived at the hideout once more and quickly and stealthily made her way to the cell that held her friend. Looking around to see if anyone was about, she saw none, and went forward with what she had had in mind. She placed the bowl on the ground and pushed it forward under the lowermost bars of the cell in front of the sleeping boy and hissed to him. Hey! Naruto, wake up! He jolted out of his sleep almost immediately, and looked around. Huh? What's going on? It's Kin, she introduced herself. I got you something. His eyes fell onto a rectangular and bento-like bowl and his eyes widened as he smelt the aroma that wafted from it. Is that ramen? Yeah. Kin smiled as he immediately began fussing over it hungrily. Happy birthday, Naruto. He looked up from his ministrations with chopsticks halfway, and the kunoichi actually began to sing softly. Ureshii na kyu wa. Tanoshi na kyu wa. Tanjubio meditada. Today is a happy day. Today is a pleasant day. Happy birthday to you. It was the traditional song, and she sang through it twice more. There was nothing spectacular about it, but it did carry a rustic and quaint charm to it, of all things. He ate while she sang, and he was done at the same time she was. Well, it's happier now. Thanks, Kinchan. Chapter 21. The sky was dreary and cloudy, indicating a sure heavy deluge of coming rain. All around him, he could see was the suffering of a multitude. People all over wept in grief, wept in fear, wept in anticipation. They cried for the loss of loved ones. They cried for their lives. They cried knowing what would happen. The village was in a state that had never been seen by one as young as he, although he was as old as the last time a catastrophe of this magnitude had occurred. Everything he knew was being razed. Everyone he knew was dying. Everything he was aware of was burning. He alone remained here to see the end. The end. That fire wasn't there. But he was smelling the burning people. That blood was fake. But it ran red in the streets. Those screams weren't existent. But he was hearing their woes. This couldn't be real. But it was. The ending was nigh, and was all because of his blunder. He could accept the consequences of his actions, if it only affected him. Why were the consequences making everyone else pay for it? Well, he tried to protect his teammates, protect Kin. But it only went to show that you couldn't save everyone. He plodded through the crimson streets and tried to ignore the seeping of the lifeblood that was shed from others that dripped from his sandals with every step that he took. He meandered among the burning and crumbling rubble as he made his way to the exam stadium, completely on autopilot. He had no idea what kind of force pulled him here, but he kept his unblinking, bloodshot eyes open. The whole way, black and red bled in a gush from his belly, the QB gone rampant and destroying the village around him. He lost count of the number of riddled, flies-infested corpses he had stepped over once he made it inside the stadium. Still in his trance, he heard the familiar voice in his mind speak once more. It was that of a man's, and what he had to say made no sense, yet complete sense at the same time. It's tragic and horrible, isn't it? To see trouble coming and yet not being able to do a thing about it. You just have to wait and watch it happen. Son, I'm sorry. Naruto said nothing. He let the voice continue to speak. It didn't sound unkindly, but the matter-of-fact tone to it reminded him of himself. He disliked that. It could very well be someone like him speaking right now, and he couldn't help but think that it was his father. I saw how to defeat the QB. I tried think of other ways, believe me. But my vision showed me how, and it turned out to be the only solution in the end. To give it my best. Heh. This sounds corny, but my best was you. I gave it you. And after all of this, you manifested powers over time like I could too, and even better than I could. How I could defeat entire battalions in the blink of an eye, how to make other people move faster or slower, and giving myself the best reaction times when using the Flying Thunder God technique. Naruto kept listening as he carefully went up the cracked steps, up to the Kage booth and the rooftops above. His father was speaking, he heard. It was as simple as that. I wished for better outcomes, but wishing isn't enough. Son, you're better than me. You take chances now. You deviate from the set paths now. It takes a brave man to venture off into the unknown. Anything could and can happen, and you took the dare. There's nothing wrong with what you did, trying to help others. In fact, the only flaw? The voice trailed off as Naruto finally got to the roof. It was there that he saw all the Hokages? The Shodame, the Nidame and the Yondame, alive, yet dead. The Sandame, however, was well and truly dead. He was impaled by a long, double-edged chikudo that had its glimmer dulled by scarlet. A trail of the selfsame blood ran from between his pallid lips, and it served to signify that there was no life in him. The only flaw, the Yondame now stated with deep conviction to his son now that he was within earshot and gazed at him with blackened eyes, was giving up faith. As his last words were uttered, the three undead Kages collapsed apart into dust, revealing the corpses of Zaku, Dosu, and Kin. He trudged over to her, tears welling up in his eyes for the first time since the beginning. This wasn't the first time he had seen this. He had seen it far too many times, far, far too many times. The waterworks turned full as he made it to where she laid among the dust and ashes from the Kages. She didn't deserve this. She didn't deserve this. She didn't deserve to be in the service of Orochimaru. She didn't deserve to be a pawn for him. She didn't deserve to have to fear for her life. She didn't deserve to be used in such a horrific jutsu. He collapsed onto his knees, and ever so gently, scooped her up into his arms. Her upper torso rested against him. His blurry vision rested on her face. What was previously a bonny one was now ashen, and dead eyes stared up into his. Slowly, he closed them over with the palm of his hand. As his tears ran like a waterfall, he didn't even observe his world around him swirl with black, white, gray and red and begin to crumble away like the ruin it was, and even Kin herself faded away with the rest of reality, making him clench his eyes shut in apprehension. Soon, it was just him who remained, kneeling in the center of infinite nothing. Then he opened his red, slitted eyes and roared into eternity. Naruto blinked. The Uzumaki blinked again and realized that it was another daydream. But this reoccurring daydream was horrific. Perhaps it should be called a daymare, as in the fashion of nightmares, he wondered as he tried to gather his bearings. Not that he wanted to. The second he regrasped his position in the land of the waking hell he was in, he regretted it. He was assaulted by the stench of the toilet behind him in the cell he was in. While he was fortunate not to have any sort of skin breaches like cuts and bruises, he still despised the things that would have given him deadly infections and septic illnesses like the stagnant water in his cell, the dark corners that invited pestilent roaches and flies and whatnot. He tried to take his mind of things by thinking about his vision. It was baffling at first, but now, it was just getting old. The baffling factor was still there, though. It had been 9 days since his birthday in this filthy place, and a grand total of 24 days. The exam was in 6 more, and he was no closer to getting out. Sitting here in the cell, whiling his days by annoying his jailers, Tayuya and Zaku, for instance, quietly converse with Dosu and Kin whenever a chance happened by, eat sandwiches for meals and wait for Orochimaru every 5 days to make his life harder to bear. Considered suicide? More than once, but he was too much of a coward to go through with it. Even if he did, he had no means of doing it, short of pissing off one of his guards enough for them to kill him themselves. Ever since Orochimaru started tampering with the seal from day one, his abilities to control time in his vicinity had started to go haywire. It had nothing to do with chakra, but still, it did so nonetheless. There was something about the Kyuubi's influence that was, well, influencing it. On some days, it lasted longer when he experimented, other days, it wouldn't work at all. It worried him. Now, all he had left that he could rely on were his nightly 4 experience and the same vision in his waking hours over and over again. The ghastly sights, symbolic gestures, the warnings from his father, what was up with that? Seeing this, his eyes were open to the normal viewpoint and yet, seeing these visions. They were always the same thing. He was prepared to ignore that he was seeing his father and realizing that his suspicions were right, but the message was applying to the here and now. At least he knew that it was his father that was the one with the ability. The Yondaime. It perfectly explained the man's prowess with the ability, and how he could use the Hiraishin so well. Knowing what to do, when to do it and slowing time and stopping it while zipping around with the technique was a surefire way to become known as a man that should not be engaged, flee on sight. But why tell him the vague things that he did? Why tell him that he had given up? He hadn't. Right? Yet, he was still in the cell. He had given up. He had done so once he had stopped thinking of ways he could possibly escape, to start believing that no one was coming for him, to find and release him. Suffice to say, it was that bleak. Naruto? You alright? Huh? Naruto did a double take to clear his mind of cobwebs before he turned to face whoever was present. Dosu? What do you want? I've got your breakfast right here. Bread and egg. He pushed forward an egg sandwich on a sheet of cardboard, and checking to see if anyone was about, also pushed inside a plastic cup of orange juice. So, Naruto parroted as he took the food, and appreciated the Oto Nin's gesture of giving him something he wasn't allowed to, that is, the beverage. He drank the juice first, he knew it was alright. You must know why I'm here. Can you tell me about it? Is it a good thing? Naruto shrugged as he picked up before the egg sandwich. No. He marked the 3 of you out because he thinks you're expendable, or that's what I'll hear later on, 'cause Kidamaru's talking too loud. You're going to die, he said nonchalantly, before he bit into it. He tried to ignore the teen's reaction to the news while he chewed his food, but it was too disturbing, he had to stop. I've seen things. I don't know much of the details that are really going to happen, but if I'm right, then the 3 of you are going to die from what he has planned. He's going to sacrifice you. You, Zaku, and Kinchan. He tried to sound as if it was nothing big, but to him, the fact that Kin was going to perish was killing him inside. Kinchan, huh? Dosu mumbled. Are you that familiar with her? I've been using the affectionate for more than a week, so, yeah, pretty familiar. So, she's going to die, I'm going to die. We're going to die, you're going to die. We all die, and you probably know how and when it happens. Naruto nodded sadly in answer. What could he say? How can you live like this? Dosoi lost his temper and yelled at the scruffy boy who lived in his cell. Said boy only sighed. I've been like this for years now. When you get to know how everything happens, nothing surprises you anymore. It sucks the joy out of the good things in life and doubles the trouble you have to go through. You think I like it? Sure, I can appreciate the warnings, but at this point, it's safe to say that I haven't been in here for 24 days. I've been in here for practically 48 days. The Otonin tried to calm himself, seeing the boy's apathetic nature. I've seen you too, getting all cozy and whatnot with each other. If you care so damn much, why not try to do something that'll stop this madness for her sake? For once, Naruto didn't know what to say for what should have been an easy answer to a simple question. Wasn't it in the affirmative? But one thing didn't sit right with him. Why did Dosu care so much about this? Was he also as eager to live as Kin? Coward men keep sound bones, the adage was true, but for her sake? He was going to deviate from what he was meant to do today. He went out on his own terms, and spoke out of the turn he was supposed to. I was in wave with my team. We were supposed to guard a bridge builder. His name was Tazuna. Naruto settled in to regale his tale to the teen jailer, and he went on and on until he reached the part where he had encountered Haku. He was careful to leave out the criticalities that would lead him and her to never have met each other, and his error in unadhering to the four experience. He also left out how he killed her. Such a thing should never be brought up. So, imagine. She's basically like Kin. Sunbon needles, complexion. Hell, even the same hairstyle. But no one's really like Kin. If it had to be one physical trait that Kin has that no one else has, it's the hair length, Databeo. I get that. Dosu answered, while urging him to continue. Mine was going to get there, but it's not growing any further. I was lying down on the ground, asleep. Call it a way of showing blind faith that she'd wake me up. She didn't. She tried to stab me through my neck. Maybe she would have succeeded if I hadn't known that she'd do it. If you knew she would have tried to kill you, then why'd you even let her get close to you? Dumb move, if you ask me. Exactly why I didn't ask you. Any sane person would say that I had lost my mind by doing something like that, and Haku was behaving as if she lost hers. Working for a master who didn't really care for her. She knew, too. She called herself his tool. She knew she was being used by him, and she didn't care. She just wanted to get the job done to stay in his good graces, although Zabuza didn't really have any. From where she sat and leaned backwards against the closed door, concealed from view and detection, Kin listened to her teammate and her friend converse with her eyes closed in contemplation. She was eavesdropping, but she supposed it was all right, they were talking about her. But then again, there was a proverb about those who listened at doors and from behind trees. It taught the lesson that people who eavesdropped heard bad opinions about themselves. Now, as she heard about this crazy Haku and connected the similarities between Zabuza and Orochimaru, Haku and herself, she decided that the proverb was true. Was she really like that? It was only her and Dosu who were here today. Everyone else had gone about their own business, deciding that they had better things to do than keep the company of their prisoner. It was almost like a rule. Workers only made themselves look busy when their bosses were around. When they weren't, they just did their own thing. Thus why Dosu and Naruto could talk in peace about sensitive subjects. Talk about her. If she was more loyal to Orochimaru, she'd shut them down, maybe even drop a hint to the rogue Sannin and he'd finish them off. If she were more loyal to Naruto, she'd spring him from his cell, and they'd make a run for it, somehow, somewhere. As it were, she was straddling the fence between the sides, and it was getting extremely painful to see Naruto day in and day out rotting in his cell. It was also getting frosty between her and the rest of the Oto ninjas when they heard about how Naruto tried to get chummy with her. And now, to hear what he said to Dosu that their number was up, it was all she could do to keep her heart from becoming tremulous while her mind tried to leap the borders of insanity. I keep on trying to give her chances. She kept going all out, and I kept pulling my punches. She was wicked strong, too. She was a Kekkei Genkai holder, too. She had the Hayaton, she could make anyone respect the ice release. I was just showing blind faith. I kept hoping that she'd just take my offer of peace and just leave. I was on the defensive, but sad to say, it didn't really end that way. It's a sad, sad thing when you offer up the best things about yourself, and the person refuses to give you theirs. Oh? Dosu squinted his visible eye. And the best thing you have to offer was? We don't live in a safe, perfect world that makes sense. We live in a world where we kill people for a living, and the only way to be guaranteed safety is to be the strongest. We live in a world where we're always vying to destroy one another, and the good human traits are dying out. As it is, I only have one good human trait in me, and it's faith. That's your best? Dosu lifted an eyebrow in confusion now. Yeah. Sad to say, I'm starting to lose it. Naruto tried to picture Kin in his mind's eye, but kept recalling the sight of her dead from his haunting visions. He shuffled over to what he believed was the cleanest corner in his dirty cell, the one farthest away from the toilet and the pests. I'm starting to lose it. From her vantage point, Kin realized that it had all come to a close. Quietly getting up, she dusted herself off and walked away, truly lost in thought and the desires of conscience. X equals X equals. Well, damn. I still don't know how I die, he muttered. At the end of it all, I just see everything happen. Doesn't that mean that I'm alive to see it? How the hell am I supposed to live if the QB escapes? There's no way to live after that, right? Am I a special case? Well, do you think that if you keep asking yourself, that you'll suddenly figure out the answers? Naruto was startled into awareness. His eyes took in nearly everything at once before it settled on the Oto Kunoichi who stood outside of his cell. However, unlike most times, she stood within arm's reach of the bars, when she was always just out of reach. Although he had become familiar with her, it had been a sort of unspoken rule. To stand within arm's reach of a prisoner in his cell was always a volatile situation. Something was up. Oh. Hi, Kinchan. Why do I have the pleasure? Hey Naruto. You look like you've lost weight? Well, that's a hell of a polite way to say that I'm malnourished. Thank Kami for Dosu's small graces, though. The only reason I get real food from time to time, besides the crap from Zaku and the Sound 4. She rolled her eyes at this with a smirk. Whatever. However, her smirk fell when he got up and came out of the dark region of his cell and approached the bars where she was, and the light of the lone bulb was cast on him. Her heart lurched when she saw how emaciated he looked. His naturally tan-looking complexion was starting to pale, and his ribs were beginning to show. His cheeks were starting to sink in and other such evidence showed that he would soon be on his last legs, but other things were pressing. Very important things. His eyes were red and slitted, like a cat's pupil. Even his cheek whiskers looked far more deeply etched, and his teeth, more specifically, his canines, were fangs. The seal on his gut, which was of a spiral with complex kanji, now looked horribly twisted. No doubt about it, Orochimaru was getting what he wanted. The seal was breaking, and it didn't take even a sealing novice to know that a seal looking like that could ever function properly. It could even be in a state past the hope of repair. Even his voice sounded like it had a demonic strain to it. What are you staring at? He asked innocently, as if he didn't know how he looked. In actuality, he really didn't know. Nothing. She cried hastily, not wanting to worry him. Maybe he really was right. They really were doomed. But just now, he was startled when he saw her. Hey, do you know what's going to happen for the rest of the day? Damn, I mean night? Sun's about to set. It's almost night? You can't ask me that, 'cause I got no real sense of time in here. He answered plainly, trying to dodge her question about his current ignorance of what could and would happen. But it doesn't matter, anyway. He looked away and sighed deeply. He could tell that he was close to his breaking point. Not physically, because he was sure that with a bit of sustenance, he could bounce back easily. He was breaking mentally. And his frequent vision of the exam finals was close to pushing him over the edge. Kinchan, you need to get out of here. Get out of this hideout, out of the village, out of Orochimaru's clutches. I don't care how you do it. You just have to, he pleaded. So yeah. He was giving up. But he wasn't giving up on her. At the very least, he'd sleep more soundly knowing that. No. She said flatly. What? Why? The Uzumaki was dumbfounded. Did he have to tell her the reason? He didn't mean to come off as ordering her, but she had to realize that he was warning her. This was all for her. She had a strange look on her face, and he had to ponder what was going on. Kinchan? What's wrong? I overheard you and Dosu talking today. You were going on how I was like this Haku girl. Was that what this was all about? Trying to stop a repeat of her when you saw me? That's another reason, sure. He shook his head violently. But never mind that, you need to get out while the getting's good. His eyes shifted to her neck where it leveled off between the shoulder blades, where he saw some sort of tattoo, depicting the kanji for embodiment. He shivered. She was as good as dead, and the path had already been set for the occurrence of the events of his vision. Kinchan, I've seen how this all ends, and it's not changing. No. You dash. I get it. I'm going to die. She cut him off. Funny. This whole time, I've been afraid of it, and now that I'm hearing about it, I feel strangely at ease about it. Maybe because... He waited on her with bated breath. I know it's not going to happen today, she said determinedly. With complete decisiveness, she removed the tag off of the key lock and removed the key for the cell from her pocket and stabbed it into the lock. Naruto's eyes widened as she spoke again, repeating what he had said earlier, and altered certain words to suit her purposes. Naruto-kun, I don't need to get out of here. I don't need to get out of this hideout, out of the village, out of Orochimaru's clutches. She unlocked the cell, stepped inside and seized him by the shoulders. There, she looked deeply into his eyes, and told him the finisher. We are Apprehension grew in him, although this was what he had wanted all along. But I don't know what to do. For once, I guess you're going to be the one who'll have to go along with whatever someone else planned. Now come on. Her right hand fell to his wrist, and she used her left one to gesture to the wooden door that signaled the exit. Let's go. He yielded easily to her as she pulled on him. Not just physically, but also mentally, only in a more deep-seated manner. This had been the first time in nearly a singular month, without experience, that he had felt the touch of another human being. For the psychological bit, he had hardly had anyone to ever be concerned about him. Their fellowship in his chrysalis for Kekii Genkai evolution, quiet conversations leading up to the exam's beginning, camaraderie in his days of imprisonment and his birthday. She was the first person to help him celebrate his birthday, even though she had known about the QB. Was his meeting her a matter of chance? Or was it predestined? With such a thing as his talents, he supposed that destiny and fate was real. And now, despite her fear of their common enemy, she was setting him loose from his death row. He was allowing himself to be pulled by her, just focusing on moving his legs, on autopilot. Her direction would dictate the rest. Besides, he didn't really know where he was going. He had woken up unconscious in his cell from day one, after all. They ran up the stairs to a singular door, and she hurriedly turned the knob so they could proceed through. It was there that the Uzumaki's eyes widened as he took in the sight of everyone. Dosu, Zaku, Sakon, Tayuya, Jirobo and Kadamaru, all slumped in various places around the room with spilled plates and bowls, but mostly centered around a rectangular table, one that anyone would presume was used for dining. Did you poison them? Yeah. Dosu was cooking. She said easily enough, the killing of her teammates was bothering her, yes, but she'd deal with that later. I just dropped some arsenic from my poison cache in that stew he was making. You do realize that he tends to feed me whatever the others get to eat. He commented lowly. I wouldn't have let anything happen to you, Naruto-kun. Now double time it. They got through the room to the door on the far side, where they exited and ran up more stairs. I needed the key from Tayuya anyways, and I couldn't have everyone walking and talking while getting it from her. Know what I mean? Yeah. I know. He got a flash of a vision from the exam finals, and the Sound Four were still there, along with Dosu and Zaku on Kin still being used as the sacrifices. But they're dead. Something's not right? He saw the glint of moonlight through a crack in the ceiling, and welcoming the distraction from his inner turmoil, he smiled as the cracks became more and more frequent as he eyed what looked like a trap door in the ceiling that the stairs led to. Nah, who cares? I'll figure something out later. Damn, I took all of this for granted. He wasn't really living for a long time, but he was now. They finally ascended the last tier of steps, and she pushed open the trap door. The light of a full moon washed over them, and his smile grew into a grin. His rescuer climbed up first on the small ladder, and once at the top, she lay down to stretch a hand inside to help pull him up. He didn't quite need it that much, but he didn't care. He was free. X equals X equals. Kin opened her eyes, starting awake. She glanced around her room, trying to gather her bearings. That felt so real. That was one messed up dream? She got up off of her futon, and looked at herself in the mirror. This felt like a surreal experience. Was that some strange kind of vision? The door behind her was open abruptly, and Zaku stuck his head in. Oi, Kin. Dosu's making stew. It's going to be done in a few minutes, and everyone else is going to go get some. If you don't go, you won't get any. You know how Jirobo gets when he's hungry. Yeah. She waved at him as he closed the door and left. She, however, broke out into cold seat. Damn. That's just like my dream. What the hell? He said the same exact thing, did the same exact thing. I even answered him the same way. This felt so much like something was happening, again. Deja vu slammed into her psyche. How, is this some kind of manifestation of Naruto-kun's ability? Wait, did I just say Naruto-kun? Holy Kami, I'm losing it. She stroked her forehead. Something strange is going on. Then her eyes fell on her holster on the dresser tabletop where she kept her poison cache for her Senbon. This was the same thing that happened in the dream, right? She just gravitated towards it. Naruto had spoken about how he just did what he foresaw was the right thing. If he foresaw the right thing, then... She took out the liquid arsenic canister out of the holster. She knew what she needed to do. Chapter 22. Kin tried her best not to betray any feelings of trepidation in her gait or facial expressions as she walked into the small mess hall where Dosu was just finishing up his hastily thrown together stew. He was no chef, but he always thought of himself as a damned good cook. However, it was no secret that it bolstered his ego when people ate whatever he prepared and could admit, even out loud, that he knew what he was doing. So the Oto Kunoichi wasn't really surprised when her cohort called her over as soon as he saw her to ask her if she could sample it to see if it was fine before dishing it out to the rest of the Orochimaru subordinates. Taste testing. Simple. In the 4 experience and even now, that didn't surprise her. What would have surprised her was if he hadn't asked her to sample it. He was always asking her. It was probably sexist of him to think that every meal would probably taste better with the recommendations or the touch of a woman. Except for Tayuya, maybe. She might have just snorted a loogie in the pot instead. In fact, she had already done so once to ruin a meal to express her annoyance at his request, and he had never asked her again. Yeah, sure, she said evenly, hoping she didn't sound nervous. He stepped aside to allow her passage to where the pot was sitting on the aged stove and watched her as she ladled out a small amount of the stew into a small dish and tasted it. In her mind, she was hardly focused on any drawbacks that the meal might have. Instead, she was far more worried about actually going through with poisoning those she could call her peers and colleagues. How many of them were actually loyal to the snake Sannin because they wanted to, she didn't know. Zaku was a definite one in that bunch, as he had submitted himself over to scientific experiments like surgically implanting tubes in his hands. Kin knew herself to be a part of this side because her life demanded that she do it. Dosu was most likely Khan, just like her back in the land of rice. Everyone else, though, they were probably here of their own volition. But she had no right to even assume that. In fact, they probably believed that she was loyal to Orochimaru. She used to think that she didn't. Now she knew that she wasn't. Am I really going to go through with this? She fretted. I'm going to poison them, aren't I? I have to do it. To save Naruto-kun. There it was again. She had really tied the affectionate male term to his name. Affectionate, huh? She felt like laughing. She now had feelings for him now that were so strong that she'd even consider poisoning her colleagues? Was there no other way to do this? If I want that key to his cell and none of them trying to kill me while doing it, to get out easily while they're all dead with no effort, I have to. She screamed mentally. She was a contained storm in her own mind, and Dosu couldn't even tell from her calm expression. So? What do you think? He asked gruffly, nearly scaring her into thinking he was on to her and she hadn't even attempted anything. She pretended to hem and haw. You chopped up green seasoning in this, didn't you? Yeah. Everything's in there, ain't it? Powder seasoning? Salt maybe? Tastes kinda bland. A shock came to her when she realized that she had spoken without thinking and yet the conversation had happened just like in her dream, completely unintentional. This is how Naruto-kun experiences things. Not even 5 minutes in déjà vu is already about to drive me insane. Wait, what comes next? His grounded pimento seasoning. Right. I must have forgotten the damned pimento, again, he thought aloud. Kin, mind putting in some more salt while I go get it? So it was foreseen, so it shall be. Exactly as she dreamt, he had asked her to put in salt. It was so easy. Even more so, he would trust her to put in the right amount without watching her. He could be jealous with how he cooked with the others and wouldn't allow anyone else to even get so much as a taste until it was ready and dished out. He trusted her that much and it sickened her to know that she was getting ready to use it against him and poison him along with the rest. It started and carried on as if it was an automatic script. He turned his back and went to the cupboards. She was right before the pot and the salt was sitting in its little wooden bottle right next to it. She took it up and shook out what she believed was the right amount. Now, according to her experience, she had all of 30 seconds to throw in her poison. 30 seconds was enough time to just throw in 600 grams of the arsenic like in her dream, won't it? This wasn't like ordinary poison like tabun, which typical kunoichis used, that caused paralysis, but nothing extraordinary either like the rumored, most lethal poison that stained the notorious blade of the Kusanagi was in Orochimaru's possession. But a whole canister of her poison in an average stew pot of this size was still fairly overkill, as 300 milligrams was deadly in 30 minutes for a man. It absorbed into the blood slowly by battle standards, around a half hour or so. Maybe she should mix in her tabun poison? And what about the taste of the poison? Nah, that has a taste. Arsenic's taste can be covered up with salt easily. Just dump the poison, Kin. She screamed at herself mentally. She hesitated. This was what was supposed to happen, right? She was wasting time. She just had to dump the 2/3 of her arsenic cache of around 1,000 milligrams into the damn pot. Just enough to be deadly and not enough to give a taste. Throw it. 15 seconds in total passed. In order to follow the plan and perhaps delay her decision a bit more, she quickly ladled out her own share out of the food. Now it was 25 seconds out of 30 that had flown and Dosu was on his way over with the pimento. She had only 5 seconds to make up her mind or abandon her decision. Only 5 seconds. Just enough time necessary to choose either way and yet all the time in the world in her mind to consider the options. She thought of her comrades. These comrades who she'd accomplished missions with. She didn't have them in too high a regard, but she did have a fairly decent one of Dosu. He was one of the first persons she came in contact with back in the land of rice, and he was the only one still alive. He was the closest thing to a friend to her in this twisted organization and he trusted her. She thought of Naruto. This boy she had mixed experiences with in the past. Funny, now that she thought about it, they had a twisted relationship. Now that she thought about it, he knew her in his dreams before she even knew him. It could sound romantic but certainly wasn't the issue. When they first started out, he was her quarry. He was assigned to her, she was to investigate him, gauge his abilities. Now knowing of his affinity to know the future because she might possibly share in it, he was on a different level of any other ninja in existence, strong in his own way. His abilities had even increased and he wielded them over time itself. He now had sensitivity towards her. All the femme in her told her that. She didn't know why, but even more so, she knew that she had gained sensitivity to him as well, despite trying her best to hide it, especially from her peers. This one person had been enough to shake any standings she had for Otogekyure and Orochimaru, and her first real friend in a long time. Even while in her dream, he had wanted her to escape on her own, to leave him behind. It was a sign that he had her own safety in higher regard than his own life. Then a new thought came to mind, the Haku person that Naruto had been talking to Dosu about, was she really like her? Unable to think for herself? Always wanting to be subservient? She was going to die anyway, wasn't she? That's why she had the embodiment tattoo on her. Orochimaru had plans for her, Dosu and Zaku. Even Naruto had an ill reaction in the dream when he saw it. She was expendable and she would be spent and done with by the end of the Chunin exams. Why was she hesitating? Now, Dosu was almost upon her as she finally made up her mind. She crinkled the packet of arsenic and started to sprinkle in the toxic element without heeding her dream's amount but had to abandon when he was nearly to the point of looking over her shoulder. Yo Kin, done putting in that salt? She was nearly startled out of her wits. Yeah. She hurriedly started to stir the stew to get rid of the white powder of arsenic that laid on top of the stew to get the stuff to dissolve. I tasted it again while I stirred. Tastes fine. I already shared my own before Jirobo comes to get his. You got that pimento? You talk too much. He waved her off, not even noticing that her sweat wasn't just caused by the heat of the stove but mostly from nervousness and fear that he was on to her plot. But you've got a point. I already sent our teammate to go tell the others. I better ladle out mine, too. She acquiesced and gratefully took her chance to leave. Now that she had done the deed, no matter how both sides might have good and bad to it, his eyes seemed to have been accusing her. She supposed it was guilt. He didn't really suspect what she had done and hopefully, he never would. But now she'd have to eat with the others. How she was going to do that with a clean conscience, she had no idea. But did she put in the right amount? She had no time to check the cash if she had put in too much, not enough or the correct volume. She didn't even see Dosu pull down his bandages halfway to sample the stew and make a face, although one could hardly tell from the rest of the bandages on his face. Meh. I wonder if the pimento made that aftertaste. I probably shouldn't have put in so much. X=X=. So you decided to join us for once, eh? Tayuya remarked with a sneer. Finally decided that you like to be with us instead more than with your boyfriend, eh? Don't be stupid, Tayuya. Kin said in a voice she believed was calm. However, Tayuya heard a bit of a strain and grinned. You think we are? Girls, you're both pretty. Now shut up and let me eat in peace, Kidamaru drawled. Noting that they actually listened to him, he patted himself on the back mentally. 2 points. They continued to eat in silence but this only served to make Kin nervous and wish for someone to fill it. Soon enough, someone did. It only served to make her regret it. Yo, Dosu, Jirobo started. This stew's got a bit of an aftertaste. Almost bitter, even. Dosu tasted it as well, but he had been hoping no one else would notice. It basically counted as a fail in his book. Must be the damn oregano. Must have put too much in the stew. The back of his mouth felt like it tightened a bit but ignored it. Could have been the temperature, he thought, so he cooled the food on his next bite. Nah, man. Oregano is slightly bitter but has a bit of sweetness in it too. You put in anything else that could give it a slightly bitter aftertaste too? Kin cursed in her mind. Arsenic had a slightly bitter taste. Was the dream wrong? Was she wrong? In her dream, they didn't find out about the taste, but she hadn't hesitated either when it was time to put in the poison. Had she botched things? Goddamn foodies. Can't they just eat it? Well, I did put in some time. And maybe I put in too much pimento. I might need more than second opinions next time. He looked like he was in thought. Maybe it's an off day for me. Well, it can't always be perfect. Kin sought to console, hoping he'd just keep quiet about it. He did, but all she did was just cause Zaku to speak up about seasoning too, and since it was about Naruto, it couldn't be good. Hey, you two. Remember how that Uzumaki guy used to give us problems? Heh. I still need to pay him back. You guys were talking about seasoning and it reminded me about how that prick threw salt and pepper into my eyes. We'll give him a good fucking thrashing before Orochimaru comes back, Tayuya remarked casually as if she had wanted to do so for a long time. Might be expecting it, Zaku mumbled. Kabuto had her at knife point before she spilled her guts about what she knew about the kid. About what? Sakan asked. Dosu and Kin tried to signal Zaku to shut him up before he could answer, but he either didn't notice or he ignored it. The guy can see the future. That's how he's so good at fighting using simple shit. The table fell silent. Kin was filled with anxiety, wondering what was going to develop next when suddenly, Kidamaru began to laugh, followed by the rest of the sound four, so much so that Tayuya nearly snorted her water. Kin remained quiet. Dosu was also quiet, as he wondered why his muscles had started to ache. Huh. That's the best fucking one I've heard all month. The redhead yelled while she pointed her spoon at the Abumi. That's impossible. I'm telling the damn truth. Zaku yelled. Kin breathed a sigh of relief. They must have thought him to be lying. No, I believe you, Tayuya said evenly as the mirth dried up out of her voice. I don't know what the rest of my fucking idiot teammates are laughing about, but what I'm laughing is about Kin probably switching sides, at least thinking about it. Does Orochimaru-sama know about this? Kin's eyes visibly widened. She had thought that business was dealt with, but now if these of her colleagues believed that she might as well go fully traitor. She had long taken into consideration that Kabuto hadn't told Orochimaru what he had found out, deciding that he'd capitalize on the fact for his own and possibly try to get Naruto's ability for himself. Hence why he died to Naruto in the Forest of Death and Orochimaru none the wiser. But now, it had cropped up again. I don't think he knows. But if he did and Kin's still alive, he mightn't even care. This came from Sakan. He spooned more food into his mouth and upon swallowing, realized that there was now a new taste. Huh? That taste? Damn, the hell is with this stew? Starting to taste like the times I get a cut in my mouth. This, metallic taste, kinda, Kidamaru complained. Metallic? Before she could continue, muscles in her arm suddenly seized up and she bent her metal spoon nearly in two. Almost immediately following, Dosu collapsed sideways from his seat in pain, poison creating his turmoil. Others convulsed in pain, but Tayuya was the last to fall out of her chair. Poison dash. She scream-whispered, but it was too late as others began to fall out of their own chairs as well. Save for Jirobo, that is. Said Ninja actually swallowed the bit of food that was already in his mouth before he reacted. Poison? Who's the trash that dash? He almost fell out of his chair, but he righted himself quickly. Kin realized that his metabolic rate was different for his size, as did the amount of poison he received was equal to the others. He wasn't going to keel over like the rest of them. With that in mind and adrenaline already pumping and blood rushing through her ears so loud that she was nearly deafened by her own heart rate, she slipped out of her chair to search Tayuya's limp form. Jirobo finally took notice of the one person who wasn't affected as badly and roared shakily. Trash! This is not like the dream. Kin mumbled furiously as she felt for any pockets the red was supposed to have. She could hear Jirobo's unsteady footsteps as he approached her, and like a bad dream, Tayuya reacted to the girl searching her. Kin dash? The girl growled but was too weak to move. Get your shitty hands out of my pockets and go take a flying fuck off of a cliff, you dash. Shut up, Tayuya. Kin yelled fiercely. She finally found the key in Tayuya's weapon holster where she kept her flute and yanked it out. As she was about to back away from the redhead's prone form, said girl yanked her arm by the wrist. Let go of me, Tayuya. Kin pulled on her arm back hard and fortunately, she loosened it from the grip of the irate girl who was badly weakened. Crush her, Jirobo. The kunoichi of the North Gate hissed to the burly teen behind Kin. The long-haired brunette looked behind her in fear to see the giant of a teen about to bring his fists down onto her in an axe-handle move. Kin had the presence of mind to dive out of the way, but she landed crookedly only a short distance away that gave her a dull ache in her side. She got up to her feet quickly and dashed out of the mess hall, hoping that they'd just expire by the time she had to pass through again with Naruto. She didn't quite bet on Jirobo chasing after her, though. Despite him being weakened, Kin decided it would have made more sense to run for her life. So she did. Left alone and worse off than his dying compatriots, Dosu cursed bitterly. He suspected that she had done something, but when he had seen the white stuff on top of the stew before she stirred it away out of sight, he had believed it was the salt he had asked her to put in. Damn it. It must have been fucking arsenic. Qin dash. What the hell are you doing? His eyes rolled beneath his closed eyelids erratically and his stomach cramped him. How do I get out of this dash? Think. It wasn't looking too good. If he could be experiencing so many symptoms of the poison already, it may have well been too late. Even more so, there was probably the rest of his meal that had gone undigested as yet and it would more than likely finish him off. God damn. He cracked his visible eye open. I'm gonna have to vomit out whatever's in my stomach dash. Think, Dosu, think for Kami's sakes. His mind raced as he tried to think of a way to induce vomiting. It was then that he recalled his personal weapon, his gauntlet, the Melody arm. Ah geez. He gurgled. Never thought the day would come that I'd use this thing on myself. He readied himself for the disgusting feeling of nausea and activated the sound-utilizing weapon. It's a good thing he'd removed the bandages from the lower half of his face for his dinner earlier or it would have been an even messier situation. X equals X equals. It was only muscle memory that saved the brunette Kunoichi from slamming her body into walls in the semi-darkness of the corridors. She cursed the sparse light that was set up that barely warded off the dark and wondered if she was faring off better than the lummox of a ninja who was chasing after her. By all the ruckus he was raising and the sounds of crumbling rubble that was the proof of his body smashing into rock and concrete, it was more like it was the corridors that weren't faring off well. If he could do what he was doing to solid walls and did it to her instead, there was no question that she was going to end up with a few broken bones, at best. She took it as a warning to stay ahead of him. Far ahead of him. Come back here, you traitorous trash. Obviously deciding that it was safer to disobey, she ran on ahead, fingering the key she had looted from Tayuya. It had sealing work on it, but besides that, it was a fairly ordinary key. As her mind ran on the key, she recalled that she had talked with him, Naruto, briefly before unlocking him. In the dream, he had been sleeping and all and she was certain she would have no time for pleasantries. Naruto-kun. She yelled loudly, her voice carrying through the corridors ahead of her, you'd better wake up and get ready to get out while the getting's good. Further on in the room ahead of the corridor, Naruto sat, trying to wrap his head around the visions he'd been having. Well, damn. I still don't know how I die, he muttered. At the end of it all, I just see everything happen. Doesn't that mean that I'm alive to see it? How the hell am I supposed to live if the Kyuubi escapes? There's no way to live after that, right? Am I a special case? It was then that the distant shakings and trembling became too much to ignore and he heard Qin seemingly far off shout. Huh? What's that? Qin-chan? He got to his feet and approached the bars of his cell, trying to look out without setting off the heating augment of the jail's bars. He had suffered too many burns from it to let his healthy fear of it go unheeded. He wasn't seeing enough either way but he tried to analyze what had been shouted from his memory. Get out? Hope blossomed in him for the first time once he heard it, yet he was afraid that he was mistaken. How could Qin manage to free him from his keep? And what was all that thunderous shaking about? Soon enough, Qin finally revealed herself from the dark passageway. Naruto-kun? You up? He gave his most intelligent answer. Huh? She nearly rolled her eyes in exasperation but held off, the current situation wouldn't allow it. Ah, geez. She ripped off the seal that covered the key lock, that had also made the bars too hot to handle, before she then stabbed the key into the hole, anxious to unlock him so that they could escape. Before she could turn it, however, Jirobo bounded from the tunnels and gave her an elbow charge for her trouble. She yelled her hurt before she slammed into the back wall. She could feel like something had already been busted where he had gotten her in her side. She couldn't possibly weather his attacks and they both knew it. Qin-chan. Naruto reacted in mixed emotions about the situation. Everything was happening so fast, that's it. He cried aloud in thought. He anxiously tried to initiate one of his special abilities to stop time for everything else within his radius but he failed. He made a second attempt, a third one and even tried to settle for just slowing it. He continued without no success. Damn it. Why isn't this working? In the meanwhile, Qin wasn't faring off none too well, but she was at least faster than the poisoned Oto ninja of the South Gate. She dodged his attacks all the while, even in the rather enclosed room. In fact, there came a point that she was nearly bouncing off the walls just to keep out of her foe's clutches and this only made Naruto fret more. Work. Stop. Stop, damn it all. You're unclean. A voice whispered. You're unclean, little Namikaze. What the foo? He looked around widely, wondering if there was a new person in the room but he saw none. Suddenly anxious that they were in the cell with him since they sounded like they were whispering and he could hear, he tried to unlock himself from the cell by reaching his hand around the bars to the other side. He was barely able to, but any progress in turning the key was golden. The faster the better, though. Who said that? He growled. Finally realizing who it could possibly be, his eyes widened. However, he didn't halt his progress. QB? The one and only. It spoke evenly, although it sounded like it had a bit of excitement in an undertone, as if it was eagerly awaiting something. This body now has an excess of een. My een, Namikaze runt. You have no power over time if your essence is exceeded by my influence. Your essence is synonymous with balance, and my een is merely a new variable in the equation. The very day Orochimaru started destroying my jail was the day you had already lost. I should thank the Hebe, he has only heralded my coming. I'll be sure to kill him quickly and painlessly when I break loose. You desire freedom? So do I, beast. Naruto was horrified. He stopped what he was doing to look at himself in the light. His nails were like claws. His spiky hair was nearly like a mane, and he was sure that if he could see himself in the mirror he'd scare himself. How can I stop this? He cursed bitterly. Did I really make that monumental a mistake by not escaping by myself in the forest of death? I was only trying to look out for my teammates. He tried again to turn the key, and he was only marginally grateful when he finally unlocked it and fell out. Freedom, he had dreamt of it. If he had been imprisoned for 24 days, he had basically been imprisoned for 48. It should have been a miracle, but it was now bittersweet. He got up to his feet, trying to make lazy muscles come back to life. Now, he had other current issues to deal with. Kin needed help. Her Senbon was only serving to piss off her adversary, and his dodged fists only made him leave holes in concrete. His emaciated body would be matchwood in a fight like this. Come on. At least give me power, since you're going to get loose by the time everything is said and done anyway. That would benefit me none. Go back into the cell and wait for Orochimaru to come back so he can finish the job. Well, suffice to say, he was on his own. He looked around for anything he could use to help him fight. There was nothing, no convenient stones or the like. It was a jail for a reason. There was nothing he could do to fight. The only thing left was to either run or surrender, and Naruto hated to do either. Kin noticed that the blonde had gotten out. She felt a massive amount of relief to see him outside of his cage after so long, despite how much he looked like a half-starved animalistic boy. She probably would have embraced him, but the time didn't call for it. Trash. Stay still. That was the very reason. Even more so, Jirobo now had strange marks running along his body. The sight panicked her, and she could barely keep ahead of him. She had heard stories about curse seals, and those stories couldn't hold a candle to actually having a bearer of it after her. Senbon stung, bells rung, and it only served to piss him off. Retrieving a kunai from her holster, she didn't hesitate to throw it. She had no desire to fight with someone at close range who specialized at that range in the first place, who not only exceeded her strength but also reach, mass and skill, and who knows what else, no matter if he were badly poisoned or not. The kunai stuck him in one of his upraised arms he used to defend, and he yanked it out angrily and tossed it aside. I can't believe I had to use the seal to fight the likes of you. The ninja knife clattered on the ground and slid against the ground. Naruto had been one to question fate, but he didn't question the fact that now, there really was a convenient weapon around for him to pick up. So he did, but the issue raised was that he had no way of knowing how to fight, and his weakened physicality made it worse. Nevertheless, he held it up and prepared to charge Jirobo? Killing intent flooded the room, bringing Kin to a halt and toppling Naruto to the floor. My, a honeyed voice observed. Kin-chan? What have we here? All eyes widened. Jirobo fell to his knees. Orochimaru-sama. I live to serve. Indeed. The snake Sannin stood in the room as if he had only just arrived. I know, Jirobo. Pray tell why all the others upstairs are barely hanging on to life. Uzumaki is out of his cell and you're fighting Kin-chan? He knew why. Oh, he knew why. But needless to say, he loved making his prey cower and his subordinates nervous. It was the snake in him, to be sure. Orochimaru-sama. Jirobo looked up to address his leader from where he kneeled. Kin turned traitor and poisoned us all at once, seeking to release Naruto from his cell unhindered. Had it not been for my tolerance and biomass, I would have already succumbed like my comrades. The man's golden, slitted eyes squinted just a bit as he stared at Kin. The hapless girl fell onto her ass and tried to scoot backwards in terror, but the fear prevented her from moving. Is that so? The girl and boy shivered alike under the man's killing intent and piercing gaze. Kin fought herself in her mind to move but was basically paralyzed. Damn it. How could this happen? We should have escaped. What went wrong? Did I do something wrong? Too much poison and they detected it too early, allowing Jirobo to stop eating and still be strong enough to delay us? What? And, Orochimaru, is this it? Am I going to die? She barely managed to even glance at her blonde friend who was in the same predicament as her, more or less. The Sannin didn't miss it. "Kinchan, is this true?" The girl prattled. Yes, Orochimaru-sama." The man nodded as if he were sympathizing with her. "I see." With a movement so fast that none could see it, a kunai was hurled into the ground before her, badly startling her. "You have committed a serious offense and you've only brought shame down upon yourself. Choose to die by your own hand, or mine. Know that I will not be nearly so merciful." Kin realized what the man was saying. All of a sudden, she couldn't hold back anymore. Hot tears started flowing, clouded her vision and burned her cheeks. Naruto's eyes widened. "Seppuku? What? But that's for samurai. You son of a bitch." "I'm going to dash," readying for confrontation. He grabbed the kunai he had dropped, but another one hitched itself into his left hand, making him drop the blade. Thin blood ran from the injury, but he paid it no mind. "You, be quiet. I'll deal with you in a minute." In fact, Orochimaru pretended to hem and thought. "You should sit and watch. You'll be able to learn from another's foolish mistake and stay put like you're supposed to." Naruto flinched in horror as he got to his feet shakily. No, damn it. Orochimaru team, if you think you're going to dash." All of the wind was knocked out of him completely and he coughed up red droplets while he sagged off of Orochimaru's fist. The man was calm and collected as he grabbed the boy by the collar and hefted him up before tossing him away as if he was nothing but rubbish. "Hush, Uzumaki." He turned back to Kin who was holding the kunai with the blade pointing at her own stomach as if poised for traditional disembowelment. He knew that the girl who was trembling like a leaf had too much of a hesitancy to go through with it and found it hard to suppress a laugh. "Ah, Kinchan. One could only wonder what was going on inside that thick head of yours. But no matter." He opened his mouth to an obscene degree and retrieved a snake from inside. The scene horrified all three of them, including Jirobo who was witness to the phenomenon for the first time. "But no matter," he repeated. "I have no inclinations in finding out how a fool thinks." He, somehow, pulled out a long chikudo from the mouth of the short snake while he approached it. Kin realized from her memory of rumors back in Odo was that this was the blade of Kusanagi, believed to hold the most toxic of poisons. She knew that her former boss was about to make good on his claim, but still could hardly bring herself to move. "So this is it. I'm going to die." She thought it with certainty. No niceties, not facts to indicate this was a dream, nothing to convince her otherwise. Why did she think that she could change things, anyway? What a dumb way of thinking for a rice paddy farmer's daughter. "Kinchan, run!" Naruto screamed as he tried to get back up off of the ground where he lay. "Run!" Vermilion chakra started leaking from his pores to form a shroud of his inner demon's likeness as his anger and concern rose. Her only answer was to tremble as the only thing to occupy her mind was fear. Run for fuck's sakes! The predator was about to sink his fangs into his prey. Literally, he had his sword poised on high to run her through at her shoulder blades and be sure to run the sword through the entire meat of her upper torso. Belatedly now on his feet, Naruto's eyes sought the kunai he dropped, found it and picked it up, not even realizing that the red shroud around him was complete and tainting everything around him with a malevolent vibe, on par WTH Orochimaru's himself. Already running, at a speed that could be called running in his condition, he felt himself empowered by rage as he saw the girl lift her kunai more so as if to her own neck. He instinctively tugged on his abilities over time again, but it still didn't work, it only served to make his desperation spike. If she took her own life, Naruto swore he'd curse her ghost out for the rest of the short remainder of his life. But this was not to be. At the last second, she herself lunged with the kunai with the vigor of a cornered animal, point and blade for the man's groin. He hadn't expected it and with his current stance was unable to stop the knife in time before it harmed him completely. Truth be told, it only managed to puncture the skin beneath his clothes barely, and the thought of being touched by a weapon, even if it were less than a graze, by the hands of one of his weakest subordinates made him livid. He caught the knife by her hand where she gripped the kunai and braced it away from himself and plunged down with the Kusanagi. "No!" Naruto roared. Then everything went red. Bloody, awful red. Chapter 23. "Hey, take it easy, Kakashi." The man barely heeded the caution in mind, but he did put down the bottle of rice sake. "Humph. You'd better keep away from the damn alcohol. It's not doing you any good, you know. I'd rather see you with your nose in that wordo porno than to see you take up drinking. That's not doing any good either, Anko." The Hatake averted his gaze. "I've read the same page more than a dozen times and I can't keep my thoughts together to focus on the simplest tasks. And you think drinking is the better option? There must be a reason for it to exist," the Hatake defended weakly as he watched his companion take a seat on the couch beside him. It's a relaxant, isn't it? Wrong. Anko reached across in front of him to pick up the placed bottle. It's a depressant. Huge difference. It's the same in this case. He finally shook his head and turned back to face her. He was shocked to catch her in the act of chugging his sake. What the hell? Isn't this hypocritical? I'm not doing it to get drunk off my ass or to forget my troubles like you want to, she said seriously between gulps. I'm only trying to get rid of it for you without wasting it. The Hatake slightly fumed internally. Thanks? He mumbled sarcastically. You're welcome. The Mitarashi answered brightly. However, the Sharingan bearer simply got up and went to his apartment window and looked out. The lights of the village that lit up the night were beginning to dim little by little in surrender to the darkness. It was nearing 9 p.m. It made him more sullen knowing that he had yet another day of fruitless searching and his efforts had gone for naught. Anko could tell what he was thinking. It was a no-brainer ever since nearly 25 days prior, Naruto had stayed behind to stall Orochimaru, and had never returned since. It's no use worrying, Kakashi. It'd be more productive to search dash. I've been searching this whole damned village and the surrounding areas for 24 days, Anko. He exploded. He turned from the window and saw her stoic expression. Gomen. You don't have to apologize for being offended by bullshit, Kakashi. She got up and went over to him, whereupon she stood next to him to look outside at the dimming village as well. You're feeling it hard, but I bet your brats are feeling it the hardest. You should be at least pretending to be stronger to console them. Me? They're not depressed, not in the least, he said wryly. Instead, they've just gotten more vengeful. Even Sakura told me that she's getting some basic kenjutsu training from Heiei to fight at the front like her teammates. The girl even added that Orochimaru just made it onto her shit list. I didn't even know she had one. It was bad enough that Naruto went missing, but then Orochimaru rubbed salt in the wound by killing Sasuke's guards and then put a curse mark on him too. If he doesn't stay strong in mind, it's going to poison his mentality and drive him crazy. I dare say that you speak from experience? Anko punched the man hard in his shoulder. That was a low blow, one eye. Kakashi broke out into a set of silent amused chuckles. I know. But there's something I can't figure out? What's that? Naruto can see the future, can't he? Even told us that he can control it? How does a complete disappearance happen to him? Shouldn't he find a workaround? Shouldn't he have, I mean? Maybe Orochi team found out and he's experimenting on him. Likeliest scenario. Would it kill you to be more positive? He groaned. Kakashi, believe me, the last thing I want to do is lie to you. Besides, if you were Orochimaru, wouldn't you want a dandy thing like that? Hell, you don't even have to be Orochimaru to want the brat's abilities. Remember the time he made the two of us hug? It's like he stopped time or something and then just moved us to how he wanted as if we were nothing more than shogi pieces. Yeah, I remember. But Naruto could beat anyone if he was able to do that. He must have botched things or he's somehow unable to pull it off again. But no matter that, if he can see the future, he should foresee what to do and act accordingly to get shit done right the first time. Right? She pondered. Of course. He must know what he's doing. But he shouldn't try to do things all by himself. Why didn't he allow us to tell the Hokage what he's capable of? Hokage-sama knows that he see the future, but not his abilities over time. Why wouldn't he tell him? In fact, why does he trust us so little about his abilities? It's a no-brainer. Imagine. It's already a formidable thing to know the future, but to control time? Everything would be incredibly more simple and complex. People would fight to use his talents, imagine wars being fought for him. He's already basically like a weapon of mass destruction, but consider the fact he freezes time for a field of enemy ninja. All that would be left is for him to just walk up to them and cut their throats. I know. But he was also quiet about Orochimaru. Why? I can't tell you. You'll better ask him yourself after we find him. Anko's gaze fell briefly before she looked up. Hey, Kakashi? His visible eye trained on her and he didn't need the lost depth perception to see that she was getting a bit nervous. What is it? Back when he made us hug, he said you had a soft spot for me. Is it true? Kakashi was silent. In his mind, he realized that she didn't quite sound like Mitarashi. She didn't really sound like Anko, either. She sounded like a girl whom he had once spoken to a few months after Orochimaru had betrayed her. He never thought he could have heard a demure tone like that. But no sooner had it come, it left. This is just like when you said that people cared for me and when I asked you who, you were silent. Just like now. Are you ashamed? Her voice slightly cracked, although he could barely detect the sliver of weakness behind the wall of bravado. Said bravado wasn't faked, it was a part of her character. It's just that instead of eliminating her femicide, she merely stifled and hid it in a metaphorical house made with brash walls without windows or doors. No. I'm not ashamed. He scratched his head. It's that, well, I thought it was infatuation, so I was waiting it out to see if it would die out. It hasn't, or maybe just not yet. Kakashi. She growled. It's grown, so I don't think it's infatuation, Anko. He stated calmly, holding her gaze. However, he had to look away as he didn't want to be too imposing, not to mention that the woman's piercing stare seemed to be measuring him, nearly cutting him down even. Her miffed expression slowly did an about turn and the woman smirked. Well, Kakashi-kun, she practically purred the last like a motor. I guess we'll see, won't we? Before she could go on, both of them reacted subtly at the sensing of malevolent chakra tease over the village, before becoming more pronounced. She turned back to Kakashi, but the man was already pulling on his sandals to bustle out, and when she saw this, hurried to do the same. Hold on, I'm coming. He knew that she needed no caution. She was strong enough in her own right, and he wasn't about to take on another case to worry about when he had enough to deal with already. I know. But we'll probably see Orochimaru. I'm looking forward to seeing him. Seeing him dead, that is. Let's go. =X=X=. At the last second, she herself lunged with the kunai with the vigor of a cornered animal, point and blade for the man's groin. He hadn't expected it, and with his current stance was unable to stop the knife in time before it harmed him completely. Truth be told, it only managed to puncture the skin beneath his clothes barely, and the thought of being touched by a weapon, even if it were less than a graze, by the hands of one of his weakest subordinates made him livid. He caught the knife by her hand where she gripped the kunai and braced it away from himself and plunged down with the kusanagi. No! Naruto roared. Had he always been a balanced person? He had gotten to be able to control time in a radial recently, hadn't he? The Kyuubi had always been a part of him, hadn't it? It was always within him from the start, wasn't it? Something changed. It increased. What was anyway? Was dark, passive, cold and reactive. He had used to slow the passage time to suit him. What was Yang, anyway? Yang was light, active, warm and proactive. He had used Yang to speed the passage of time to suit him. He had used them in the correct amounts to alter the present as it suited him. Now, he'd do what he used to do. Use brute force. If he had a 2x4 block of wood and needed something to stuff a circular hole, he'd force it until it claimed. If an enemy didn't go down with a punch to the jaw, he'd keep on using the same tactic until the enemy was felled. He was Naruto. Naruto had always been one to kick against the pricks and thorns. When things were stronger than he'd use his natural and dumb stubborn will to keep at it and never give in. He was an idiot. But he was always a dogged believer that, no matter what his personality or mentality, that anything could be done with enough of the same effort. Little strokes fell great oaks. Then everything went red. Bloody, awful red. Raga. Naruto howled while screaming for time to bend to his will inside his mind. Slow. It failed with each repeated attempt. Naruto could have sworn he saw a few blood droplets splattering about from in front of Orochimaru as he brought his sword down. In that mere split second, he blew his stack, and a second, then a third tail exploded into being from behind him. In the same breath, the shroud of his arm elongated forwards as Orochimaru seemed to withdraw his hand holding the sword. With anger and horror, the shroud of his thrusted right arm flew through Orochimaru like a ballistic weapon and out through his chest on the other side in bloody rapture. Caught by surprise, Orochimaru looked down to see the chakra arm growing out of his chest before it was yanked out. Blood spilled from the gaping hole through which light could be seen from either side, and the man coughed up some as well as he turned to face the enraged boy, in disbelief that he had been caught flat-footed. Then the three tails disappeared, leaving only a feral Naruto in its wake. The ferocity and sudden boost of his offense plummeted, but he more than made up for it when he saw Orochimaru begin to open his mouth obscenely wide. Not wanting to see what would happen next, his hand reached and found the dropped kunai and charged forward with it. For some reason or other, the snake Sannin didn't react and the Uzumaki capitalized on it. With more than ample force from his feral state, he rammed his kunai, point driving upwards from underneath the man's head, just about at his Adam's apple. The kunai explored regions that normally brought death to ordinary shinobi, but not Orochimaru. In his effort to buy time to carry out his shedding technique, he kicked the Uzumaki, but as soon as Naruto hit the far back wall, he was already rushing the man again and tackled him with a shoulder to the ground. A hole in his chest and another in his throat, Orochimaru felt his life slipping with the blood that he was losing. His kusanagi slipped from numb fingers and Naruto grabbed it and began stabbing the man relentlessly in his chest and stomach. Orochimaru pushed him off weakly, but Naruto was upon him again, but with a little more objective in his assault. He staked the man's arm at his biceps on one hand and raked it hard and threw his arm right to the wrist, slitting his muscles and main tendons and ligaments to ribbons. He doubled and did the same thing to his other arm before he stabbed right through the man's legs one at a time, through the meat of his thighs and even through the man's knees. Now reduced to a quivering pile of jelly on the ground, Orochimaru grunted a stream of curses. Likewise, Naruto yelled unintelligibly in wrath before he staked the man right through the area his heart resided. He twisted the sword in the wound, but after enough of his cognition came to him, he believed he was only trying to put pain into a corpse. Eyes wide in disbelief, Jirobo snuck out and ran for his life, raising a racket as he went, but he was paid no mind by the genin who was slowly coming down from his high. As more and more of his mind returned to him, he slowly turned to face Kin, afraid to see her keeling over in a pool of her own blood. Instead, for the better, she appeared to be unharmed, something that baffled him. Not to say that he wasn't grateful. Miracles can happen, he supposed. Right? But he couldn't read the expression on her face. It was as if she was trying to cry, be frightened, horrified and smile and laugh all at the same time. His face probably had the same dumb look too after what he had just done. That was all he had time to take in when his vision faded away at the corners, before going dark completely as he blacked out, the boy never even hearing her call his name in concern. Slitted red eyes opened slowly as the owner felt his face being mildly slapped in an effort to rouse him. That was the first thing he felt upon waking. However, the first he saw was a bony face peering down into his. Said face was marked by their recent fight, and he was sure his own didn't look much better. But truth be told, he had had his thoughts that she was a pretty girl. But while he laid on the ground, his head in her lap and she was fussing over him, he thought that there was nothing like a dosage of prison to make a pretty girl look even prettier. The girl leaning against the wall had been a scarce visitor, after all. "You all right, Naruto-kun?" she asked, volume just barely above a whisper. Tensing a bit, he altered his head to look over to where he figured Orochimaru lied. He was still there, the only thing changed was the amount of blood pooling from him. It had increased. He had to be dead. Thinking of it as a fact, he exhaled with relief. "Yeah. I'm alright." She seemed to gain a calmer vibe too. Thank Kami. She was extremely relieved. On the same night, she had not only freed Naruto from his keep, but Orochimaru had also been dispatched. For lack of a better phrase, it was indeed happy hour. All of a sudden, all of her anguish that had been riding on her since joining Oto felt like it was ebbing away, or rather, felt like it didn't matter anymore. The pain, sadness, people she had once called comrades that had been killed. Not to mention, the ones that she had just killed. Maybe that was her price. But it was Naruto who had done the work. He had killed Kabuto and Orochimaru. What had she done? Simply made opportunities for him to accomplish it by being a liability? Who knew? She felt the weight of him lift out of her lap and he got up slowly. "Well, I don't know about you, but I could use a bite to eat. I haven't eaten anything worthwhile in nearly a month." She half glared at him with a questioning look, as if to say, "Nothing at all?" He took the hint and chuckled. "Well, nothing decent except for my birthday, that is," he amended with a smile. He lumbered forward as if to head to the exit, but nearly tripped. "Hey, take it easy." She got up as well and walked after him. Fortunately, she was able to catch him before he face-planted himself and braced him up by the shoulder. Likewise, he wrapped his arm around her shoulder before they started going forward. "You can't just keep acting like you can shrug off anything, you know." "I don't. I'm just anxious to get out of this hellhole. I mean really, I can't handle another second of this place. Come to think of it, how come you did something so ballsy anyway? Coming to try and bail me out with Jirobo after you? You're not as awesome as me." And so they continued to walk off into the corridors ahead, laughing the darkness together, leaving the twitching body of Orochimaru behind. She made sure to bypass the mess hall that had her poison comrades. She was sure that it was just their bodies in there at present and she had no inclination to see the bodies of those she had killed so, underhandedly. She would have liked to remember them while being alive than to see them as nothing more than corpses, slumped and prostrate on the ground with spilled bowls of stew around them. Speaking of which, she wondered if she would ever be able to eat any stew again in the future without looking at it differently. She had only killed once before, in self-defense. She had gotten over it long ago, but this was something new to contend with. "Something wrong?" Naruto, the ever-observant one, asked. No. Everything's all right." They continued to make their way with a torch that Kin had snagged from a wall to carry it with them. The flickering light of the open flame danced around them with an uneven circle of light, casting shadows. But instead of giving them any misgivings or trepidation, it was as if they were immune to it, finding and receiving strength from each other. Naruto thought it strange. Kin thought it to be a coincidence. Speaking of coincidences, I don't think any of this was supposed to happen. Huh? What? What do you mean? Kin sighed as they walked. Whatever ability that makes you see the future. I think I got it too. Somehow, Naruto found it in him to keep moving, not reacting visibly from the news. I see. I see? I see? She asked angrily. That's your response? Well, do you want me to say, huh? He answered calmly. Sorry? Hurrah? Welcome to my life? This is freaking me the hell out, too. How am I supposed to take this? All I can say is that you probably got it by being in the void where I got my powers to manipulate time. By proximity. That's true, she admitted. And the truth is, it happened this evening. First time, too. It told me to poison my comrades to bust your sorry ass out of jail. I was just unlucky, is all. If you had done something from day one Oh sure. Kill everyone and get the key. Simple. She mumbled sarcastically. Wasn't it? I mean, you got me out, didn't you? It's just that Hebe team showed up. It wasn't supposed to happen. They reached the steps to get to the ladder that would get them out by means of climbing, and Kin had to double her efforts to help him up. I must have botched things, somewhere along the line. You changed one small detail. That's what happened, the Uzumaki lectured. Believe me, I've had my share of changing one small detail and everything blew up in my face. Do you think that you did everything right? What was the first thing that you did that didn't happen in the dream? She thought it over for a full minute before she answered. I must have used slightly too much poison. They detected the taste. If they hadn't tasted it, they would have eaten the full dose in their food and dash. Now you know. Naruto cut her off. Maybe it's for the best that you don't think about it too much. He was right, she thought. It was for the best if she didn't dredge up whatever could have been lurking in those waters. Yeah. She flinched suddenly as pain flashed in her side, making the blonde worry. You alright? Stitches? Wanna take a break? And no. That bastard Jirobo swings a mean fist. They stopped a bit to allow her time enough to shake it off before she continued moving again. Naruto tried not to meditate on it too much, but he did see her discreetly spit blood aside. She obviously didn't want her to worry about it when he saw the attempt to hide it. Considering her silent wishes, he neglected to say anything. They reached the ladder. Naruto told Kin to go first. They got in a little mini argument that hardly made any logic before the girl conceded to go first. For Naruto, it felt like he was getting high off of the anticipation of being really free, out of this dank hole that was fast becoming just a tomb for the damned. Up above, he heard her open some kind of a hatch that led to the outside. If she was that far up, he might as well start climbing. He was waiting to allow one person at a time, just in case the wooden thing couldn't support their weight. Of course any ninja could just walk up the side with chakra, but apparently, there was no wall, just a hole in the middle of the ceiling and the ladder as straight up as a ruler. With that in mind, he began to climb, ignoring the aches and pains in his body. He had reached about halfway when he realized that he didn't hear Kin about on top. Yo, Kin-chan. You still alive up there? Of course I'm alright. Now hurry up and get up here. He heard her voice retort, making him grin. Well, she sure was spirited when she wanted to, wasn't she? That was when he heard some sort of struggling about on top and his curiosity piqued with a tinge of worry. Hey, stop messing around. That's not funny. No answer. Oh geez. That's in poor taste. He finished climbing and was about to push on the closed lid to let himself out. As soon as he did, he felt his whole body yanked out by the same arm he used and found himself eating grass with the arm behind him and a knife at his neck. Ack! What the hell? Hold it! Hold it! It's him, Anko! Naruto could hear a familiar voice yell. He recognized it as Kakashi's and he sighed in relief. Oh, thank Kami. I thought I blundered into another fight. However, he felt his arm still pinned behind him by the pineapple-headed woman and groaned. Get off of me, Anko. Payback's a bitch, Gaki? He heard her whisper in a sultry tone. Yeah, and apparently, you're payback. Now off. And where's Kin-chan? Easy there. So that who that girl was? You know her? Anko eased up and allowed the young man to get back up. Oi, Kakashi-kun. You didn't slit that girl's neck, did you? Naruto froze, waiting on the man's response. It was soon answered when the man came back over and presented the Oto Kunoichi with a rag gag tied around her mouth and her wrists lashed with strong bands. Naruto sighed in relief. Oh, good. Boy, you guys work fast, huh? Kin growled around her gag in displeasure as the joke was in poor taste, particularly for her since she was the brunt of it. However, she fell silent as a newcomer practically appeared out of thin air with 6 masked ANBU ninjas right before her, just behind Naruto. The newcomer was wearing a red kite hat with very specific kanji that was mirrored by the robes that he wore. It was the Hokage. X=X=X. The Uzumaki lied in his bed, eyes fully open. He found it ironic that he was unable to close his eyes for even 5 seconds, much less sleep 40 winks while he was in this bed, this nice comfortable in relative safety, rather than the dirty floor of the jail cell he had been in. He kept trying to think of the reason. He was now secure, his bed was the most comfortable one he had ever been in his life, Orochimaru was dead, he didn't have to look forward to getting the seal on his gut get warped in the morning, and he was in the Sandame's house. That was as safe as he was going to get. But the Sandame. For once, just once, Naruto wished that the man was more of the understanding grandfatherly type than being the Hokage of the village. For once, in the aftermath, Naruto wished that he didn't show him a grandfatherly side in the first place. It was about Kin. Kin from Oto. Kin the sound Kunoichi. Kin Tsuchi. Kin-chan. This girl had done what he had thought was difficult and nigh impossible. In her arrival into his life, she had broken his monotony of living. They had become friends, and perhaps their ordeals had brought them somewhat closer to each other, or maybe it was just him. Maybe he was just overthinking things. Maybe he wasn't and he didn't know. But that wasn't the issue. Well, now I know how she felt when I was in the jail. Now she knows how I felt when I was in the jail. He mumbled to himself. He didn't speak any louder, but he was sure that whatever ANBU that were in the room, he was sure that they were, even if he couldn't sense them, they had still heard it. Why her? No. Why me? No. He hesitated. Why us? He had long ago started to believe that there was a bit of truth that while he was able to change the future, he knew that there was such a thing as fate, destiny. If someone could foresee the future, why wouldn't they? He only had one question. Was what he normally did changing the future from what it was to what he wanted and needed to be, or was it predestined from the first place? In other words, if the future was a plan 10, was he always meant to do a simple 5 plus 5 to get there by following rules? Or was it preordained in the matter that no matter what he did, whether it was 7 plus 3 or 12 to 2 or whatever infinite choices in every single moment, the answer was doomed to always be 10? If so, then why did his Kekkai Genkai matter? Thanks a lot, Toussaint, he thought harshly. He didn't have the answer to that, but yet another thing was more alarming. Why was she in his life, anyway? Coincidence? Aforementioned destiny? There had to be a reason why his visions had her in such good esteem, why it told him to treat her the way he did, why he got caught up in these messes with her. A thought came to mind, it was of a yin-yang symbol. All of a sudden, a slew of thoughts rushed through his mind. There was one, though, that was most prevalent. One of them had a mostly bad outer, with a little good inner. One of them had a mostly good outer, with a little bad inner. Who was who? Which was which? Until he found out, he realized that fate was pushing them together. Balance, that was likely. At long last, finally, he fell asleep. For once, he dreamt. He dreamt of his past. X=X=X. Across the village in a cell on an empty block, Kin had just awoken for the first time since falling asleep on the cot. Her mind ran on a certain blonde and wondered about the irony of the situation, that of their roles being reversed from those they had while in the control of Orochimaru. She was sure that he must have thought about it too, but right now, she didn't care. Since Orochimaru was dead, the future was looking up. Hopefully, in time, she would be free. She used to be metaphorically chained and anyone could and would claim that being literally chained was worse. Right now, she didn't care much. A thought came to mind, it was of a yin-yang symbol. All of a sudden, a slew of thoughts rushed through her mind. There was one, though, that was most prevalent. One of them had a mostly bad outer, with a little good inner. One of them had a mostly good outer, with a little bad inner. Who was who? Which was which? Until she found out, she realized that fate was pushing them together. Balance, that was likely. At long last, finally, she began to experience a vision. For once, she envisioned. She envisioned her future. Chapter 24. Kin absent-mindedly picked at a loose thread in her bland off-white shirt. Everything about her screamed boredom. Not what could be considered apathy as was the case of most of the Nara clan, but something damned close to it. Well, at least in Enko's opinion it was. So then what happened? Naruto-kun then used the sword and started carving Orochimaru up with it as if he was nothing more than a hog. He sliced up his arms, his legs, his neck and his chest. The Mitarashi sighed a bit under her breath, wondering what to ask the girl next. She had answered the questions freely. Either she was really abandoning Otogekyure and her boss, or she believed that Orochimaru was dead, or this was all an elaborate play. If it was the last, Enko highly doubted that, then the girl was an accomplished liar. But it was either the truth, or the imprisoned Kunoichi believed it was the truth. And wasn't it? Orochimaru's body had been found at the bottom of the hideout that used to be occupied by Danzo's root. If one thing could be said about Naruto, was that he was very thorough when he was trying to kill someone. She had barely a good look at it last night before the Hokage let loose a fire ninjutsu that consumed the corpse in a large blaze that had the woman break out in a heavy sweat, even at her distance away from it. As far as she knew, the base was still intact. Perhaps Sarutobi was trying to glean something of value from it. After all, Orochimaru had frequented it. Hell, maybe they were still combing the place for information exploits. But that wasn't the point. When can I see Naruto-kun? Kin asked in a low tone. Naruto? Anko pretended to think about it, although she knew not the answer. Maybe soon, if you're on your best behavior. Or if he wants to see you. What, are the two of you hitched or something? Kin shook her head. You're dodging the question. I asked, when can I see him? I don't have all the answers, now do I? Answer mine, and I'll see if I can pull some strings, the woman answered shortly. However, this only made Kin shake her head again. I guess you can't tell me when. You're already out of questions to ask me, so how can I offer to answer more questions in exchange for favors? Anko glanced down momentarily at her list. Sure enough, the girl on the other side of the steel bars was correct in her assumption. Oh? Maybe you should have thought about that sooner. Already, she was thinking about another question that she could ask the Kunoichi. I did. The girl in the cell smiled slightly. But I'm just following the rules. I want to see what that gets me. Anko raised an eyebrow. Was this Kunoichi up to something? This was supposed to be an interrogation, but it practically became nothing more than an interview. From the onset, Kin had answered promptly and clearly, no hints of lying either. Now, she looked smug. Anko nearly facepalmed herself. The damn Gaki has been rubbing off on you. If it was only that, Kin said thoughtfully, before trailing off. Yandame Hokage, me, Naruto-kun, Kyuubi, what do these visions mean? I have some answers, I think. And some questions, too. But in order for answers to be worth a damn, the correct question has to be asked. She was suddenly brought back to earth when she noticed Anko waving her hands wildly about before her. Yeah? Did you say something? Yeah. I asked, how long have you known him? Or how long have you known each other? Kin hemmed and hawed. She knew the answer already, but she wanted to check again for the math just to make sure. Let's see, today's the 25th of the month. The exam started 32 days ago and we saw each other for the first time 2 weeks before that, and then there was that time we were in that messed up, void place, She carefully calculated before arriving at her answer. About 3 months total. That's how is for me, at least. Probably a lot longer for him to know me, because of how special he is. What? The woman was utterly confused. Didn't you come to the village just last month to do the exams? Yeah. So how the fuck does that work, huh? It just does. So what can you do for me, huh? Kin pressed. The Mitarashi groaned as her head started to hurt. I'll talk to the Hokage and see if he can allow a visit from your boyfriend. He's not my boyfriend, the Oto Kunoichi calmly answered to the tease. She knew she shouldn't have even answered to it, but she was just following her vision's example. There had been hard consequences to pay during the Naruto's jailbreak where the poisoning act was concerned. Suffice to say, she had learned her lesson. =X=X=. Naruto stared at his reflection in the mirror that stood over a chest of drawers. He wasn't pleased with what he saw: feral whisker marks, sunken cheeks, and a gut that looked like it was crying out for a larger diet. He was already starting to fill it out since being fed before going to bed last night and eating a large breakfast this morning that was worth an entire day's worth of food. Supposedly it had to do with his vitality of body for his resilience so that he could bounce back so quickly. But it wouldn't be enough for the visitors that he was expecting. Despite him eating, there were other things eating him. Nagging worries and burning questions. Throughout all of the events, since he had encountered her, Kin had been playing a major role. How, he knew not. Why, he knew not. Something, or somethings, were controlling how all of this had come to be and how it would play out. Why she would interact with him the way she did, why his visions factored her into them, why she would manifest the ability to experience the future beforehand like he did, and why he was becoming attached to her. Even now, his very chain of thought had her at the fore. A horrible cycle. Just going with the flow, huh, Naruto? The boy mumbled. Deciding that he had wasted enough time, he reached into one of the drawers and retrieved clothing which he began to put on, before putting on a facial henge. In another minute or so, they were bound to arrive. A smart knock came at the door. Damn, his timing was off. He hurried to pull on his shirt while he walked over to where the door was. he barely got it on in time before the door was opened on account of the visitors behind it. Kakashi smiled as bundled in with his other 2 students at his heels. Yo, Naruto. Guess who I've got with me? He appeared to think for a minute before shaking his head. Maybe he knew already. Right? Meh, who cares? Naruto. Sakura was all smiles while pulling him into a bone-crushing hug that made him yelp. You're alive. He gasped for breath as he felt his ribs begin to creak. Not for much longer. After being released, a mercy, he looked to his other teammate that stood apart from the rest. Where the hell is all this muscle coming from? A prompt cuff on his shoulder made him suck air in sharply. Geez. You really want to finish me off, don't you? Take it easier, Sakura. Don't break him, Kakashi chided good-naturedly from where he sat on the windowsill, reading his trusty Ika Ika. About damn time I could read this without my mind all clouded. Or rather too clouded. He glanced at his reconciled team members who interacted with grins and playful punches that hurt a bit too damn much, which made him smile under his mask. Things were going to get better, right? The worst had to be over by now. Hey, Sasuke? Naruto asked innocently as he sat on his bed and began putting on his sandals. Wanna hear a joke I heard while I was locked up in a cell for the past 24 days? What? So this guy named Sakan, he's a pretty weird guy, and so were his friends. The girl one asked the fat one, Hey Jirobo, what's the fastest way to get an emo out of a tree? Sasuke sighed as soon as he heard the 3-letter word. I'm not an emo, Naruto. Naruto giggled as he thought about the punchline. The fastest way to get him out is to cut the rope. Damn, when I heard that, I was thinking, nah, Sasuke's more of a slit-wrist guy. Fuck off, Naruto, the Uchiha grumbled. This is the guy we were trying to save? He asked in general as he pointed at the Uzumaki who was still laughing at his poor joke. You know that he's joking, Sasuke-kun. He doesn't mean it. Came the Haruno's response. She shook off his attitude for the moment and stared at the Uzumaki for a bit longer. You look kinda healthy for someone who claimed to be locked up for 24 days. That comment made Naruto lose his happier mood and slightly shy away from her observing gaze. You were locked up in a jail, or a hotel? It's true, Sakura, Kakashi catcalled. Discreetly and without anyone noticing, he pulled down his facial mask to lick a finger to help turn the page before pulling it up. Only when to show how much they were all focused on each other. She eyed the prodigal squad member for a little longer in the face before she narrowed her eyes. You're hiding something. Naruto looked down shamefully before he thought of a way out. Yeah. I'm sorry, Sakura. He looked up again and stared her back in the eyes. The truth is, damn, this is hard. What is it? While in Wave, I accidentally used your toothbrush. They were nearly identical. Ugh, what? After a few more minutes of griping, Naruto shook his head at her dry-heaving antics. Alright, enough of that. Take me to breakfast. Yeah, time for round 2. Why, the nerve dash. Tell you what, Naruto. Kakashi shut his book with a clap and looked up. I'll take you to have some breakfast. These 2 he gestured at them with a thumb, have some training to do for their finals. He gave them all that look that told him that he meant business. You all can talk later. Come on, Naruto. I hope you haven't spent your pay yet. You're gonna need it, the boy grinned. That was his mistake, as Sakura was able to see vestiges and traces on his face that told her that he was covering his face up with the transformation technique. I knew it. Kyuso, Naruto. What are you hiding? It wasn't only her. In that split second, Sasuke sought a final glance at the Uzumaki with his Sharingan in an effort to find out what Sakura had seen of interest in him. No one noticed, as soon as his red eyes revealed for a glimpse, his slight flinching as his cursed seal tried to react from its restraining seal, nor his dropped jaw. Naruto looked positively scarier than the time he discovered his dead parents. He shook his head to clear away the thoughts for becoming any more realized. He needed to talk to someone. Sakura would be enough. =X=X=. I saw Sasuke activate his Sharingan. Naruto, to his credit, didn't stop eating. I saw too. He probably saw through the henge. Another bowl of ramen now assimilated, he moved on to another. I look really feral. I saw last night. Don't worry, the Hokage called for Jiraiya-sama. He was already on his way back to the Leaf, so he should already be here, or by tomorrow. He's a sealing genius, so he should be able to fix your. The Hatake glanced at the ramen mistress who hovered by the counter and taking care to coin his words carefully. Problem. She already knows, Naruto said matter-of-factly. Do you think that she could live in this village and not know about Furry 9? Kakashi fixed the woman with a one-eyed stare. Is that so? The woman returned a stink eye of her own. Yeah. Is there a problem, Kakashi-san? An apparently low price of ramen that needs some adjustments? Although a seasoned jounin, the legendary Sharingan bearer broke his gaze on the sake for his wallet that he now fretted for. No. Everything's fine. Satisfied that she sufficiently cowed him down, she turned back to Naruto. So Naruto and we've been over this, nay. You're older than me. His answer made him out to sound irritated, although he was only playing a line. Geez. You know that you're the older one with all that double living that you normally do, she teased lightly. So tell me, know anything about any horses today? At the mention of that, Kakashi had a revelation. Oh no, the bet. Ayam looked up and turned to the Cyclops. What bet? The one he made about me passing the whole Chunin exams. Obviously that didn't work out, Naruto said dryly. Don't worry sensei. They'll give you a pass on account of Orochimaru showing his pasty face in the exams. Really? He thought about all the money he was on the verge of losing. Most of my life savings went in there. How old are you? If you're not old, it's not a lot. It's the general rule. Shut up, Naruto. The Uzumaki continued to eat his noodles in silence. He could feel himself nearly fully topped with food on the inside. If he ate much more, he was sure to puke. Still, he kept on eating. His thoughts plagued him. He had answers, he had questions. He was starting to feel like part of a whole, yet more than a single thing at the same time. Was it the same with Kin? Gulp, was she feeling the same exact way? It didn't mean that they were to be together, right? Sure, he didn't really see anything wrong with it, but that didn't necessarily mean that everything was right with it. Was he overthinking things? He thought that he thought so. X equals X equals. The Hokage denied your request, Enko said flatly. Kin didn't look surprised. I realized. Or I should say, I know. Enko shook her head. The girl, to her at least, gave off the same vibe that Naruto gave off. They spoke the same way, acted the same way, behaved the same way, emoted the same way. It was kinda creepy. But in the same way, she actually felt a bit sorry for her. So this was the girl that helped save Naruto, huh? Shouldn't she have gotten some sort leeway or any form of prisoner benefit? Maybe even a house arrest would have made more sense. But an indefinite stay in a cell? Of course, Kin was an enemy Kunoichi, but that was formerly, like she herself when she had been a student of the Snake Sannin. Was she in here simply because she was a lackey of the late Orochimaru? While it was a good reason, it still wasn't good enough. She was standing still for a long time, gazing at Kin, who returned a stare back. After trying to feel out the girl's character and coming to a decision, Enko left the vicinity of the cell. However, she returned a few minutes later, garbed in the standard white prison outfit and carried a large key in one hand and a shogi set in the other. Kin raised an eyebrow as she watched her jailer let herself into the cell, unlock her stock cuffs, then relock the cell, with the both of them inside. What are you doing? Kin asked. I get the feeling that you know already, Enko replied as she tossed the key out of the cell, far out of reach. I bet that you know the future, just like old Naruto. I can tell that you both can, and that you both know about each other being able to. So what about it? Enko started laying out the shogi pieces on the board that she had placed on the floor, before settling into a lotus position on the ground. Kin joined her there and was about to ask the question again, but Enko answered. What am I doing? I'm only doing what the Hokage appears to be doing. I'm locking up everyone who used to work with Orochimaru. She offered the Oto Kunoichi a smile, before it fell into a frowning smirk. Kin, do me a favor and don't cheat. I swear, if I get the feeling that you're using your freaky little time powers like your boyfriend, remember that it's your ass that's stuck with me in this cage. Kin smiled back wryly before starting out the game by making a well-known poor move in an attempt to bait the older woman. He's not my boyfriend, Enko-san. Sure. I believe you, the woman said dryly. X equals X equals. Was all of this an attempt to put your weight back on faster? Kakashi asked innocently. The Uzumaki had nothing to say as his mouth was preoccupied with vomiting his excess. The Hatake paid no more attention to the boy and focused on his reading, while in the meantime trying to figure out where Enko was. He hadn't seen a hint of her anywhere that was usually trouble. It was an unspoken rule that an unseen Enko was usually because one that was behind you. And having Enko behind you was never really a good thing. Keeping that in mind, he kept looking around. Having only one eye to use currently gave him a bigger blind spot, and although he was strong, she was unpredictable, like Naruto with his weapons. Come to think of it. Yo, Naruto. Forgot to tell you, but we found some of your gear back in the hideout. Most of it is intact, and the rest of it isn't really all that dash. I only want the seals with my stuff back. And my mugshots, the boy grunted out as he turned the tap on and started drinking the water from the standpipe. When he was finished, he continued. You have the one from the forest, and the one from the Orochimaru's little hideaway. Nah, I've got a better idea. I'm gonna make a new one. A new one? What's wrong with the old ones? I got captured. That's why. I only have 2 shots and they take 10 to 15 minutes of work to reload them. It's a real pain. Naruto held his hands out in front of him as he thought about what he needed. Something like my carbines. They're long range. I can reload them fast enough already. But I want something like my twin mugshots. I've got to mix the two. How can I mix the 2 ideas and make them better? Make the pole bigger and then drop in the shrapnel inside that you normally use for your mugshots? Yeah. But I'd need something with a bigger explosive tag, but a C-ranked tag is what I normally use. A B-ranked one will backfire and kill me. Need a mixture of the two, like a halfway thing, Naruto argued. Why not use a C-ranked one, then use something else for an explosive, like your typical household items you seem to be a fanatic about? Or better yet, instead of using a C-ranked tag, use 2, 3 or 4 D-ranked ones. Should be a bit stronger than a C-ranked tag, but not the full force of a B-ranked one, Kakashi said sagely. Years of experience spoke from him. He'd had practice from the fights over the course of his lifetime, more than just a few of them had been won with explosives. They made a mess, but they did make things a hell of a lot easier. Naruto sighed as he looked away. Yeah. Ideas on the brain, but she's still on the mind. I've got to talk with the Hokage, the blonde mumbled under his breath, but the Hatake still heard. Talking about the girl you were with last night? Aha. Stuck in a jail cell. Kinda ironic, but knowing from experience, I don't want to wish it on anyone, especially someone like her who doesn't deserve it. You know her that well? What did she do for you to make you that loyal to her? She's an enemy Kunoichi, Naruto. Instead of replying, Naruto began to groan in pain as he held his gut. The ruptured seal started to burn him in his entire being, most like in response to his rise in anger. He even lost his control of his henge that had hidden his demonic-looking features. Before anyone of the public could see him, Kakashi yanked him away in a shunshin and dropped him on a nearby rooftop for at least a bit more privacy. His enlarged canines were obvious for anyone to see, as were his etched whisker marks and slitted eyes. The Jounin could even begin to see traces of a shroud starting to appear around the boy and had a mini panic. Before he could make up his mind on what to do, the pain-racked Uzumaki struggled to his feet and stood shakily and despite his condition, clearly spoke his riposte. Shut the fuck up, sensei. Despite the Kyuubi's influence in him, Naruto stated, or rather growled, it calmly. He was trying his best to remain composed and it was starting to tell. Why should you care? You killed before he could finish saying the name, he cut himself off. It was extremely taxing to try and calm himself, but it didn't matter that he didn't finish saying the name. The damage was already done. You're right. I killed my friend, intentionally and willingly. And you followed in my footsteps. The Hatake said sourly. It was his way of stating facts, without poisoning the mood anymore. It had its desired effect and without preamble, revealed his Sharingan eye. Before Naruto could even blink, he was already under hypnosis and toppled backwards. He didn't feel the pain of it, he was already out cold. Kakashi approached the prone form of the lad and heaved him up into a piggyback. Shut up, Naruto. I do care. X equals X equals. Hiruzen Sarutobi rubbed his temples. He could feel a headache coming on. It was getting stronger the more and more this girl was brought up. First Naruto told him, then Naruto again, then Enko took up a place in the girl's cell. Now Kakashi was talking about her? Kakashi-san? Try to persuade me. Try harder this time. Why should I have that Kunoichi released? For Naruto's sake, Hokage-sama. The older man continued going through the paperwork that had been left on his desk while they spoke. For Naruto's sake? You mean the same person who neglected to tell me that Orochimaru was in the village? Wouldn't you say that this was his own fault for getting captured? He didn't tell me either. Hokage-sama, he has a firm belief that his visions are what leads him to win encounters and to make no mistakes. Well, there'll always be a first time for everything. See? He says nothing, he does nothing. It's as if he let himself be captured. I feel no sympathy for him at all. You know all the details surrounding him and Haku in Nami no Kuni, correct? I do. A stamp here, a stamp there, his paperwork continued to go by as they spoke. Since his mistake, he's been afraid of deviating from his visions. If the visions instructed him not to tell you, it must be for a good end reason. Perhaps this Gaara would have been the cause of destruction. Or the other dead person we saw next to him. Or Orochimaru abandoning plans for more disastrous ones. The Hokage held up a hand to stop the Hatake. He was starting to ramble but his point had been made. That may be true, Kakashi, but the future isn't set in stone. I wasn't aware of that, sir. I dare say that you're the one who's from the future so that you could say so. The elder man ignored the cheek. Even if that was true, why should I release Qin? If I did everything simply because of pressure, this village would fall apart. Oh, would you look at all that civil paperwork? He gestured to the man's paperwork with a small wave of his hand to emphasize about the size of what could be legally called a paper mountain. I didn't know we had a secretary in the Hokage seat. Kakashi knew that he was crossing the line with the honey-coated insults, but he felt that it had to be said. Besides that, Naruto's losing control. I merely mentioned that she was an enemy Kunoichi and I believe he was ready to fight me right then and there. Perhaps if this girl was around with him, it might make him a bit more mellow until Jiraiya arrives to fix his seal. Impossible. Naruto has the Gogyo Fuin on him. I placed the 5-element seal on him last night to cut him off from the Kyuubi's influence, not to mention 4 other chakra seals. He shouldn't be able to use chakra, let alone start to lose control. Kakashi's soul eye widened. He has that much on him and managed to make a henge with little effort? Now it was the Hokage's turn to be gobsmacked. He did a transformation jutsu? He kept it on for the whole morning before the Kyuubi's chakra started to take over, roughly an hour ago. I had to use the Sharingan to put him to sleep, Hatake explained. He was with you all of this morning? Sarutobi asked, just to clarify. He took up his red stamp for the last time, seeing as it was the last document that left to be approved or disapproved. Obviously, he was choosing to reject it, like he had seemingly been doing that for quite a while with the previous work he had gone through since their discussion started. Hi. Why do you ask? The Hokage took up his most recently done paperwork. Most of this was all Naruto's doing. He must have done it last night. Nearly all of the paperwork was this. He handed over the last of the papers so that Kakashi could read it. Request for Tsuchi-kin to be released from prison. Are all the papers identical? All of them. Are you going to stamp them all identically? Why shouldn't I reject it? This was the last in the argument, so the reason had better be good. He was getting tired, his head really hurt him now and he was overall upset. As I said before, she might make him more serene. I know that she's a liability and a risk, but there's also the bigger issue, that of Naruto merely having another tantrum. Said tantrum which could cause Jiraiya to come back to see the Kyuubi making ashes out of the village. It's not as if there's another yondaime around to give his life to reseal the Kyuubi. If it must be done, I'd rather have Naruto-kun exiled or killed before the Kyuubi escapes. Although the Kage said it bluntly, it cut him to even say something of the sort out loud. He wasn't above doing the necessary dirty deeds, but he was the yondaime's legacy and Hiruzen knew that he was honor-bound to hold him in high esteem. But in any case, I'd rather have everyone safe in general. The Hokage took up his stamp and branded the paper. X equals X equals. Kakashi trod silently in tow with Ibiki as they walked along the corridor of the prison. Yeah. Really docile one, her, Ibiki stated as he pointed towards her cell. Somehow, she won over Anko. Never thought I'd see something like that happen. Hell, I didn't know something like that would happen in my lifetime. Is that so? Ibiki made no further comment as they reached the cell. Anko and Kin looked up from their shogi board to regard the men that had arrived. Kakashi-kun? Ibiki? What is it? Oh, nothing much, the Hatake said casually. Kin gets to take a walk. He took a sheet of paper from one of the many seal compartments of his vest and revealed to them with a flourish. It clearly indicated that it was a private request for Kin to be released. But more importantly, there was a large green, approved, stamped on it.